Welcome to the EMEA Regional Finals. My name is Mix and I'm here with Niberia Counterfeit. And if I see correctly, an adorable little puppy. We were thinking about ways to make this intro hype, and instead it just got the best it could have ever been. Counterfeit, name of that dog, please.
This is Poppy. I wasn't sure she was going to immediately fall asleep. She can fall asleep in any situation at any time. Hopefully, very much unlike our players.
Unlike myself, unfortunately, I did not sleep last night, but I got my coffee. I'm feeling good. I was trying to tempt Mango over earlier, but she's just staring at me from the chair. I don't think we're going to get 2 pets on screen yet.
Oh.
I have a surprise for you.
Oh my gosh! Poppy, look who it is!
Face. Every time I see her, she just looks miserable.
Her eyes get green screen too. Like, look at it. She just has purple eyes in this camera. But with that, we're going to kick off the show here. Thankfully, lots of great vibes. Personally, I'm really looking forward to this pre-show as well. Matt, remind the audience what we got planned for today.
That's right. We got so many things on the docket. We got a full 30 minutes going in. We're going to catch you up on yesterday. We're going to go through the players. We're going to go through the compositions. We're going to have not one. Don't you worry. You think we would stop at one? No. We're in excess here today because it's the finals. We're going to have 2 interviews. And then we're going to have like some games and stuff, which apparently is why people come here. But like there's so much stuff first. We got you covered.
We do, and in case you're unfamiliar with it, we're also going to give you, out of the graciousness of our hearts, a short little reminder on the format, Counterfeit, if you would, please.
Yeah, so if you did miss day 1, you would have missed us talking all about the fact that there has been no cutoff between days 1 and 2, which means our players will be carrying over the points between as well. So we're going to have a very interesting setup. Also, we'll have our snake seeding in place from day 1, which means that our top performing players will be placed in the lobby with players who've all been performing less well than they have, which will make a big difference going forwards.
Speaking of big differences, I hope all of you made your pick'ems yet today once the show has ended and we have determined our top 8. Of course, the pick'ems are going to come back, so make sure you mark your calendars already and you're going to be ready for it as soon as it happens. I personally, of course, with the knowledge of the caster brain, I have some feelings on who's going to make it, but I'm not going to leak it. Don't want to curse anyone here. We do want to show you what happened yesterday. Yeah, as is. We do want to show you what happened yesterday, so we're going to hop on over to the highlights and check out how that went down. Okay guys, just close your eyes for a second and imagine a stage. The lights come on and you hear, "Welcome to the Teamfight Tactics Rising Legends Finals."
Exactly, wraps it up in a pretty nice way. If he's able to survive up until the point. But he just bamboozled everyone in the lobby. He's going for a collie. There is not a single one out of the pool, I think. This is it! And a lobby where this Raven board has been obliterating since stage 4, and when he already had that board already reaching its maximum point by so long, Enzo is happy by taking that final L as Judasaur takes a massive win.
Now has taken a hit but does survive the Ezreal ult, and that might just be all she wrote. Very close loss for Enzo.
Time looks like the answer is gonna be no. Can the Jhin do it? No, he can't.
And it's a double knockout.
It's a double kill.
Skipaeus takes this round here with
The Ezreal will cast. The Katarina's killed off. Crowd diver into the corner, but that's pretty much it. It's only the Yorick left alive, and that should be a big hit for Yedusor. Taken down.
Double 61. As you can see at the bottom right, on 24 points, doing very, very well in the competition. Currently 3rd overall. Which is not taking any damage during this. You mentioned the red buff, but it's kicking way too late in the fight.
2v1 or an 1v1, it's quite impossible to get through this Riven. 12 win streak and one more, the cherry on top of the cake as Volta takes down lobby number 5. Coming back extremely strong, in your face, Snake's heating system. He didn't even lose against me, and now he has to make it look a little bit tougher for him, and there you go. Maybe the positioning made a difference this time. Maybe Dalasom not able to do the cash out just in time. He does end up winning it at the end, despite the fact that...
With that, that's been it from us. Thank you so much for watching, and we'll see you tomorrow. Just small little...
We all have something we do before we go to the break. I like to do the fake taking off the headset like we're on a LAN, just like doesn't work out great sometimes.
All of my co-casters are hilarious. What can I say? But of course, we also want to check out the standings after yesterday, because that is going to be the big talking point. We're expecting the cutoff to come in at around 60. It's not the only thing that matters, Counterfeit.
Yeah, I mean, coming into the final day of groups, the top spots are kind of mostly locked down, especially with the snake sea in place we mentioned before, meaning the top performing players will get easier lobbies, which will keep them towards the top. But we can see really from particularly the 6th place down is there's still places up for grabs. The only problem is there's a ton of players around the same amount of points that are all going to be fighting each other for that spot. Now, I don't want to pitch this to you. From those, this big pack of players, do you think it makes more sense to try and play, more aggressively shooting for those first places and try and secure your spot that way with, if you win, the guaranteed points, or play more conservatively and avoid getting the bottom 4s that puts you out of contention entirely?
I think it depends on what you're trying to go for, because we've seen players like Double 61 who play very much like, I'm either going to absolutely crush today or I'm going to burn out in a blaze of glory. And that is kind of a player preference. If you want to make it to that top 8, you're already in that top 8, you can go for those 4s. But an important thing to remember is the tiebreakers. Goes off how many first places you've got. So you're going to see players like Double, who had, I believe, 2 first place finishes, feel a little bit more comfortable going for that top 4 versus if you're on that kind of threshold between 8 and 10, then you really want to be careful.
You do. We're going to talk about Double in a little bit, but first let's talk about players we did want to highlight to maybe bring you guys up to date. We talked to Sappho yesterday. I know, Peter, you're a big fan of Blast at Moon, so tell people why they should be cheering for him.
Well, I mean, I don't know, if it's necessarily as many UK fans in the audience as there may be, French and German fans, but Blast the Moon, he's kind of a project player for the UK because he's being supported by all the other big UK players coming to this tournament. And I talked to him a little bit before it all started. It's made a big difference for him to come onto this kind of international stage and potentially bring the UK back to the Global Championship, backed up by so many big names from the UK.
I think for me, one of the players that I want to look for is Darkhydra, of course. Longtime fan, one of the people who got me into TFT before my first ever cast. I would watch his stream to catch up and make sure I knew everything. And he's been doing really well. Last time he was able to get that first place regional finish, which is incredible. And he's potentially going to join Double in having 2 regional wins. The only 2 players who will be able to claim that title.
Now, it's not only 2 wins, but it would also be defending the title. He is the current EMEA champion still. Who knows what happens tomorrow, but for now he is going to join us. So welcome to the desk, Darkhydra. How are you today?
Hello, I'm doing good. How are you guys doing?
Good. Excited.
Nice.
Hydra, I had a question for you. Going into day number 1, you had a little bit of a rough start, that top 8 right out of the gate. How did you turn that around? Because I know that can probably be a little bit intimidating, a little bit frightening when you know that so much is on the line over the next couple of days.
Honestly, I didn't feel too bad about it. Like, I finished work and then booted up into game 1, so I was a bit not there yet in the game with my mindset. So I just went quick AF, had a lot of time to reset my mental, and then just went to the next game.
Just needed your downtime. Get the fast 8 so you can recover for the rest of the day.
I mean, it worked. It's not stupid if it works. So Darkhydra is something many people I don't think realize is that you also still work full time next to being an absolute god of TFT. How do you manage to do that?
Actually, I think it's a bit because my job is like as a software developer. I work from home, so I have the option to watch some streams while working. So I think that helps a bit. I can watch some TFT streams.
Multitasking.
Yeah. Overall, it's just, I love the game and I spend a lot of time in TFT so I can keep up with the best players.
Awesome.
Well, let's talk a little bit about your history, because of course you've been playing for a very long time in competitive TFT, but your Runeterra Reforged season, was on a whole different level. What kind of changed for you around that time that got you, such impressive results?
Honestly, I felt like I was really good in the early sets, and then I took a break, right? And there were like no tournaments in the first 2 sets. So I felt like people didn't know how good I was or if I'm good. So I kind of wanted to prove myself and try hard as much as I can in set 9 for regionals. And yeah, it paid off, and I'm happy I proved myself. And I
We'll try
kind
harder.
of want to go back to Worlds again because I feel like on the World stage I kind of messed up a bit and wasn't really happy with the result there. So hopefully I get the chance to go back to Worlds eventually. Maybe this time, who knows?
Yeah, maybe this time. This set, the DACH region, of course, also got a new TRC, the Prismatic Legends. A1 is hosting all of that. How's that been for you? Have you been playing? How have you enjoyed that new TRC, speaking from your perspective?
Yeah, it's more like a tournament-based league now. Before it was a league, and now it's just a tournament day where you play a set amount of games. And I did really well in the beginning. I think I'm not sure I went first, the like top 64 round, and then there was another day for like the GC qualification. I went first there, and then in the top 32, I don't know, it was not my day. I just lost every game, went like almost dead last, so it wasn't the best season for me there. But overall, you learn from failure, so I learn from the experience and move on.
Awesome.
Well, from failure.
Oh, go ahead, Peter.
Well, I was going to say, from failure to success today, potentially, as was mentioned before, but I just kind of want to get this directly from you. You're the only person who's got a chance here to go for a second regional championship. But with double 61 having done that before and 1 point behind you, how confident are you in becoming a 2-time regional champion by the time day 3 is done?
Honestly, I'm not feeling too confident because I even feel like day 1 I didn't play my best. Now I spotted a lot of mistakes that I made. So I'm a bit surprised I end up first in points even though I didn't play my best. So hopefully I play better today and tomorrow and it works out for me. Yeah. Like I just want to play good TFT pretty much.
It's a good plan.
Look, if that wasn't your best and you still got top of the scoreboard, I feel like your chances are pretty good. Maybe that's just me.
I think it was just luck on my side.
Yeah, okay. All right, regional champion. It's just luck. Okay. I did have a question for you. You mentioned about the championship and what that experience was like. I'm kind of curious what you felt when you were playing from level Berlin. What was that experience like, having that sort of in-person aspect to the championship for the first time?
Honestly, the experience overall was really amazing. I loved playing in person and playing in front of people. It got a lot. It hyped me up a lot, and I really enjoyed it. It just kind of felt bad that I didn't bring my A game. That's about it.
Well, maybe there's another chance. Of course, the event is going to happen at level again, so we're all crossing our fingers, pressing our thumbs that we're going to see you there. Anybody you want to shout at, Darkhydra, before we let you go and get into your competitive preparation for today?
Yes, I want to shout out my family and friends and just the German community and TFT. Like, they're all amazing people and they know who they are. And I appreciate a lot that you are cheering for me.
Awesome.
Thanks.
Well, good reroll today, and we'll see you out there. Take care. Thank you.
Thanks. Bye-bye.
Speaking of the level in Berlin, yesterday we had a little checklist to tell you guys what you should be ready for when you head there for the championship, which I wholeheartedly can encourage you to do so. It's free. It's a giant watch party. The EMEA players are going to be there. It's going to be an absolute blast. But when you are in Berlin, which notably is Germany, there is some stuff we felt you should try. And because my co-caster in Iberia is excellent at German pronunciations, I'm just going to throw Counterfeit under the bus. Here are 3 German dishes you should try, and my colleague is going to pronounce them for you.
If it's said like it's said in the UK, I'm guessing it's just Donna?
I will not comment. Just give us the names.
All right, so Donna, we say Donna kebabs here. That looks like a Donna kebab to me. Currywurst would be the next one. And I think that might be some kind of pudding snake.
Snake?
A pudding snake?
Why do you have a sock puppet? He was over-prepared for a different segment. We're ready for Sesame Street, but apparently we're trying to pronounce pudding schnecker.
Oh, Bobby's very concerned about what I've fallen down.
I think
Thank
he's
you
just going
so
to be
much.
stuck on the floor for the rest of the task. We're just going to hear, and one of the things that I'm looking forward to seeing today is I really want to see some of those reroll compositions.
This test is absolutely escalating. I love it. I'm here for it. And if you're here for it too, check out Level in Berlin. It's going to be an absolute blast. It's happening next weekend, and you should check it out if you have the time and resources to go. Poppy is back to make sure we're all recovering from that a little bit traumatic event of absolutely butchering those German words. But to distract us, Niberia, tell the people about our social media contest.
Well, first I got to let you know that was not a good idea. My back has been hurting, so that was just not. It was worth it for the bit, I guess. But importantly, we have that TFT contest as we do every single day. We're going to play dress up. So if you ever played the Barbie games as a kid, you're going to love this competition. We're looking for the perfect outfit for Pengu. We want him to absolutely serve. And other words that we can't say on air, but if you've watched Drag Race, you know what I mean. So send in your favorite outfits. Let us know. Make Pengu the most fashionable icon this side of the convergence.
Yes, please. Yesterday we already had an amazing chunk outfit, so the bar is high, is what I'm saying. No pressure, though. I'm sure you're going to manage it. Whatever you want Pengu to dress up for today, we're going to be watching, and we'll see if that maybe wins you some eggs. Now, unfortunately, guys, this is the regional finals, which means Set 10 is about to end in a couple weeks. So I personally am feeling just a little bit nostalgic, and we did kind of put together a small little graphic to shout out all of our favorite features of Remix Rumble. Counterfeit, talk to me about yours.
I mean, personally, I think, personally, my favorite feature of Remix Rumble was David. Managed to sneak him in there. And also, our friend Olaf, Vermin Death, I think, demonstrated extremely well on our streams before why he was some fun. For me, 8-bit, just seeing the number go up is fantastic. Escort Quest, I think, speaks for itself. And Crab Brave, because I love the idea that the players would opt into a portal that would actively kill them.
Yeah, I mean, same. I just yesterday explained to someone that neutrals, the monsters on TFT, usually are not a threat, with the exception of Crux sometimes. Shout out to Double 61. But I'm kind of here for them being a little bit more of a menace, personally speaking. Now, something else I'm here for, and I know chat loves that. We posted it on the Twitter already. If you want to get ahead of time, you can always check that out. But we also want to bring them your way. Here are our meta talks that bring you all of the stats of yesterday, as well as some specific shoutouts. Personally speaking, I am really excited to see the Disco TF come up as high as it did here, 14 counts of play. The average placement did not really doing what it should be doing. In my opinion, I feel like there was a little bit more to that comp, but you were excited about the Caitlyn map.
Yeah, we got to check in with Steve Aoki about his thoughts on Disco. You know, he composed all this, so we'll see. But Caitlyn for me is really exciting because at the beginning of the set, people weren't super keen on her. I thought her ultimate was really fun, but the practicality was kind of up in the air for a while. But now that people are itemizing her with Hurricane, realizing that she can do a really huge threat to multiple units now because every single shot will fire off those bolts. She's been incredibly strong. People have been starting to use her as a primary carry even, which is a pretty fun development for me because she's one of my favorite units.
Yeah, I'm going to pick up on some of the ones towards our tail end here, which definitely got less accounts of being played. The Annie reroll, we're picking in particular the stats for that composition when it can be played, which is a very specific setup. It's absolutely ridiculous, and I'm a little sad, honestly, that the Olaf reroll didn't do anywhere near as well as the Annie reroll did.
Well, speaking of things that didn't do well, we're going to check them out here. Do not touch Deluxe reroll. With a very massive play rate of 1, we definitely have all the data that we need, and do not venture there.
Yeah, I'm going to tell you guys, as someone who's been doing a lot of experience with data analysis, reading a bunch of studies, I can tell you that a sample size of 1 is absolutely perfect. You can draw as many conclusions as you want from just one game. It'll be 100%.
You can draw any of our lines for it. It's very flexible.
Well,
Trust me, I
speaking
know
of
a doctor.
numbers, you have my trust, all of it. Speaking of numbers, though, here's another guy I personally trust because double 61 with a win rate of 33% and an average placement of 3.17 is absolutely knocking it out of the park. We were talking about how important those wins are for the tiebreaker, and to me, the really bonkers thing here is these two things interacting, which means he's not playing the way that we often see him, where it's like first or eight, playing very risky, but even in the games where he doesn't have a first place, he seems to manage to get really, really high placements all throughout. Definitely a player to watch for today, but who am I telling? I know you guys know that already.
I'm still so excited to see double back and locking in those kind of numbers. Because as you said, there are other people who've managed to get the wins across day one of the similar number, but getting the top fours as well to put it all together is absolutely what matters. He's in such a good position to get back into the final day.
He absolutely is. And speaking of good things that are going to happen to us, we do have yet another interviewee here today, and it is going to be our friend Brozilla who joins us on the pre-show. How are you doing, man?
Hello there. I'm really excited to talk to you guys again. It's always a wonderful thing to do. And I'm absolutely happy about this European finals because if we remember the last one where multicasters were like a little bit too much.
Don't
But
remind me.
right now, I think absolutely acceptable. The meta is right now. Of course, it's always be a little bit, some stuff will be a little bit more overtuned, but we also love to see how people, manage their way to get around the meta. And this is why I want to shout out players like Skipaeus, Voltarius, also Raikou, beautifully adapted to the Golden Spatula Cup too. It was a little bit, I was a little bit sad how he... the heartthrobs were bugged and didn't counted perfectly. His losses with the heartsteel, but he ended up there, so that's all what matters, right?
All right. Well, Brozilla, since you brought up multicaster and you hurt us, I'm going to hurt you right back again by pointing out this is the first regional finals in Rising Legends. We haven't had a Hungarian player playing in here, which of course,
Yeah, it's really sad, but stuff happens. But what I can say about the Hungarian community, that our TRC, it did the best right now. We almost had 400 individual participants, and they are really, really motivated after those. So I'm pretty sure I can give you some more Hungarian players for in the future who are, will make it to the European finals.
I love that.
All right, it's a promise.
So I'm really, working on that to motivate them with tournaments and stuff like that.
Well, Brozilla, we don't have any Hungarian players, and all of us are equally heartbroken about that. But, you still got a little bit of regional pride going on in EUNE. Are there any players there that you're really looking forward to seeing? How do you think they're going to face up against the competition in day two?
Yeah, I want to shout out Zeul. He's really, really good player, of course. He beautifully adapted to the meta. He played around 10 KDA multiple times yesterday. He even managed to pull off the first augment, where you regenerate, the gold one. Can you help me with the name of
the
in
metabolic.
English? Yeah, metabolic
Titans.
accelerator. And he picked... After that, he picked the tiniest Titan. So he had a double amount of regeneration, which was really impressive to see how he managed to pull that off. Because as we know, if we miss, one or two crucial combat augments, it can cost you a lot. But he beautifully executed it. So we can all agree that we can root for him, and he's really shows great promises, in my opinion.
I agree. We talked to him recently, last Golden Spatula Cup. I'm very excited to see him do as well. And that game was just chef's kiss. I mean, 10 KDA, what can you say? But, of course, I'm going to put you a little bit on the spot here, Brozilla. only 8 players will make it to day 3. Give me some names that you think are going to make it.
Raiko's yesterday was a little bit unfortunate, so I would say Skipaeus, I would say Zul, I would say Wetjungler can get himself together and get into the top 8 for sure. He already showed that multiple times. He's really promising. I would also love to see Voltarius and Dellison for sure. He was really impressive yesterday. Yeah. So
I can see Panda just smiling in cameras right now. So you're hitting all the right notes. But Brozilla, unfortunately, our time is already over once again. I'm sure we're going to check in with you in a little bit. Thank you so much for talking to us. Do you want to shout anyone out before we let you off?
I want to shout out you guys for putting this amazing caster team together and the amazing Rising Legends team for all these happenings really, really beautifully. Like there are no, big delays and stuff like that. That's really impressive. As you know, I also organize myself tournaments, and this is just, the best team what you got there. So shout out to you guys, and shout out to every TFT player who is watching these tournaments, because this is, guys, why these tournaments can happen. And try yourself out in the next TRCs. It's always free entry, and best of luck for everybody. Thank you so much for the invite. I was Brozilla.
Take care. Bye-bye.
Take care. Bye-bye.
Check him out for sure if you want to practice your Hungarian. Thank you so much. We love to see you here on the show. But of course, we do have more that we do want to talk about. Matt, there is some drops happening.
Yes, there absolutely are. We've got exclusive icons. It's finally back. I've been bummed we haven't gotten the Rising Legends icon in a little bit. So just watch 15 minutes on any of the official channels. A co-streamer as well will count. LoL Esports, of course, will always count. And LoL Esports may be the place to go regardless, because you can get those juicy egg drops. And I do want to say one thing, because it's fascinating. So Brozilla mentioned Zillash's game, where he got Tiny Titans and Metabolic Accelerator. He didn't mention the most important part of that game, which was both of those things increase the Tactician move speed. So he was just absolutely rocket zooming around every carousel, just like constant.
He took full advantage of that, yes.
Yeah, so go back to yesterday, go check that VOD and just scrub through the carousels. It's the funniest thing I've ever seen. He just kept baiting people. It was fantastic.
Speaking of speed, we're going to be on our toes because games are about to start in just a little bit. If you do want to watch them in a different language or follow a specific streamer, we got some co-streamers ready for you, Counterfeit.
Yeah, absolutely. Tons of great folks over here. Note as well, on the UK side of things, we've got Stuart Amazing Marzipan joining the field here in this one. It's worth noting that if you are looking for any of the Turkish co-streamers, you can visit them on their YouTube. If you want to get the links to the particular streams, do look out in the score sheet, because they're all listed in there, and you can go directly to their streams from clicking through.
Well, and we do have even more options for you to follow a specific lobby. If the lobby isn't broadcasted by us at the very moment, we're still going to show it in our alternative lobbies. TFT Open 1, 2, and 3 for all the other 3 lobbies to check them out. So we're really making sure you're not missing any of the action. You have the freedom to open up the multi-streams, as many as you'd like, and support all of these amazing people and cheer on your favorite players. We do have our casters ready though, and it is my absolute pleasure to announce to you that it's not going to be Impatches Panda alone, but Chuso is actually going to join him for Game 1 and Game 2, so please give them a warm welcome.
Thank you so much, Makes. Welcome, one and all, to day 2 of the EMEA finals. So much at stake. Only 8 players can make it into this day 3. And Chuso, we're going to have a very, very special day. One caster cursor was not enough. We have now, for the first time ever, an all-Spanish casting team for this Game 7.
Hello, Panda. It's really nice to be here. and hopefully I don't apply that curse of the caster.
We'll balance things out.
I mean, I think I said it before. I'm not a real caster, so maybe it doesn't apply to me. So I can't really curse them. But
Let's hope that's the case, because we do have Sappho in our lobby, and right away we've already started the game. We're onto the portals. Item payout, 3 champions, and Tactician's crown is going to be the options here. We see Skipaeus, of course, trying to be a special snowflake, always on the portal by himself, trying to one-man the rest of the lobby.
yeah, hopefully, yeah, that's the lowest RNG based portal. So that's really good news, I guess.
I love having a player with me on the caster team, because now we're all going to be hoping for low variant stuff. Silver augments, 3 champions portal, no crab raves, no wandering trainers. But before we start, Chuso, I want to really quickly intro you to viewers that maybe don't know you as much. You, of course, have been playing in TFT at a competitive level for quite a few sets now. You've made it to finals as well, EMEA finals, I believe it was last sets. You've had a lot of experience both in GSCs and, of course, the Spanish scene with the TRCs. What do you think this day 2 means to most of these players? What do you think the mindset is coming into this, where there's so much at stake, there's a chance to maybe even make it to Worlds if you make it to tomorrow?
I mean, you really have to relax and take your time to realize you are going to play hopefully not the last day, but maybe the last day of the tourney. And if you are in a really good spot, you just have to keep it consistent and play your best. And yeah, if you are on your lowest, like the guys who are on 20 points, a little bit less or above, you have to really look for those top 1, top 2 angles, and yeah, make it out.
That's especially because we know the cutoff will be around 60 points at the end of this day. 6 games, so it's a normal day of TFT, tournament day of TFT, and you kind of can do the math already. If you're at 20 points, you need 40 points in one day, which is essentially kind of winning the day, because usually the winner is around that 37 to 40 point mark. So it is asking a lot, even for players who are on 26, 27 points, players like Darkhydra, players like Ging, who's in this lobby. They need to have a very, very good day 2 to actually make it into that top 8. They need around 34 points, which is not an easy task at all in a day like this, where it's so stacked every single lobby.
Mm-hmm. Okay, we're seeing the first augments here. So
Wind Terror, Lucky Streak, a cut above. 2 options to get a lot of gold generation here. You've been prepping, of course, with Darkhydra and Sappho throughout the last 2 weeks. You've been kind of in their corner in the boxing ring, making sure they're prepared for this weekend. What is the kind of the key game plan that you think Sappho's coming into this day with, in terms of what comps he's defaulting to, what kind of lines he's open to?
They almost agreed on the same thing, that if you have a really bad spot, you try either to go for a reroll or just pray for the best with Heartsteel. Like, it's like everyone, I think it has come to the same conclusion.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, at least Sappho in this, he has a really good early game with this Olaf Pentakill and Lucky Streak Kale. So he hopefully has a lot of econ and early strength for that level 8 comp.
Of course, the Olaf headliner, one of the most stable headliners alongside Vi in this stage 2. Just so good at either making sure you're win streaking if you're attempting to with a strong board, or at the very least making sure you're killing off quite a few units, and those losses are as small as possible to, again, save as much HP as possible going into stage 3 and into stage 4. Looking at the lobby complexion though, Chuso, let's quickly break down kind of what players are in this lobby, because I think it's very important to see the expectations each of these 8 players might have coming into this stage 2. Even before looking at the results and the points each player has, we're looking at a lobby with 3 very, very big names. Some would say maybe some of the all-stars in EMEA. That's going to be, of course, Enzo, Chinar, and Ging. But all 3 of these players are kind of middle of the pack right now in the standings. So they have to do a lot of work in this day 2 to actually meet expectations and maybe make it to day 3 as the top 8 players.
Yeah, I mean, as you said, there's a lot of players who have a really big comfort, like they have a really good comfort place because they made a lot of points yesterday, and there's a few that need that extra points from the first placements. So yeah, we will see how which risks do they take into that account, like to make it that far, and yeah, like.
Do you think it's too early for players to start already playing for that first race playstyle? Considering that they're, some players like Gang need to make 34 points in this day. Do you think you have to already be playing for that first Wraith, trying to play around Heartsteel to try and win lobbies outright?
The thing with this is that almost from the 2-1 spot, like these kind of players should know when a game is going to be a potential top 1 or not. And it's kind of rough to force yourself to make a top 1 angle from that game. And you have to really take risk, but maybe you don't want to end up the 32 of the tourney. So you might have to take risks, but not that risky, say, in a way.
Talking about taking risks, Travis is a player that needs to have a big comeback in this day 2. Poland overall, both Shurikane and Travis need a big comeback in this day 2 to try and make that day 3. And already we're seeing Rich get richer. We're seeing Heartsteel Cassante. We're seeing an attempt at trying to go for that first Wraith playstyle, trying to lose a lot of HP in the early game in stage 3 as well. And then hopefully mount one of those massive comebacks after that full 4-2 roll down in stage 4.
So
first carousel, Yone, going to be very important to try and slot in Heartsteel if you're missing some of these 3-cost champions like Yone, like Set. Right away, Travis like, yep, that's for me. Thank you very much. This is why it's so important to, if you're going to be losing, try and have first pick in this carousel, because it could be so warping in terms of what your game plan looks like in stage 3.
Yeah, Travis now has 2 out of 3 hairsteel. Just needs that Aphelios or Set to fill in 3 hairsteals. And yeah, probably looking for that Ezreal Set comp in the end.
Is the Cassante not? So I think the Cassante might be Heartsteel headliner. I would assume, or else he probably would not have bought it. So maybe he already has the 3 Heartsteel right now, but could potentially get into 5 Heartsteel if he finds, as you mentioned, Aphelios and Set at the start of that stage 3. Looking at Gobo though, a player who, well, has to mount an almost impossible comeback if he wants to make day 3. He needs 44 points in this day 2. Going to be very, very tough. But yeah, seeing it here, Travis already has
really good
Cassante father and Cassante son in the front line, but Heartsteel online, as we're seeing here. And the items, not so great. A little bit too many chains, I would say here.
Yeah, that's not what you're looking for. But you can deal with it. At least you need some offensive components from either golems or wolves on the next carousel. And you can just grid out components in that sense. Like Bramble is a good slam anyway, so you might have to slam it later or sooner after golems. And yeah, probably looking for that Ezreal, at least Ezreal comp, because you can flex a lot of AD champs there. Yeah, like the typical champs that go with Ezreal or are paired with Ezreal are Kaylin or Zed, right? But you can either play Viego or Akali if you have a really good spot with the rest of the board you just built to the game.
And we even saw from Safo yesterday, you can sometimes skip Ezreal altogether. Didn't find a single Ezreal in one of his Heartsteel games, just went directly to Jhin 1 in his carry and managed to top 3 or top 2 that lobby regardless. But looking at the HP totals, Safo and Enzo, 100 HP, still trying to defend their win streak. We'll see what the matchmaking looks like. Of course, Enzo is still in the possible player pool here for Safo, so if these two players face off against each other, the positioning could be so relevant. Olaf on the side, always trying to get aggro early to make use of his extra DPS as he loses HP, but in the end it will be Safo versus Tardaman. Tardaman also a pretty strong board here.
Yeah, it's going to be a close fight, I think. But that Gale with Ginsus and Lakis and the Gambler's Blade, and that's on fire on that 2-star Olaf Chosen. Like Chosen Olaf is really strong on stage 2 and 3.
Do you think Safo will commit to playing Kill Reroll in this game, considering that it had really good stats yesterday? We saw on day 1, obviously not the biggest sample size, but it had 3.3 average, which is pretty insane for a 2-cost reroll.
I mean, seeing what Enzo is doing, like he's holding Kales and he's grabbing all the Sentinels, which also indicates that he might at least consider playing for either a Kale or a 2-cost. He's holding also Senna.
He's holding all of them. Senna, Seraphine, Kale, just missing Katarina to have the whole package. And again, this makes sense. We saw yesterday Enzo really values holding units on his bench, making sure to keep his options open in case of whatever his natural shops might be in stage 3. He's ready to make the best use out of them.
Yeah. Also, he has the escort quest augment, so he's going to be at least richer than Safo. So he has to take that into account, at least for now. Also, I think we have seen a lot of success of this pentakill comp with more 3-star instead of just going for a Kale 3-star. I think everyone came to that conclusion as well, at least in all the EMEA players. And that more 3, I think, is the big deal. Like, if you get to that thing, it's going to be a really good game.
It really elevates the comp to the next level. Unfortunately for Enzo, sells the Kales to make gold and finds the Kale headliner right after that. So maybe was considering playing Kale, but now maybe could not. Chinar, though, already fully itemized Zed. We're in stage 3-1. He has a Zac, a Zed, and a Viego. What's going on this board?
I mean, he doesn't have a Chosen, but those focus units on his board are looking lit.
You think we saw Chinar was player that was leading a lot into Hearthstone, just AD flex in general? Do you think this is a spot where he might be committing to it, considering he already has, you know, very early amount of forecast that could really help him stabilize in stage 3 especially?
I don't really know what he did here, because he's low amount of gold. He's 20 gold, so maybe he has rolled for a bit, and just after that Zed and Zac decided to stop and commit to that.
Safo still defending his win streak. Enzo unfortunately takes a loss. Prismatic augments for this stage 3 now, so really going to add a lot more momentum into this lobby, a lot more intensity in terms of if you're open forwarding like Travis is, suddenly you might start losing more and more HP. You might have a hard time stabilizing if you don't have the right pickup. But Travis has picked up a very, very interesting augment here, Chuso.
Yeah, that's the use. If you get to that level 10 with final reserves, that's probably a really good angle for top 1.
Have you played Final Reserves in this, not just this patch, but this set? I know it's seemingly much harder to really make the best use of compared to set 9. Have you played it at all? Any tips you can give on terms of what Travis is thinking about now with his game plan?
I mean, I played it once, and I can think that I'm 100% that augment really benefits from having a lot of HP, and having at least a win streak from stage 2, because you have a really big possibility to popping the final reserves on a creep round, like on Raptors, for example. I think that's the ideal timing for it, because you can have like 2 rounds of prep.
Yeah, it buys you so much more time to be able to make the full transition. But for Travis, unfortunately, he does not have that much HP. He's now already down to 43 HP. We've just started the stage 3 here, so we'll see what Travis can do with this combination of very, very greedy augments. Looking to play, again, we mentioned it, the 1st or 8th place stock, considering he needs to make so many points today. He's sitting at 21. He needs 39 points on this day 2.
Yeah, I mean, it's a fair spot for having a really good game. At least if you can make a really good board in a few seconds, because like as you said, it's going to be rough to transition. It's not going to be on a quick round, most likely.
And he has raised the stakes as well, so Travis really indexing into losing all of this stage, lose streaking most of it, and then potentially having one of the biggest spikes we've seen up until now in this EMEA finals. But looking at the board here for Skipaeus, is holding Bard, but looks like he is playing Bard. Has 7 Bards already, a few MFs on the bench as well. Jazz Superfans is not a comp we saw a lot of yesterday. I think the stats overall have reflected it doing pretty poorly in this current meta. Do you agree with that? Do you think it's a comp that can be played?
I think it's kinda niche, but I think it's really playable. I mean, I haven't played it myself that much, but also without Jazz, maybe it's not that good of a comp. Even I mean, if you're lose streaking, it's not going to be that good of a comp, I think.
I think especially with that Jazz Babies, things like March of Progress as well, where you can hit and use a lot of your gold early because of the way the Bard headliner especially works. You want to scale him into the late game and find the headliner as early as possible. So you have to commit a lot of gold on level 6. Same with that Jazz Baby. You want to scale as quickly as possible. So it is a tough augment where if you don't have these 2 augments or tough comp, if you don't have these 2 augments to help you out, I just feel so many games you just whiff and you go dead last.
Yeah, I agree with that. It's a really specific spot unit. Like, you need to have at least an augment that enables you playing this comp, I think.
Items are great though. Has blue buff, has the adaptive helm from Superfan, and has a chance to make a final Rabadons or Jewel Gauntlet as the last item. Both are going to be, I think, acceptable options. For Safo though, still with that lucky streak, still with the Gambler's Blade, and now the Kale game plan here. We talked about maybe this is what he would commit to in that stage 2. It looks like it is going to be the case here.
Yeah, probably sold Olaf this round and looked for a better chosen. Specifically, this Kale might be the best pickup you could have. And yeah, he's committed now.
Committed in a good spot. 54 gold, level 6. Isn't too far away when it comes to rerolling to try and find this kill 3. Travis, of course, we mentioned was holding, or Enzo rather, was holding kills, but pivoted off of that entirely at the start of the stage 3. So he is going to be what looks like fairly uncontested.
I mean, Enzo had a Kale chosen, right? I'm not sure. I'm not really sure if he kept it, but hopefully it's only 3 Kales for Enzo.
And do you think Safo's going to go 7 before and roll on 7 to try and find things like Diego, for example, as well? Or do you think it's fine to just stay on 6 here?
I mean, there's those 2 options, but I think Dalesom and Safo both like to stay on 6 to secure that Chuk of 3-star.
To guarantee the spike and then just hopefully go 7 and find a lucky Diego in a few rolls later on. Looking at the HP totals though, Safo still win streaking 9 wins in a row, 100 HP going into the final fight of this stage 3 up against Skipaeus, who, as spiked, has almost fully itemized the bar, but hasn't quite hit the bar 3 just yet. So it could still be a win for Safo, but it looks like it's going to be a little bit lopsided here. I'm not sure if the kills are doing enough.
Yeah, it doesn't seem so. Skip is fairly strong right now. Has a lot of items from his prismatic augment. And
do you think Safo should have maybe committed a bit more gold to try and hit a few more upgrades, considering he had a massive win streak? But yeah, go 7 in the end. Gonna roll on 7 to try and find kill 3 alongside maybe a Viego. But Skipaeus has hit his spike, level 6, under 30 gold, but has a Bard 3 already secured, and is gonna hopefully find a time to go 7 and fit in this Jazz Misfortune.
I mean, that level from Safo to get the 5th pentakill is fair enough. I mean, it was really fine to level there in his spot, since it was the pentakill. 5 pentakills should be a really big deal and a spike for his comp.
And looking at tournament, I think we know exactly what he's trying to roll for and go for. Has the 8-bit emblem already online. Could be playing, as we saw Daleson play, more of a Caitlyn flex board around the 8-bit emblem, but most likely it will be that Riven reroll, which we saw doing so well yesterday. The stats were insane. He does find the 8-bit Riven, so this could be a 6-8-bit game. Potentially, once again in game 1, we might see a huge cash out, a huge grand prize.
I mean, he's really strong right now. Has a double Riven on board, Viego 2-star. He just needs that Caitlyn, and he might be in a really good spot.
This is, even without finding the Riven 3, I think this is a great spot to be in, because with the Viego 2, you're able to either win streak most of the stage 4 regardless, or at the very least have very small losses. So you're not losing that much HP until you find that Riven 3. When you do, that'll be the next big spike, and once if he can fit in the 6-8-bit especially, he could be a player that is, I think, poised to win the entire lobby.
Yeah, for sure. Like 6-bit, 6-8-bit, it just demonstrated that it's like the most capped comp at the game at the moment.
And Travis, 1 roll, Lucian headliner. That's all you really need. He has to continue rolling here, has to continue assembling a board. Does not have that much gold to work with. Is already level 10 though, has found quite a few legendaries, and we'll see if this will be enough. Down 2 combat augments with the final reserves and the rich get richer. So we'll see if this board with just really the upgrade on the Lucian and the Aphelios is going to be enough to actually win out.
For now, it should work, right? Oh, that Jhin.
Ooh, and you have a blue buff as well. I think is it a sell? Really considering it here. I think
close.
You just don't have that much frontline, right?
Yeah, you have to wait for now.
What do you do with the blue buff though, without having the Ezreal? It's just a little bit awkward. I guess on the Kiana is the best option. Double sniper's focus, i.e. Lucian. Wokage.
At least my game plan for these few rounds would be to keep this Lucian until Raptors, and after that just sell and look for the just Lucian instead. and yeah, get the rest of the comp in.
And you have just so many traits activated as well. So despite the upgrades not really coming through, we do have kind of all the units you kind of want, except maybe I guess you want the Yorick and the Thresh to really get a better front line. And maybe swap out things like the Kiana. Even the Yone as well, you're getting in Heartsteel, yes, but you don't have the Zed to benefit from Crowd Diver here. I guess Kiana's getting it, so it isn't too bad, but Ziggs pair is pretty big as well.
Yeah, it is. I mean, he really needs that Ezreal though. He might need at least a secondary carry for sure. So he has to make up gold now and look for a few units later on. Since this board should be enough, I think, to win out these stakes.
And looking at Chinar, he also raised the stakes playing Heartsteel in this stage 4, so we could see some boards really spiking throughout the stage 4, and Chinar has so much HP to work with. On this side of the board, Enzo, Senna, 3, Hologram. We've seen it with Lulu, but have you played Senna with Hologram at all this set?
I haven't, but I think we checked, like also Safo and me checked the stats on a few units with Hologram, and I think it was quite decent on Seraphine and Lulu, but I can't remember on Senna. Yeah.
Well, I guess we'll find out. Enzo's currently win streaking, so I think it has to be at least decent. Definitely did hit the Senna 3 in time. Has a great Echo frontline with the Stone Plate as well, making sure that units are wrapping around the Echo. Echo can stun them, and then Senna has a lot of concentrated damage onto all the frontline potentially from the opponent. Yorick on the carousel. Not interesting enough for Travis, but Skipaeus does find a spatula. What do you think Skipaeus is going for with the spatula, considering he's playing the Jazz reroll?
I don't really know. I don't know what is going to be the replacement.
KDA spatula, maybe?
Yeah, maybe, but what do you get from that? Since you are playing, yeah, probably he just skips Kai'Sa later on. Oh, he's playing 5 KDA for now.
Yep.
So Safo has already...
You have the chance to upgrade Kai'Sa to a different big shot and just have 3 KDA later on. So we'll see. We'll see what Skipaeus wants to finally decide. He's on 18 HP though, so has to really stay stable throughout the rest of this stage 4. Safo, opposite. Completely 80 HP, has a huge buffer, almost guarantees a top 5 from this position with how much HP he has. Similar story for Enzo.
Yeah, really good news for Safo. He has that really good lead of points by this time. So he just needs to top 5 or above.
And for Travis, very good news as well. Has the Ziggs 2 in the shop. The shop is locked, so another big upgrade coming through. And maybe just buying enough time to continue. Considering you're level 10, you're going to see some great natural shops. You can continue finding upgrades for these 5 costs. And Skipaeus has maybe made a mistake, Chuso. I at least have avoided this Jazz reroll comp as much as I can throughout the last few weeks, because I just think it's not consistent, and Skipaeus may be suffering from this.
Yeah, I don't really know why Skipaeus took a spatula instead of AP or something, AP like any item AP related. Rabadon's is like the most broken item on Bard, at least with those items already. And KD Spat doesn't really give you that much damage at the moment. That's probably the thing you are lacking at the moment.
For this comp as well, something you also really need, I think, is Nico 3 really propels this comp to the next level in terms of how much time you buy for Bard to continue dealing damage. Nico 2, I think, usually does not really cut it when it comes to the stage 4 to stage 5 as well. But looking at Chinar's board, still on that raise the stakes, still has this Zed trying to do as much work as possible, but wants to ideally lose most of these fights still in stage 4.
Yep.
If you can reach 500, that's the big number you want to reach for the massive Heartsteel cash out.
Okay.
A lot of gold. Go right to 9. We're going to see a very, very capped board from Chinar here as well. 108 gold to work with.
Okay, he sells also the headliner since he has already a sack. I'm probably looking for a 4-cost really good one. Unless he gets a 5-cost one.
And Chinar, I love this. Players, you know, they correctly identify, hey, maybe I'm not the most high APM player. I'm going to roll a tiny bit here already. I'm going to make sure that I have enough time to stabilize my gold or my board and roll all this gold. And because you have so much items to slam as well, but we're just going to see the roll down here. Sold a Zac, buys the Zac once again, is going to have the Zac in as a headliner. Has the Ezreal too. Is missing a few items though for this Ezreal.
Yeah. He probably has a G for now. Maybe Gunblade if he opens up. Runan's probably a good item. Runan's Rabadons is not a really bad itemization for him. Let's see what he does. Okay, he reforged.
A lot of tank items. You can't really make a second item here for this Ezreal. Very awkward components. Yeah, it'll have to be Rageblade onto the Lucian instead.
Yeah.
And Skipaeus fighting for his life. The Bard is being targeted by the double snipers focused Lucian. Travis continues his win streak, and Skipaeus, unfortunately, starts off day 2 with a bottom 4 result.
I mean, it was a really rough spot, right? Because blue streaking and committing to bar reroll has to be like not the ideal spot for at least a top 4 angle.
That 2 upgrade for Chinar. And already 2 players eliminated in this game. Number 1, Ging, 8th place, Skipaeus, 7. Skipaeus had quite a few points coming into this day 2. He was top 8 in the standings, so he's going to have a bit more of a cushion. But Ging was around 26 points. He needs a big day 3, and this is not the start that the Turkish player wants.
Yep. Rough start for Ying today. But Safo is pretty healthy. And that's fine for me.
Don't jinx it too early, Chuso, but looking at Tardaman, still no Riven 3. We talked about Tardaman staying relatively healthy thanks to the Viego 2 with the 8-bit emblem. That has been the case. He's still at 39 HP despite missing his key upgrade, but it's about time. I think the time is, the clock is ticking. You have to find this Riven 3 if you want to stay competitive in this stage 5 as soon as possible.
Yeah, probably Tarte is still 2 lives off. So he might be fine if he hits Riven 3 this round. But if not, it's going to be rough for him.
So many players playing for this AD Flex, 5 cost, legendary soup, playstyle. Gobo we saw as well at 14 HP, Chinar at 22, Travis at 1, but with a very strong board thanks to that Rich Get Richer, thanks to the final reserves. He's able to reach an incredible cap, level 10, so many upgraded 5 costs, and this Lucian just tearing up every single board he faces.
This Lucian is insane, like double snipers into IE. It's going to worst every single board at the moment, at least for now, yeah.
Safo thankfully has a lot of HP to work with, so even though this loss is absolutely massive at this point in stage 5, he can still slowly start bleeding out, and we'll see now players that played a riskier 1st or 8th playstyle will start climbing up in the HP standings. Players like Travis or the Grim Reaper in this stage 5. If you face Travis, you know you're going to get a loss because of how strong his board currently is.
Yeah, Tarte is in a really bad spot now. I don't know if he faced Travis already on 5-1. But if he didn't, he's going to probably go in 6, yeah.
Looks like for now, Chinar with the Raise the Stakes cash out and Travis with final reserves are the 2 players that are poised to potentially finish 1st and 2nd, with players like Enzo and Safo, who played a higher tempo reroll game plan, might slowly bleed out into a 3rd or 4th. For Gobo and Tardaman, a lot depends on what they're hitting in these next few fights and who they're facing, especially because both players at this point in stage 5 are on 1 singular life at 14 and 12 HP. Oh.
You have to send
what do you
do?
do? Yeah, you have to.
You have Yasuo
and then
shop as well.
exactly. Yep. That'll be the game plan.
It was very rough because he was playing also down a Tiki. Maybe there was not a really good user, but you're playing down 2 components comparing to the rest of the players.
And Riven has a very tough matchup sometimes against the Senna because of how much damage comes in, and the Echo Stun especially. There's no QSS onto the Riven, but is it going to be a difference maker? It looks like no, the Riven does not care. So much damage with this BT, IE, Giant Slayer combo, and just completely rips through that board.
Yeah, probably Bulk did a really great job that fight. The extra HP from every unit, including Riven, might have won that fight.
Safo, big power spike. Lilia 2 is found in the tail end of the stage 5. Still trying to look for that Mordekaiser 3. 2 copies away. And stuck on 8 for now until he does.
Looking for more 3. Probably putting Morelos on Kale. Now that you have now that you are not playing super fun.
And Jannar took a big loss in the last fight. I imagine he faced Travis, now facing off against Gobo, it looks like. Jin carry with the Gunblade, the blue buff, and the IE on the back left corner. We'll see what this Lucian can do with the Rage Blade. Continues stacking over time. The Zed doing so much as well. The Jin cannot quite buy enough time. It looks like the front line is just not quite there. And it's a big, big win for Jannar. An unfortunate loss for Gobo.
Yep. That Jin was lacking from some friends to deal damage. He couldn't do the job alone.
We've seen kind of that story every single time. Jin is only as good as his front line. If you don't have enough time for Jin to scale into the later stages of the fight and really have all those turns onto the bench, you're not going to have a good time winning anything when it comes to stage 5. And we saw the perfect example there with Gobo's board. Travis continuing this win streak. And Jannar, who I think faced Travis 5-5, is going to have a pretty clear road in terms of matchmaking to start off this stage 6. Oh,
Okay,
one off.
One off.
The next big power spike for Safo here, finding Mordekaiser 3, and then potentially having the clear avenue to try and go level 9, but having to use so much gold here to try and find this last copy. Pretty unfortunate for Safo.
Yeah. It's kind of rough, but you just have to invest all your gold right now and make the best placement you can. You probably won't beat most of the boards by this time. So you're looking for to save HP.
Exactly, because you're bleeding out and you know you aren't really in a spot to contest that first place, that second place. You have to stay as healthy as possible, make sure your losses are small, if they are losses at all in this stage 6, and then hopefully bleed out and finish third behind someone like Jannar and Travis. And Enzo, similar game plan, loss comes in. Enzo now gonna be down to 1 life. Ooh, not just 1 life, it looks like 1 HP as well.
So Tarte died. Wow, these boards look really stacked.
And it's exactly what we predicted. It was Travis and Jannar. They played a risky game plan. It paid off. They managed to hit their big spikes and stabilize, and now they're going to slowly catapult themselves up in the HP standings, while the reroll players did the opposite. They played very high tempo. They spiked much earlier in the game, but because they were able to spike early and save HP and stay so healthy coming to stage 5 and 6, they'll bleed out into a 3rd and a 4th, and this will be, I think, a very predictable game plan for all of this day 2.
Yeah, like as I said in the beginning, since you have a really good spot to reroll, either you have a really bad spot or a really good spot, you take the reroll angle and you might get rewarded for that.
A big matchup here, Lucian versus Lucian, Travis versus Jannar, but Travis just, I think, is too strong for anyone to handle. An unfortunate matchmaking for Jannar, who, despite his strength, despite potentially, I think, being stronger than both Safo and Enzo, the matchmaking decides he's going to go 4th in the end.
Holy, he didn't hit still.
No.
He was 1
Chuso.
off with 60 gold. What?
Can you stop caster cursing our Spanish players, please? Just very disrespectful. Still 3rd place.
I take back my words. I won't say anything.
And Safo is facing Enzo here. So this is actually going to be the decider for who will finish 2nd most likely in this game number 1.
He just faced Enzo and lost by a few units. So it's looking rough. Anyway, 3rd place might be a really good result already.
I love the positioning here, making sure that there isn't a huge clump surrounding the Echo so Senna cannot get that much damage. She has to split her cast and split her damage, but it looks like it's not going to be enough. I think the missing Mordekaiser 3 will probably have this fight go in favor of Enzo. The French player will guarantee his top 2 here, Safo. A respectable 3rd place to start off this day number 2. And Travis, with the final reserves, paying off so much here.
So looked so happy in the end. He knows he's 2nd for sure. Like, he's not getting more than that. So he was just celebrating the 7 points.
The matchmaking really working in favor of Enzo in this stage 6 especially. Could have been a 4th, in the end it's a 2nd. That's 2 extra points that maybe could be the deciding factor of him making day 3 or not. And I think we'd all be happy to see Enzo in day 3, and especially making it to Worlds. He's a player who, at his peak, I think is just one of the most naturally talented players in EMEA.
Yeah, I agree. I totally agree. He's really insane and has the potential to make it to a deep run at Worlds.
Come on, Travis. Style board for Ziggs 3. You can do it. 12 win streak for Travis. I think we know how this fight is going to go. We'll try our best to hype it up, but I think nothing is beating this incredibly capped board from Travis after he was able to get the final reserves and stabilize an early stage 4. So many upgraded legendaries. Double snipers focus Lucian tearing through the board from Enzo. Senna is great, but she's not that good. Big win for Travis, who absolutely needed it. 21 points coming to day 2. He needs 39 points to try and make it to day 3 and finish in the top 8.
Yeah, really good result for Travis. Also for Enzo and Safo as well. They already had a really good spot in terms of points. So, like a mix of good things, right? I think everyone in the top 4 already got what he wanted, like what they wanted.
And for Travis, he's a player that just won the Ultra League of the Polish Championship back-to-back this last Thursday. Came into the day 1 with a lot of momentum, but did not have the best results. So has to really have strong mental and have a big comeback mentality coming into this day 2. We're gonna go to a quick break. Analysts will then break down everything that happened in this game number 1, especially that final reserves choice from Travis to end up winning the lobby outright. So do not go anywhere. You're watching the EMEA Finals.
My name is Double61. I'm from France. I'm 19 and I am TFT player for Kamen Corp. In set 9, the best player, I think it was obviously Wetjungler. I mean, I feel like he was a really good player, but he couldn't show some performance in previous set. But finally in set 9, he did the second at World. So yeah, I think he's a really good player. I hope it will be me. I mean, a third title of EMEA champion would be great, but I don't know. I hope it will be me or maybe my cousin. I don't know. My goals for TFT, I won championship 1 time. It was in set 3. And I think my ultimate goal is to win it again. I mean, I think I can do it with a good preparation. I think that we have the potential in Europe. So yeah, it's the objective. I think LAN are really good ideas. I mean, this is what TFT miss. The Vegas Open was incredible. I played the finals, so yeah, the emotion I had when I was on stage, it was incredible. So yeah, I think that if TFT has to grow, there have to be LAN. So yeah, I think that's really good. Shout out. I mean, I always say it. K-Corp fans are awesome. They know it. I always say it in all interview. I mean, their support is incredible. So thank you guys, and continue to support us. I hope we will not disappoint the fans.
Welcome back to the analyst desk. Of course, we're keeping the tradition going that we established top of show. Mango is joining us. Oh my goodness, she's so cute. You're doing a fantastic job, Matt. Don't even talk. She's the moment. She's everything. But we kind of also need to talk about the game, which means we're going to bring on a graphic, which means you won't be seeing the cat. I'm very sorry ahead of time. I'm sure we can bring her back. But speaking about this game, first of all, I do want to shout out Enzo. He was tweeting yesterday saying how important it is that he gets higher places today, as he's a little bit under where he would have liked to be after day one. Getting those first places so important. Picks up the hologram and then goes for the Senna instead. Really, really cool. I think not something a whole lot of people expect, but it can absolutely work, as we've seen. And then from Travis, who actually has his birthday today, so congratulations.
Aww.
We're seeing a comp that couldn't have his name on there anymore, right? Like picking up the rich get richer, picking up the final reserves, playing to your absolute strengths, greeting it out. That is the Travis playstyle, if I had to name it, and he just absolutely excelled at this one.
I think he exemplified the spirit of where we are in the tournament very well as well, which is that he threw absolutely everything at the wall. And one of the players I think that really suffered for that was Skipaeus. Of course, we can see on the screen there, trying to put together the Jazz board. The Stars Are Born. Now, yesterday we did get to see some players using the Stars Are Born to kind of give themselves early tempo and then move into Heartsteel later on with all of their extra HP in there, banked up for the later game. But in this case, it ended up being a pretty different route Skipaeus was going down.
Yeah, and I think, Panda talked about it a little bit during the cast, where this composition's a little bit shaky sometimes, especially as Chuso pointed out, without the Rabadons for Bard, he's not going to do a whole lot of damage. So I think Skipaeus just kind of suffering from only having 1 3-star throughout the game. But I would say that the tempo of this lobby overall was a little weird. We saw Tardaman go for that 6-8-bit with the Riven 3-star, which we've seen previously on a lot of yesterday's games just absolutely stomped through the lobby, but instead it was stopped cold.
Well, the thing about the Riven that anyone's going to tell you when you talk about it is that you want her to move freely. Now, this Riven was not equipped with a QSS. Sure, you have the augment that kind of counters it, but sometimes it's just not enough. If the CC rains down on her, she's going to stop in her tracks, not move to your backline, not actually have that access, and then you're going to fall flat on your face, very unfortunately there. We will take a look at our standings, though, and hopefully see that nobody has fallen flat on their faces as we look through them. Of course, keep in mind, points stay, so if you're confused why there is a bigger number on the right than the one on the left accumulates to, that's from yesterday. Points just maintained from day one, and we are looking to cut down to a pretty rough cut after today.
One thing I was looking out for here was to see how close it was from 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th with the rest of the table. It looks like we've barely seen any separation being generated as that round. It's still 1 point going down for nearly much that entire list of players on the first page.
I'm really excited to see a couple of names there that have been real stalwarts of the scene. Obviously successful yesterday, they wouldn't be able to get into this top level, but people like Wetjungler, people like Double 61, Darkhydra, who we talked to earlier, just having an absolutely incredible tournament to follow up on some really good performances last set for both Darkhydra and Wetjungler. So I'm excited to see if they can pull it forward 2 sets in a row.
I'm excited as well. I think our casters are about to be ready for the second game. I personally just can send them good luck. Hope we're going to get some exciting games. Maybe something like a crab rave. We'll see if that's an option. Her eyes are tripping me out. Here are your casters, and Patches, Panda, and Chuso.
Thank you so much, Meg. We're moving into game 2 of this day number 2. This game means 5 games left to try and mount massive comebacks or just stay consistent like Safo has already done, who's now already on 41 points. But different lobby for game 2. Any names that jump out to you right away, Chuso?
I mean, really big names in this lobby. Like, every lobby is kind of stacked, to be honest. Like,
it's EMEA finals, Chuso.
Yeah, it's EMEA finals. It's kind of surprising, but I mean, now that myself, I experienced playing against all these players, or at least almost of them, every one of them. I can say that there's a few that you fear a little bit more. And yeah, this one is a rough one.
And we saw Double. He finished 6th in game 1 today. We saw Salby finish 7th. So players that were in a good spot to continue catapulting themselves up in the standings had a bit of a slow start to this day. Number 2, they have to try and mount a big comeback in this game. Number 2, Crabbrave, 3-cost champion. Component anvils are the option. Solo and Volta, well, they want chaos, but they will not get it. Component anvils instead is the option for Salvi. And with this portal, Chuso, any key game plans, any key things to keep in mind when you load into this portal?
Not really that much to take into account. I would say that maybe some rivals as Yasuo really success on these kind of portals where you can get early 3 or not 3 but 2 items, complete items into a chosen Yasuo. So
not just that, but you can choose the components as well, which is going to be so important for something like Yasuo, something like an Annie reroll, for example. Overall, 1-cost rerolls really benefit from having the extra item tempo in this stage 2 from these components. And bad news for the Italian community. Raiko, who did not have a good day 1 at all, I think finished either dead last or very close to it. Finished 8th in game 1, so I would say it's almost impossible to mount a comeback and have chances of making day 3, but if there's anyone that can do it, maybe it's Raiko with his Heartsteel 1st or 8th playstyle, with which he won GSE number 2 a few weeks ago.
I'm personally a really big fan of Raiko. Like back then on set 7, I would watch a lot of his streams because he was really creative on some comps. And yeah, I love him as a person. Like he's really funny, to be honest.
Really expressive as well. I'm definitely looking forward to potentially meeting Raiko at some point in any TFT lands that occur if he's able to make it happen. Has joined the Desire organization this set as well, so really having a lot of success as a streamer and also as a competitor. We'll see if that success translates to anything in this day number 2. Gold Augment to start things off in stage 2, and 3 very good options here for different reasons: Vampirism, Three's Company, and Clear Mind.
Yeah. It comes, I would say that Vampirism is the best one here, probably. You could also argue that Clear Mind or the right one, which I don't remember already, were also fine to take. It was 3 company, maybe 3 companies, not that good.
It will be Clutter Mind in the end, so Raiko going to make sure he has as many units on his bench as possible to make sure he's getting the extra XP. And maybe going to play this Disco game plan. We saw him playing it yesterday. It looked pretty bad, to be honest. The stats are also not good. Yet again, for Disco, has like a 5.5 average. So do you think it's a comp players should try and avoid if they can in day 2?
I mean, at least if you commit to it, it has to be on a really, really good spot from a few upgrades outside of the chosen you take, obviously. Like Nami 2-star, or maybe even some units like Bard or a really good Guardian, such as a Momo, or maybe a Momo Annie kind of opener with Discos. Can work, but I think it doesn't go that far, to be honest. You really need to high roll your opener.
And for Solo Gazam, we were talking about it. Component Anvils is a portal. If you lean towards things like Yasuo reroll, you could be rewarded by having best in slot items for Yasuo early on. And his game plan is all about scaling. 5 Yasuos, going to try and scale Yasuo himself with the extra AD from his ability, but also Spoils of War. So if he's able to hit effortlessly, as Kevin was mentioning yesterday, he could be in a very good spot to become one of the strongest players in this lobby and finally show us that Yasuo can work in this meta.
Like, I'm a really big fan of Yasuo reroll. I think if you have a few items early on, he can stack. He can take a lot of stacks from those items, and he can take over the lobby really easily because he's going to stomp every matchup from that lead early on, and you can cap out with Kiana and a few forecasts.
Mm-hmm. Very strong start for Salvi as well with the IE and the red buff onto this quirky headliner. But for Rubik, low interest rates as his first augment. This is an augment that I see very, very little. Do you have any experience playing it in this set? Do you have any ideas around when to choose an augment like this one?
To be honest, I haven't played this Omen.
Okay, so we're the same then. Okay,
Yeah, I haven't
same.
played it because I'm not really a fan of not taking any interest intervals.
Mm-hmm.
And it's kind of weird since you can make interest, right, until 20 gold.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know. It's really weird to me.
I wonder what options Rubik had to end up deciding to play this. Is an augment that I see, I mean, very, very little when it comes to ladder games and high challenger or high GM and even in tournaments as well. So I'm very curious what options Rubik has, and maybe if he feels like he's already starting this game too with a bit of a disadvantage, having a less than stellar augment choice.
Also, stats don't show that it's going to be the best option. So yeah, I agree with you. I would love to see what has the game offered.
Looking at the HP totals, only 2 players are still defending the 100 HP win streak. 3 win streak now for Raiko and for Zeul. Nak. Spatula on the carousel, and Sologasang says, yes, thank you very much. I'm scaling with Yasuo, I'm scaling with Spoils of War. I'm going to try and scale into a 6 true damage comp in stage 4 with an extra spatula here as well, which could go on Caitlyn. I've seen it on Ahri as well, and maybe even Lucian. Do you think those are the 3 best holders for the true damage spat?
Yeah, it's probably about Lucian might be the best one for sure.
Mm-hmm.
Also, Zed is a really good one. Diego is a really good one as well. I would say like Lucian and Zed are the best ones, in my opinion.
Still only 5 Yasuos for Sologosang. No Enzo here to hold the Yasuos like we saw with Dalisom yesterday. But we'll see. Again, a player like Sologosang, incredibly skilled, but playing 1-cost rerolls, you're at the mercy of hitting these natural copies in stage 2 and the start of stage 3. So he could be in big trouble if something like what happened to Dalisom happens to him in this game.
Yeah, it's kind of a gamble, right? You have to take the spot and pray for the best because it's the best chance you have to make a really good placement. Like, for sure it's going to be the right play, but the game has to decide if you are going to place above the top 4 or just get stuck with 5 Yasuos, whatever. Yeah.
And for Raiko here, gonna lose his win streak, facing off against a very, very strong Lilia with diamond hands, unable to really chip any of the damage, but maybe gets rewarded with a very early Zac in the shop here.
Also didn't make interest last round, so he's going to be kind of poor, even if he took an Nikon augment.
And no Gragas, unfortunately. I think it would have been a great fit to have the Gragas and the Zac here for this last fight in stage 2, but not gonna be the case just yet.
You have to hold it anyway, right?
I would assume so, but maybe he's thinking differently here. He knows that it's going to be very expensive because you're already losing so much econ with Cluttered Mind, and holding a 4-cost is going to be difficult if you just lost this last fight as well. So we'll see what he goes for. Diga Sparta here, the Portuguese player, is on trade sector. He's sitting on a mishmash of a ton of different units. Is this looking like a kill game to you?
I'm not really sure. It's kind of easy because he's holding a bunch of units. Since he's holding super fans, might angle between the 2 costs, right?
Seraphim already.
Okay, it's not going to be Seraphim for sure. So probably it's going to be Kayle or Senna. I would choose Senna if it's not contested.
We did see Diga Sparta doing his best Enzo cosplay, holding onto a few Yasuos. Going to make it a bit harder for Sologosang to hit. We'll have to go to Sologosang's board after this PV round to see what his roll down looks like at level 4. The last chance to do so, try and find that Yasuo 3.
Yeah, like I would love to see how is he planning to play this. Is he going to hard roll and look for the Yasuo 3-star? Is he going to slow roll and just chill this round? Or
do you think there's any chance he pivots off of the Yasuo game plan? If he's still on 5 copies?
It's going to be kind of rough because he committed really specific Yasuo items, in my opinion.
And the spatula as well.
Yeah.
All right, 1 copy's found. 3 still left to go. Do we see a roll down here? Yes, we do. Gonna have to hope that no one's holding Yasuos. Will he be punished like Dalisom was yesterday? It looks like it's not the case just yet. 7 Yasuos already, but down to 30 gold. Still needs 2 copies.
It's looking rough for now.
No sword as well.
He might have to stop.
Didn't find a sword in this PvE round. Can't slam the true damage spatula. I think this is very smart. Gonna hold the spatula onto the cannon, knowing he can pop it off when he makes a true damage emblem, and still has cannon getting his true damage bonus for this stage 3.
I mean, it's really rough in terms of items, and yeah, rolldown hasn't been the best as well. You don't really have a really good option out of those 3 components to get a full completed item that's really good on Yasuo.
And it's even worse knowing that you have to go for BF Sword to make true damage emblem in the next carousel, which means that you're going to have these 3 components open for even longer. So it's just really awkward. Maybe if he gets a component augment now at 3-2, that could be the saving grace here for Solo Gasang. Prismatic, once again, Endless Hordes, going to be immediately rerolled. We got the option for new recruits, Lucky Gloves, and Final Ascension.
I would say that none of these are good for him. Like, getting Prismatic is rough. Okay, right one, it's kinda...
Gets the BF Sword, could be interesting.
Also the left one is really good as well. Okay.
Gonna go for the BF Sword. Yeah, I think this makes sense. Gets the immediate true damage emblem right away. Doesn't have to worry about... Again, he fixes item a little bit where he can now have more options open for the next item carousel, and has these items that can potentially go on something like a Caitlyn in stage 4.
Yeah, like you always want AD items since you want to play Akali and Caitlyn, as you said. So it's a really good element to take since it gives you the immediate true damage spat and the IE for Yasuo once you get rid of the super fans, since you have HOTS on him.
Looking at the rest of the lobby, Salvi has hit one of the highest cap prismatic augments in the game with a binary airdrop, and he is sitting on Heartsteel, so this could very easily be a player that becomes incredibly strong in stages 4 and 5 and could run away with the entire lobby, as we saw Travis and Chinar doing in game 1.
Yeah, binary is an augment that if you have the 2 key augments for at least for your carries, like two key items, my bad. You can...
Do we see a raise the stakes here? Salvi's maybe scouting, thinking about the options. I don't think there's anyone else playing Heartsteel, but there are a few fairly weak players like Solo Gasang, who is on that Yasuo and is trying to slow roll and staying level 5 for now.
I mean, he's in that limbo, like he's healthy, but he's not at the same time.
He's also not making use of the binary right now onto the Corki because he already slammed the 3 items before he picked up the augment. So for now, not making really any use at all of this prismatic augment. So down an augment, I think it makes sense to lean into the lose streak because of it and go for the raise the stakes.
Yeah, he should lose every round, probably. He's down 1 prismatic augment, as you said. Okay, this is kind of close. Oh no.
Oh no, Yasuo, what are you doing? Salvi hands up into the air. He cannot believe. And I mentioned it, there was one risky player in this lobby if you were to raise the stakes, and that is the Yasuo player because Solo was so weak not having found the Yasuo 3 upgrade.
I just realized I just caster cursed Salvi.
He's not Spanish, so I'll allow that. Maybe Makes is not so happy about it though in the green room, I'm sure. Look at the carousel though, Ahri potentially an option here. Of course, someone like Double would love to find his Ahri. He is playing that Seraphine reroll. Unfortunately, Solo will yoink it before that's an option.
Yeah, like Glove is a really good item on true damage units overall, so good pickup. Also to deny.
And Raiko looks like he's not going to be playing for Disco, considering that there was a TF on the carousel, and he decided not to go for it.
Yeah, probably. Maybe he didn't like the component. I don't really know why didn't he pick up that TF though.
Picked up a Riven. Could this be Raiko pivoting? I mean, he has a Shojin and a Morello slammed, so I don't see him playing Riven at all. Very curious to see what he's going to end up doing, but looking at Volta's board, also now leaning into the Heartsteel, has the Patient Study, and has a very early Zed as well.
Yeah, second Zed at the same time. Really good combo to get on stage 3. Was it Sinner who got it last game? Yeah, I think so.
Looking at Double's board, the Ahri waiting room, the Annie just holding the perfect Ahri items. And this is the power of Caretaker's Chosen plus the Buried Treasures. Already 2 fully itemized carries. Once he hits that Ahri, it's going to be a very, very strong board.
Yeah. Once he gets the the whole board running, all the units, 2-star and 3-star, is going to be really tough to beat. So really good Omen choice for Volta here. Jewel is like one of the most insane Omens in the game.
Solo gonna be happy that he's found finally. The Yasuo 3 didn't take quite as long as Dalesom. Thankfully for the German player, has also found the Ahri, which I think is the third best emblem carrier for this true damage emblem. So gonna be very effective. Even with just Deathblade and IE, I think it doesn't matter too much. You know she does damage, and she's able to at the very least kill off quite a few units and help Yasuo chew through the front line a little bit quicker.
Yeah, since he has also a remover, it's going to be at least the best board for now. And later on, he might... yeah, go on.
Transfer the items to Akali potentially, and then maybe itemize the Ahri with ideally flexible items that he can then move on to something like a Lucian later on. So we'll see what that looks like for Solo. For now, still stuck on level 5 though, so he's going to be a little bit behind on the tempo and on the HP. 47 HP for Solo, 51 for Volta, 54 for Salvi. Not surprising for those two players considering they are playing Heartsteel throughout most of this stage 3 and 4, but a pretty big gap in HP, especially with Zoul, who's at 93 HP still.
Yeah, Soul is really, really healthy right now. And his board, like, makes sense to that achievement.
What do you think Zoul's going to be playing for with these item slams and the current just tempo game plan right now on this current board with Kaisa as an item holder?
Like, he has a lot of units and also the items for Ahri. He's slamming Gunblade, so Blue Gunblade is going to be on the Ahri.
Quite a few players go looking for Ahri, and Double's already found 2 of them. We saw Solo had 1 Ahri as well. Players are really trying to spike, and Volta has hit the Ezreal headliner. 5 Heartsteals online, still 51 HP to work with.
Really good spot for Volta here. He has
Early
everything
Zed.
he needs.
Yeah. A very clean and easy transition, which I think for a player like Volta is a good thing.
So as you said, Seoul is going to have a hard time finding those Ahris, since Double already rolled 2. Maybe he even got it 2-star, I haven't realized. And Solo is holding 1 already.
Do you think it's a spot where Volta can just try and go 9 at this point, especially with Patient Study? Or do you think he has to continue rolling at 8 to try and find a few more frontline upgrades?
I think it depends on this augment, to be honest.
Little Buddy's not the best option with Heartsteel. It's a little bit too awkward. Inspiring Epitaph. Yeah. Oh, he's going to go for Little Buddies. Is it surprising to you?
Yeah, it kind of is, because you're not running or willing to run many low-cost units.
Mostly just Bard, maybe Aphelios, and maybe 1 more, but ideally you want to have maybe 4 units to make the best use of it. And Double, perfect upgrade there, finds the RA2 and finds another RA from the Orb as well.
Yeah. Also the Gaspartes, wow. That more 3 on 6 is really insane.
His level 6 though is 10 gold, so economy not quite there, but as you mentioned, a super early upgrade onto the Mordekaiser.
So as I mentioned before, I think the more the 3-star early on being chosen, it's the real use. Like if you can get a few stacks and really good items on him, he's really tanky and annoying to deal with.
This is the highest cap for kill reroll. It's actually not having kill as your headliner. It's having Mordekaiser as your headliner because he scales into the late game with his ability, especially if you get him early on, and then just finding Kayle naturally, ideally, and having the duo of Mordekaiser and Kayle being your carries.
Yeah. The effect of the Morde headliner is really like it's better overall than the Kayle one.
Just reaches a higher cap overall.
Yeah. Yeah.
And Mordekaiser, surprisingly amount of damage that he's able to do once he's scaling that AP throughout all of these fights. For Rubik, level 7, 10 gold, sitting on 7. Lulu's picked up Raise a Tempo. But yeah, gonna go for the Lulu 3 here with the duplicators.
Really good board at the moment. He might not have the best in slot items for Lulu at the moment, but he might find them. Like he might find them later on.
It's missing the Ahri though, and maybe it's understandable considering how many players are trying to go for Ahri in their game plans as well.
Yeah. Also, I think the Lesson and Safo also agreed on these items on most of the units that you get to 3-star. It's kind of irrelevant in a way. Like, at least you want one good item on the unit, but the big deal, like the important factor, is that you get to that 3-star in a decent timing.
Solo finds the Kiana, which should be that 6 true damage spike, and he really needs it. 21 HP. We thought he would finally show us how it's done when it comes to Yasuo reroll, but it's not working out right now for the German player. We'll see if he can bounce back in the next few fights in this stage 4. Looking at the Heartsteel players, Volta has stabilized, has not lost a single fight yet after he found the Ezreal headliner. Salvi, though, 33 HP. Has Binary, though, in theory, can maybe become the strongest player in this lobby if he's able to fully stabilize this board.
He's okay. He's slamming this and this. Okay. He has a really good board at the moment, to be honest. Okay, he rolls up a little bit more. Yeah,
No Zed
he's
in this
lacking
case.
some front.
Yeah, lacking some front line and having the Caitlyn as the secondary DPS unit instead of the Zed in this case. We'll see what the Ezreal can do here. If he has some great positioning, especially the items, what they end up rolling will be Giant Slayer for the Ezreal, so pretty good option here. And targeting the Zed right away, if he's able to get the kill, would be big, and he does get it. So a big win up against Raiko, who is now also on a Heartsteel game plan, it looks like.
So many Heartsteel angles this game.
And Raiko, we featured him on the Don't Talk If You Don't Know EMEA podcast earlier this week, and he was, trying to convince me he's not going to play Heartsteel every game. I'm not sure if I'm convinced. Every time I see him, he's continuing to play Heartsteel like a maniac.
I mean, sometimes you just have to deal with what the game is giving you. So maybe
I do not believe that the game is giving him Heartsteel in 95% of his games from GSC2 into the EMEA finals.
Well, you never know for sure.
All right, let's give him the benefit of the doubt. Doesn't pick up the orb in time. Oh no, not good news for Raiko here. It looks like it's going to be Zulanak's board, who has been able to finally pivot off of those early game carries into the Ziggs and onto the Ahri.
But as we said before, he's only one Ahri and 0 gold. It's going to be rough for him, at least to place a better placement at 4.
Poppy upgrade, trying to go 9. So we're understanding now maybe why he's had a 9 loss streak up until this point. 15 HP should and could potentially be 2 lives still in stage 4. I think that's really the hope for Raiko, who is playing all or nothing. He's going to try and sack one more round at 15 HP to then make it to level 9 in stage 5.
So is there a way where Raiko... I think if he has a really good roll on level 9, he might be able to come back from this. He needs a few Lucians and
Poppy 3? Time?
Poppy 3 angle. I don't
a lot of
think
golds. You'd have to scout and see if the other Heartsteel players do have Poppy or not. He's considering maybe for a bit too long. He's losing a lot of time here. Oh.
Was it Poppy 3?
Getting the 6, the 4 crowd ever in. Interesting.
Okay, for now at least it should be good enough.
He is healing with a wellness trust, so he's now at 17 HP. That should be 1 life here, or 2 lives rather. So he has at least that going for him, but facing off against Giga Sparta, who is one of the healthiest players in the lobby, thanks to that Mordekaiser 3, has still not found kill 3 though. We're in stage 5, Chuso.
Yeah, I mean, I think you can even win rounds with this scale. Like Kale 3, Kale 2 is not that big of a difference, I think. So. And yeah, it kind of shows. Like he beat Raiko in a...
Uh-oh.
Okay. That's
Olgasang not able to make the Yasuo reroll work. It seems like every game we see this comp played on stream, it just is not doing well.
I promise it's better than that it shows, but...
Oh, I agree. I mean, especially in China, they've been playing a lot in their regionals, has great stats. It just seems like it's just not working out in Europe.
Yeah, it's kinda cursed for the EMEA players. But anyway, even if Diga Sparta is not having the Kale 3-star at the moment, he has a really weak, strong board with those items
Right.
more than the TG Radiant.
Raiko facing off against Rubik, facing off against a Lulu reroll. Is this going to be strong enough to stay alive? Raiko dead last in day 1, 8th place in game number 1 of this, day number 2. And he has to try and mount a big comeback, maybe. At 3 HP though, one player that he faces like Double 61 who is still streaking, he can be in big trouble.
Yeah, lobby is closing, is getting closed. Everyone
Big
is getting
upgrade
to
for
lobby.
Volta.
Yeah.
He did go 9 in the end with Patient Study.
Oh, that's
Ooh,
huge.
Such a big upgrade. Considering he had no frontline upgrades whatsoever except for that set that just came through, this has been a big round for Volta.
It should be enough for now. I'm not really sure if he beats anyone.
And Raiko's in his pool, so if Raiko faces Volta now after these massive upgrades, he could be in trouble. But no, it will be, once again, Rubik facing off against a Heartsteel player. We'll see if this Lulu can do it yet again.
Okay, it should be a win. Okay. He's safe for now.
And Rubik is in trouble. He was strong in stage 4, but now these Heartsteel players have all spiked, and he's starting to lose every single fight in this stage 5. Could be a bot 4 in the end for the Turkish player.
Oh, wait, hold on.
Hyperpop,
That's
Ilaoi.
Hyperpop.
Holy. Volta just hit the Ilaoi too, so maybe not considering it as much. Maybe he wants to find another tank item for the Ilaoi instead.
Also, Lucian pair.
And oh,
Yeah,
Rubik
it's
hits
a mix
Hyperpop
of
though.
those.
Gonna be big for Lulu.
Yep.
Double finds. Spellweaver Emblem. Could this be 7 Spellweaver? With the setup they had. Big cash out for Volta, continuing to get this board and make it stronger and stronger. Can slam Bramble onto the Ilaoi, can slam Redemption potentially as well. Something like the set.
Hyperbot should make a really big difference.
Is it strong enough though, considering how strong these boards look when it comes to the Heartsteel players? Salvi's near pool as well. Salvi has binary airdrop, which is an augment that scales in a crazy way coming to the late game where you have so many different items. He's facing against Zulana, who has the Akali, has the Ahri set up with Blitz in the front line, Cybernetic, uplink as well, the prismatic variant. So much extra mana for the Lulu, for the Ziggs, for the Ahri.
Getting close though.
Gonna be a close fight here. The Echo's trying to hang on for dear life. The Titan's actually working really well to scale the HP, but I think it's just only down to the Lulu at 12 HP. This is the last life that Rubik has. It's an unfortunate bottom 4 position for the Turkish player who's sitting on 31 points. Needs to mount still a big comeback in the next 4 games of this day 2.
Not good news for Turkish fans at the moment. Also, Ying, I think, went bottom last game.
Yeah,
Now
finished
Rubik.
8th in game 1. Rubik as well. Finishing 6th here. Not a good result if you want to try and finish in the top 8 once this day 2 concludes. Finally, Kale 3 was found for Diga Sparta, but we just saw there Lucian 2 found for Volta. He's becoming stronger and stronger as this stage 5 progresses. It will be Double 61 up against Diga Sparta. The reroll players, the only 2 reroll players left alongside, just these 2 left in this stage 5. Seraphine versus Kale, the Mordekaiser 3 is being targeted down by the Ahri, but look how long he survived for how much time he's buying for this Kale to stack the Rage Blade, but it's just not enough.
Yeah, at the moment, the doubles comp is really insane. Level 9, 7 KDA, fully upgraded board, tons of items.
Diga just stuck on level 7 for so long because of the Kale. not able to find the kill 3 earlier means that he's going to bleed out. I think he's similar to Rubik, going to end up bottom 4, considering that he hit a high spike in stage 4, but then has been bleeding all of this stage 5, really.
Yeah, I think Prismatic Aument made a high tempo lobby from this game. I think it's not the best Aument you could have got for the Diga Sparta spot. Even in mid game, it should it might have made a difference, but now it's not good enough to keep up with the rest of the comps.
Finds the Viego now as well. Going to be playing a very interesting 5 KDA, 5 Pentacle board here. Finds the Karthus 2. Could be a big upgrade if he finds one more item for this Karthus. That could be the Jewel Gauntlet potentially.
Yeah, probably. Not a really good selection here.
The matchmaking here, though, he's playing against Zulana, who's a very strong player with the dual carry setup with the Akali and the Ahri. And the Akali going to jump right onto the Karthus as the fight starts off. The Kayle with a Gunblade should be able to out-heal most of the damage coming in from the Akali here. We're going to see that be the case. The Rage Blade slowly stacking over time, but the front line is melting. The Kayle is melting. The Kayle is dead. Or not quite, actually. She's staying alive for just a little bit longer. Can the Akali actually clutch up? Ziggs versus Akali, the dummy doing his best. The damage comes in from the Ziggs, but it's not enough to kill the Akali, and the Akali should be able to win this. Such a close fight, but Diga Sparta stays alive for at least one more round, and Salve down to 2 HP.
Oof. It's getting really close.
Salve getting so much extra value from the binary airdrop here, thanks to the Hardsteel cash outs and the Spoils of War.
He has a really strong board right now. Once he gets those upgrades, it could be a really good or a consistent top 2 in my opinion.
Positioning so important here. The Thresh will be on the same side as the Karthus and the Kayle, so going to be really good at trying to stun these units and stop them from dealing too much damage at the start of this fight. The Ezreal still alive, although the Kali is onto him now, but the Ezreal clutches up and just barely survives, but the Karthus cleans up. It's just too late though. Looks like the rest of the board is dead. It's only the Mordekaiser and the Karthus left alive. There should be an easy cleanup here. Maybe not. Karthus is doing Karthus things. It's going to be a frontline battle in the very end, but Salve should just barely win this with a Zac bounce.
Really close fight for Salve. So Diga Sparta lost by 3 or 4 units as well.
And very similar to the last game. Both Heartsteel players, they spike, they stabilize, they finish in the top 4. And then both high tempo players, Double 61 and Zulana. Double is not playing Seraphine reroll. He played more for the tempo variants with Ahri, and Zulana the same exact thing, playing with the Ahri Akali duo carry.
Yeah, we have the same comps, like 2 identical comps in the top 4. 2 Ahri gameplays and 2 Heartsteel gameplays as well.
See the positioning here. Full AP Akali. Gonna try and kill off some of these backline carries as quickly as possible, but onto the MF for now. Not the most valuable targets. The Lucian still untouched, the Ezreal still untouched, and the Ahri is doing her best, but not able to really do enough with the Thresh Suns coming in. Ahri's gonna be taken down very soon, but Ezreal's pretty low health as well. It's gonna be a very close finish. Ezreal can't do it, Bard can't do it. Loss for Salve, finishes 4th, Volta finishes 3rd. Both Heartsteel players are out.
Wow. I wasn't expecting this fight to be a loss for Salve. Also, like Double and Volta faced each other, and Volta also lost. And Volta had a really strong Heartsteel board. But Double also has a really strong board. And if you realize, he's having Seraphine chosen still.
I love this from Double as well. He, didn't have a lot of natural Seraphine copies. He found those natural Ahris and just decided to play tempo instead and give up on the Seraphine reroll while still keeping the headliner. So it's an interesting. I think a lot of players wouldn't go for this. They would just try and brute force finding Seraphine 3 instead. So heads up play from Double here in this game.
Yeah, this is one of the comps where you can opt to play this way, because you kind of need this Ahri or even the Akali as well doing some work, even if you have the Seraphine 3-star, because else you won't make it through the top 4. or top 5 position. So
And the Rage
once
Blade
you-
on the Sona could be the deciding factor for this fight, ramping up the attack speed on both the Seraphine and the Ahri. A close fight, the same carries on both sides, but Double is just looking so much stronger. So many extra items from the buried treasures. Is there anything Juso Zeul can do?
I don't think so. Also, I think uplink is not the best omen for an Ahri comp. I think Ahri doesn't benefit that much from the uplink augment. And like, it's not that Double has that, like, he has a ton, he has really, an insane amount of items, but he also has BIS on every champion. Like,
Exactly.
It's
we saw
not
very
random
early on.
items on the units.
There was the Annie holding the items for Ahri, and we knew what was coming. And now we're seeing the full effect of having all of these different damage dealers in the back. Ahri, Seraphine, even the Sona with a Rage Blade that was just recently picked up in the Stage 6 carousel. And yeah, it is not looking close. This is just him, but better essentially. Similar combo, Double just that much further ahead.
Oh. This fight.
Seraphine cast comes through. Oh, all of a sudden, the Ahri's left alive. But it won't be a kill here. Double at 23 HP. Should survive this hit. And we will have at least one more Stage 7 round coming through.
Hey.
What changed? What do you think changes? Because it was so lopsided in the last fight, and then here, all of a sudden, big win for Zeul.
I can't remember what was the TG on Akali, but maybe it was kind of the difference maker, right?
Mm-hmm.
I'm
It's
not
the only
sure.
really RNG aspect of these fights loading in.
Yeah.
This could be a third item for Sona. Could be pretty relevant here.
Yeah. Also, Solonak is one off from 6-2.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe he hits that. It's a consistent win for him. If Double doesn't upgrade
Probably
that
2
much.
for Double. That's big as well.
Yeah, that's really big.
And looks like there's no upgrade yet for Zeul. Cannot find the Ziggs 2. Finds Shift potentially for this Sona.
Yeah, it should be good enough. Good
That's
stats
gonna be
for
the
Sona.
case.
He switches to attack speed 1.
Mhm.
I kind of
think it
agree.
makes sense. Yeah.
Both comps want to make a lot of time, and I think attack speed Sona benefits from that.
The battle for first here, Double 61 up against Zeul. Very similar comps. Ahri, the star of the show on both sides of the board. The Akali, maybe the difference maker. Especially the TG here. Blue buff, guard breaker. Good options here, but looks like it's not going to be enough. Once again, Double is just too strong. Too many items, too many BIS carries, and Double plays, I think, a great game of TFT. Does not fall for the bait of trying to brute force a Seraphine 3. Instead says, hey, I'm going to play tempo instead. I don't find the natural copies. I'll play around Ahri, and I'll continue capping on my board with more and more units. In the end, that Sona was the last piece of the puzzle with the Rage Blade with the Shiv that really helped his comp come online. And a big, big win for Double, who's just ever so close now to that 60-point breakthrough. At this point, with 4 games left, Jusel, almost a guarantee to make day 3.
Yeah, like he's really close right now to that 60 or even 61 cutoff for the top 8. So really good news for Double.
And really big news for, I think, any EMEA. We want to have our best players going to Worlds, trying to do their best for EMEA, and Double, of course, is definitely one of those best players. But we're going to see what the analyst has to say about Double's game. They'll break it down, and then we'll go finally into that game 3. Go anywhere.
My name is Tang Yuan. I'm 19 years old. In-game name is Wetjungler, and I'm from Germany. I don't really like the Jaws mechanic because with the Jaws mechanic the champion pool decreased, and it's really hard to play like a contested reroll, for example, or even forecast mana right now. It's really hard if you have like 0 economy and then you have to roll down with the others. I think I can achieve good in this set because right now I'm like on the top of the ladder as well right now. And I think I have good chances to be in the Rising Legends final again and maybe even get to Worlds if the patch is good for me. if it's fit for me. TFT is always growing with every set and making like LANs for the other players. It's really good. So we can meet each other personally, and I think LAN events are always good for the esports or for the game as well. And I mean, with LANs, there are just like more people trying to compete, and new players will recognize it and try to play it as well. I think there are many good players, but if I would name one person, I think it's Double, because he's always so consistent. He's always on top of the ladder, and yeah, I would like to shout out to my family for supporting me, and also for the German community since I started with streaming, and they're just always in my chat and cheering up. Yeah.
Welcome back to the analyst desk, and I personally, I was really happy to see Seolenak just run it back after giving us 10 KDA yesterday. Today, just, going with what's familiar, the Ahri, definitely something I can personally get behind Niberia, but he wasn't the only one.
Let's just back up for a second, all right? This is gonna.
You're like, nah.
So. You come into this game, you've got a couple of people who are looking good. You've got two people who are looking on Seraphine reroll. You've got one person looking at Yasuo. Maybe things are going to be okay. And then you hit the mid game, and you have 4 players contesting Ahri. Because you have Solo Gasang, Forest True Damage composition, Double, Rubik, and Zeolunash. Do you want to know what the top 2 compositions were made around? Ahri. So somehow, throughout all of this 4-way contest, the top 2 compositions make it out alive with their Ahri 2s. It's just such a bizarre game.
Yeah, it was honestly a fascinating game to see, and I do wonder if it's maybe a sign of things to come. Certainly, as we come towards the tail end of day 2, I imagine our players will be pushing things forward in the directions they're finding success in. But I do want to highlight Zologasang, of course, trying to bring out the Yasuo board. I do wonder if maybe the Yasuo is so respected in terms of its potential power that we are just seeing it being actively griefed by at least one player every time we're seeing it on stream.
I feel like in this particular case, I also wasn't a fan of the roll down, or actually of just deciding to go that way. Zologasang only having one Yasuo 2 on board rolls down a lot of gold in a fashion that I think shouldn't have happened, and from there on out it's just you're hurting. If you want to run the 1-cost rerolls, you need to find them naturally, and even if you have 7 or 6 like other players have had in the past, it doesn't mean you'll get the 3-star online, which unfortunately is something our players are running into again and again for reasons that are quite sad. But we do want to take a look at our standings and see how they're shaking out, because I personally I'm getting a little bit excited as we are nearing the halftime checkpoint of the day. quick reminder, the cutoff that we're expecting is around the 60-point mark. And so anybody that's very low in the standings is going to play or need to play very aggressively.
Oh boy, looking up at the top here. Good to see our friend Zaffo from last time round had the strong finish. Of course, talked to him a little bit at the end of the day. Still doing well, but we're seeing the French flags emerging en masse towards the top of the table, Matt.
Yeah, but we see Zeol after that incredible second game here, starting to make his way back. And this is a player that we've seen make some incredible runs, especially even when he first came on the scene, just kind of blasting through right out of the gate. Was a really impressive player. And I'm excited to see how the rest of the day goes, especially after the turnaround yesterday with that 10 KDA board to save his skin.
We'll see how that is going to shake out, if maybe we get a little bit more craziness now that players are needing to find those higher stake options. I personally wouldn't mind, but we are going to go into a quick break and then we'll be back with yet another special guest, so don't go anywhere. Welcome back to the show. My name is Still Makes, and I'm here with Patches Panda, joined by Leftoverture, one of the Polish casters. But of course, you also dabble in the game quite a lot. How are you doing today?
Oh, I'm doing great. Super happy to be here and really excited to cast with you guys.
And left for this tournament, we have two Polish players. We saw Travis in game one. He had a great final reserves play. We have Shurkane in this lobby with these two representatives coming into EMEA finals. Before, obviously, we saw these different games that have happened already. What were your kind of expectations with these two players?
Of course, I was expecting a lot from Travis since he won the Ultra Liga as well, and he's been doing really quite well this whole set. But of course, Shurkane, well, he can never be counted out. He's been showing really good form. Basically, ever since set 5, he's always been there in those upper echelons. So those players really have a lot to show. And, well, even if Travis has been struggling a little bit today, I hope that Shurkane can make it into that final 8, and we will be able to see him in day 3.
As we are getting our portal here, I'm just talking until we actually see what it is. The training dummy, Skipaeus one-manning the entire lobby. Shurkane, actually, you know, we make our players post a screenshot after the game to just make sure that all the data aligns and that we have everything to give you those beautiful stat sheets that you know. And yesterday, Shurkane, I think in the first or second game, forgot to post his because it's usually the winner that needs to do it. And he was like, oh, I forgot. It's been a long time since I won a game. And I had a giggle over it, but he's been stomping it out. He's been doing so well all throughout yesterday and yet again in this game, getting a second place. I've been really impressed, to be honest with you.
And for Shurkane, he went, I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, left dead last in the Ultra Liga on Thursday. Came into day one yesterday, started off, I think, with very few points in the first 2 games and then had a massive comeback. So really goes to show, I think, his mental stability and his kind of confidence as a competitor to bounce back from these maybe low roll moments and then still have a fighting chance with 4 games left today.
Indeed, this is something that you see from those really seasoned players. They know that it's just variance, and even if like one day they don't do really well, they know that overall, over a couple days, over plenty of games, they are going to win enough eventually to have a good placement.
Absolutely right. Now from Rubik, in the previous game, we saw a very interesting augment choice. I'm personally curious if there's more where that came from, if we can maybe see some crazy stuff once the augments actually roll around here for him as well. But just to give you a picture of the overall lobby standings, the only player in this lobby that is unfortunately out of contention to make it to the top 8 cutoff is Canvas. Not going to be able to repeat his success from former sets, but everybody else is still playing to get those high finishes. We're going to start off with Prismatics.
A big, impactful start. Big decision to be made here for all of our players. And maybe Rubik going to go down the same line he was playing in that last game with the Lulu reroll. Has 2 natural Lulus already.
No, we already see 2 of those roll the dice, golden radiant TGs picked right away. This is just about the strongest thing that you can expect to see, so Rubik and Shurkane are going to be really happy with their choices, and also Fresh getting buried treasures, he's going to be definitely happy with that. I'm really curious to see what exactly Strav is going to play with his March of Progress. He has a plethora of reroll comps that he can opt for with that, and a lot of them are really quite potent.
That as well.
Yeah, both of these players opting to go for the long con. I'm personally also really curious about the hologram. You mentioned it in passing, Panda. Usually when we see this augment being picked, we expect the Lulu just because of how good it synergizes. But just earlier in the day, we had a Senna reroll being played on the hologram as well. And maybe there's more options that I'm personally not thinking of right now, but players are keen to show to us. So I'm going to keep my eyes open for this one as the first couple of rounds move through here. We're of course going to see a little bit of a power difference in those players that have the Radiant TG already online. It's just going to be much stronger than players that have the March of Progress in comparison.
Both Safo and Travis have to be very careful with what line they want to commit to, considering they have the March of Progress. It's very good with the Jazz reroll, actually. In my opinion, I think it's one of the few things I mentioned with Chuso that makes Jazz reroll a viable comp. I think it really helps get everything online and find the early Bard headliner and make sure you can fit all the different units to get the most from the Jazz. But so many reroll comps in the current meta. I think you have an abundance of options. An option that will not be on the table looks like will be Annie reroll. Skipaeus, 6 Annies already.
That is hologram, so I don't expect him to actually play an Annie reroll there. Yeah, it is a debated moment, but honestly, like, his spot is really open here, so I'm curious to see what he's going to play. He only has a Morello slammed, so it doesn't really look like a Lulu game, especially without any tears. Lulu does love her tears. So we'll see what Skipaeus decides to opt for with that.
Could be
For now, he's
Seraphine.
definitely taking some wins. Yeah, Seraphine could be possible. Skipaeus, I think, previous to this tournament, stated that he thinks he's going to win because of positioning and comps like the Senna we saw from him yesterday, but also the Seraphine, where you really kind of want to manage your board in a way where the other team clumps up for you, can win so much over positioning. So that'd be interesting. Rubik, for now, definitely just playing whatever he can find that will give him a strong board.
Already a Lulu 2. Oh, early.
Yeah, having that Lulu 2 is going to make him really, really strong in this stage 2. And he's probably going to keep it way into stage 3, maybe even till the beginning of stage 4, because that unit really does a lot of work early on, upgrade it. And especially if you can find some item for her, maybe he's going to opt for an Asher's Tooth there, which can also later be used for a plethora of different comps. So he really, really has a good spot here.
Hopping over, last fight here between Surecane and Canvas. Of course, you want to try and get those streaks running. For Surecane, it's not going to work out. He'll find a loss here after a couple of wins. Always a little bit painful when that happens, but after the way that streaks were changed, it isn't as important anymore, as we are going to be hopping into this carousel, and my eyes see a spatula, and it's gone right off the bat. I'm so fresh taking it.
Not just
I'm
that,
so
but
fresh.
spatula on the Yone as well.
Yeah, he does take the spatula while he also has buried treasure, so he will basically be able to just about get any spatula that he wants with so many components. So this is really, really nice for him.
For now, has an Aphelios on his board, has a Senna as well, so either maybe deciding to play for Heartsteel if he has the option to, or just for the Senna reroll.
Ooh.
Doesn't have a belt though, unfortunately.
There is another Olaf in the shop. If we were looking for the Olaf reroll, I personally wouldn't play it. The stats are bad, but you know, it's entertaining to see.
I think it's a very good spot for Senna here. Has the Rabadons, has half the Nashers, have this 2 damage emblem already slammed as well. Just has to make sure no one else is contesting him on it. Surecane for now has one Senna.
Oh.
Yeah, already has 2 copies of Senna as well with the headliner. It's going to be 5. It shouldn't be that difficult to actually manage to find all 9 at the beginning of stage 4.
On the other side, we're checking in with Salvi, also currently running that Olaf. He's just so good in the early stages, similar to that Vi unit. You know, they can give you so much HP, so much wins just to make sure you get through those rounds. So nice and easy little pickup. I don't think that's where we're going in the long run. We're just going to play this for tempo for now. And of course, try to make Econ as soon as possible. As players are moving through stages, Olaf is going to take another win here.
It's a little bit unfortunate, I feel, that Surecane ended up with a Tom Kench of all units as the holder of his Radiant TG, because that unit honestly doesn't really hold that many Radiant items too well, so I wonder what his other choices were that he had to end up with this. But this Kaisa and the store is definitely going to be much, much stronger, and he also has a Poppy, which is an awesome, absolutely awesome holder for
And
the
Gnar.
Radiant TG. Yes.
Superfan Mosher, what a shot from Surecane. Completely changes his board for the better.
He's in a
Don't
way
mind
better
if I do.
Way better spot.
Honestly.
He heard you
Checking in.
criticizing the Tom Kench, and he's like, all right, don't worry about it, buddy.
All eyes on me. Bet what I can do. Poppy coming through here. Hammer time is definitely going to get those wins back on the side of Surecane. Seeing I'm So Fresh on the other side has a lot of unslammed items for now. Not a problem. Is trying to get that loose streak going as far as he can. Similar position though. Travis, both of these players, as soon as they meet, somebody's got to win. But for now, we're going to go to Krugs first and see what they can maybe bring players. As we are moving through stages, I'm just going to glance over. And I think we have a couple players who are potentially looking at that Senna.
A lot of 2-cost rerollers, I'm surprised, of course, I think very clearly indicating, especially with the True Emblem slam early on, he's saying, I'm playing Senna reroll. If you want to contest me, go ahead, but we'll both hold hands 7th and 8th if you do. So posturing is very important in a lobby like this where everyone can really scout and identify very early on from item slams what players are going to be going for. Safa with March of Progress has 2 bards on his board, so could be potentially trying to play for the Jazz reroll.
And one thing that some of Senna items are actually pretty good for Ahri. So we can see some of those players who already slammed items that can be okay for Senna transitioning into Ahri later on. Like here, for example, I'm So Fresh also has this Ahri option open, especially since he has a blue buff up, so he can play some sort of hybrid board with Ahri, Akali, and maybe Senna triple carry. So
I'd be here for it.
There.
Personally speaking, I think that'd be very fun and entertaining, but also maybe strong enough. We did see a couple of Ahris in that previous game there. Just gotta make sure that you're not being too contested, and Sappho is seeing just that. This is not a hologram this time around. We're actually on 7 copies of Seraphine already, and that is a very clear direction coming through from the Spanish player.
And there's a big tug of war for these AP carries right now. Rubik has quite a few Seraphines as well. Sappho now deciding to play Seraphine reroll. Skipaeus with hologram maybe playing for Lulu. So just these players have to decide if they're going to be playing for Lulu. Reroll just going to play, as you mentioned, left for that kind of fast 8 play style, the tempo game plan with Ahri instead.
So I don't think anybody is going to contest this 7 Seraphines at
He's so close already.
Jesus. Like, this is an amazing spot, actually, especially for reroll comps, in which it is so important that you hit as early as possible and use that tempo to the best of your ability. The later you hit, the lower your potential placement is, and if you hit as early as maybe stage 3, you can look at level 9 and capping really high, even enough to beat those super capped hardsteel boards at times.
I just want to say I'm really happy that he wasn't tempted by the duplicators here. I saw you found that. It would have been a power spike for sure, right? But going for the Crown Guard, definitely the safer option. You need a little bit of front line. Right now you're running that Taric too. It is a 1 cost after all. Your Nico is not looking too strong just yet. So getting that Crown Guard out, I feel like it's definitely the correct play. But a Senna 3 at 3-2 would have, Seraphine 3 at 3-2 would have been fun too, to be honest.
It would be pretty strong, but the thing about picking that augment is that you're actually essentially 1 augment down for the rest of the game, and so you really don't cap that high. Whereas when you're in a position in which you already have 7 Seraphines, you can realistically count on actually finding those 2 copies, maybe even naturally. So you will cap much higher if you also have a strong battle augment in addition to that. So I think that him picking this Crown Guard is a really good decision here.
Downside is Rubik is holding on to 5 Seraphines, so it could make it potentially a little bit harder for Sappho to find his final upgrades. We saw how many times players are on 7 copies, they think they're so close, and then it ends up hitting maybe 2 full stages later if they low roll. So we'll see how that ends up panning out. One thing to mention though, Travis, it looks like his comfort zone is being at 1 HP. He picked final reserves in game 1. He has last stand in this game.
Sometimes, you know, you gotta play to your outs, and Travis for sure knows what they are. Playing the risky game, he was on a very aggressive losing streak from the start, which means he probably got a lot of econ. You can see basically no gold spent thus far except for 2 rolls, and Sappho getting closer and closer as he was fighting Rubik. You could see him kind of toggle the units on the bench saying like, come on now, I'm this close, surely you don't want to contest me. It's gonna go bad, so we'll see how that goes. But here's Travis, 64 gold and counting.
Seems quite unfortunate to Sappho. He rolled to 0. He has 0 gold, he has nothing. He was really desperate to actually find that last copy of Seraphine before they take even more copies out of the shops. So, well, it is quite unfortunate for him that he didn't hit, and it quite impacts the later part of his game as well. So we'll see if he will manage to bounce back from that. Hit or naturally, maybe build up to come back.
Few players being ratted in this game. 3 Sennas, 5 Sennas being held by Travis, making life miserable for I'm So Fresh, who we saw was angling towards the Senna reroll with the True Damage emblem slammed. He does have a True Damage emblem on his Ezreal right now, so maybe not going to be playing for Senna reroll in the end.
We're going to be checking in. Yeah, go ahead.
One more thing about Sappho is that his headliner is a Spellweaver headliner. It's a Spellweaver Seraphine, which doesn't really cap as high as KDA Seraphine. So it might be a struggle for him to claw his way into this top 4, top 3. We'll see if he manages to do that.
Speaking of seeing, checking in with her comps here at the bottom, you can see that Skipaeus is currently on a Mordekaiser headliner being duplicated by the hologram there. And I actually really like this. I'm not so sure about the rest of the comp. It seems to be a little bit of everything, just checking in with him here. But the double Mordekaiser definitely doing some tanking for what it's worth and saving him a little bit HP in those losses that he had thus far.
We saw Canvas as well on the bottom section there in the lower third. Submit to the pit. Going to be playing the vertical monsters, a comp that really is only enabled by this augment. Find it. We've seen so many different variants do well with Dar reroll, Urgot reroll, and even Jax reroll being viable options.
And basically every single time it's appeared so far in the tournament and in several other tournaments as well, it's been top 4. So it has a really, really good top 4 ratio. So he can quite realistically hope to do well this game as well.
Okay, so I'm confused. I don't know if you're confused, but I'm confused. Looking at Travis, we were just checking in. He's on last stand. He had a lot of gold, March of Progress, and just rolled down to 0 on level 6 without picking up a headliner, but picking up a lot of other stuff. Where are we going?
Trying to play for Katarina reroll. I think it's a good decision. Last Stand is one of the best combat augments in the game, and Katarina reroll alongside all these extra crowd divers can be a very, very strong comp to play for. Is too off of Katarina. I think it makes sense he was rolling so heavily because he wants to roll on 6 to try and find his Katarina before he ends up going 7, but unfortunately is not able to hit.
So that's the problem with Katarina in particular. You need just one specific headliner, and if you don't hit it, your game just becomes that much more difficult. And playing Katarina, like if you hit Katarina 3 but not the headliner, it also hurts her quite a bit because her headliner ability is so strong that last hit of her daggers hits so much harder. So playing without that is going to be quite difficult for Travis. Also, the super fans aren't really going to provide this additional Hajj to her. So he really, really, really needs to hit that headliner, and he's already level 7 here basically, which means that it's also going to be harder for him to hit that. So we'll see if he manages. I sure hope he does.
But to me, the strange part about this is kind of locking yourself into this comp in the position that he was in. He had a lot of resources to work with. He had the potential of just go for a stronger comp that plays around something like a 3 cost, something like a 4 cost even, if he just would have gone for the leveling. And I feel like rolling down to 0 here and chasing down a headliner that you haven't even found yet is definitely a risky play, if you ask me.
With March of Progress, you have to commit to reroll though at some point. So I think this was his best option. He scouted. He knows Seraphine is not a possibility. He knows Senna is maybe not going to benefit the most from Last Stand as an augment. So I agree with the decision of going for Katarina, but just unfortunately does not really hit in his roll down. Doesn't have an item carrier in these last few fights, so just losing a ton of HP. 12 HP already. Even with Last Stand proccing at the very start of stage 4, if he doesn't hit his Katarina 3, he might be in big trouble still.
So with these items and with the state of the lobby, it feels like the only options he could realistically go for were Katarina and also, I suppose, Kale. Because with these, he could slam Gunblade and have the Superfan Ginsus. So that was also a viable option for him. So maybe it was also a matter of like not exactly leaving himself room for that other option and just committing straight to Katarina, which sadly doesn't seem like it's working.
Unfortunate for Travis. We're going to see how he does later on. Checking in with Skipaeus, though. We called it out, the hologram. Now you can see the Lulu online is still far off the Lulu 3, though, and lacking a little bit of frontline to actually allow her to take the time. Only issue I'm seeing is the items are not really Luluing.
So much gold to work with, though. Level 7, 50 gold. It still has a big chance to continue spiking into stage 4.
I love to see it actually, because just about the only time Chinese players play Lulu is specifically when they have hologram. It is just about the best augment for this, and like it's actually pretty hard to make the decision to commit to the comp if you don't have hologram. It's to that point. And the thing is that Lulu actually isn't that item reliant, because you usually play her with super fans, and that gives her a Shojin, which really activates her, and just about any AP items that you get like really allow her to shine and show her power. So hopefully Skip will manage to actually hit it. I've seen him play Lulu reroll a couple times earlier on this tournament with mixed results, but maybe this is the game.
We are seeing in the background, though, as the augments are being picked, a lot of upgrades found. Sappho just found the Seraphine 3. Enzosx just found the Senna 3. So everybody else is escalating in power as we are moving through those augments. If you cannot put something together quick, you're going to get hit really hard from these boards.
Kane did go
for the Ari Warriors.
Yeah, he did go for that Ari Warriors that we felt he would go for. And it seems like he's actually pretty strong, even without all that many upgrades yet. Those are pretty good items on Ari. He also has a tier that he'll be able to use for either another Hodge or
I'm so fresh.
another item. Oof, but
Look
he's
at
getting
this gap.
stumped. Oof, I'm so fresh. So strong right now.
It's happening once again. Senna reroll into blinged out final augment, the strongest augment you can possibly hope for when you're playing Senna reroll. And just, it looks like, once again, the strongest reroll comp alongside Kale in the current meta will do a very good job of stabilizing I'm So Fresh in this stage 4.
Last stand, procced for Travis. Still hasn't found what he was looking for. There she is.
I don't want to see Travis's Twitter after this. He's able to finally buy it, having to sell the Z in the process, though. This is not a happy Travis, I can tell you that much.
Oh, only managing to find a headliner in 4-3 is so rough. At least
I don't even want to cast this game. Come on now.
Take a look at Salvi. His board is also like he's pre-roll down, so this
Olaf
is a fight
headliner.
that Travis is definitely going to win. Yeah, so he's actually fortunate to hit Salvi right now and not after. He actually spends all this hard-earned gold. He really gets much stronger.
And even then, it's a pretty close fight. The Katarina clutches up. Travis gets a win with the last stand here, but a tough spot. 3 crowd diver only in right now.
We're just gonna look the other way, no problem. Checking in with Sappho after having found that Seraphine 3, and you were speaking about it, Left, not having the full potential of the Seraphine because it's a Spellweaver headliner, unfortunately even loses that round that we just saw.
Yeah, so the thing about Spellweaver Headliner is that your frontline isn't even close to being as strong as it probably should have with Seraphine. She really relies on just getting a couple of these casts at least, keeping that very strong frontline alive for even longer. And, well, if you have Spellweaver, then you only have 3 or 5 KDA really, so that Nico doesn't really benefit that much from all that HP, and all the items on her don't really scale all that well. So you can keep her alive that much longer, and so the entire comp just like loses quite a bit of its potential.
As you were talking about Left, the submit to the pit working wonders for Cambiz right now. 7 win streak, 2 off of the Urgot. 3 has a duplicator, can potentially use it on the Urgot if he chooses to, but we're looking here finally Mosher. The vertical Mosher variant is a viable comp that can be played in competitive, especially with submit to the pit.
With all those stats from submit to the pit, this cybernetic plus 500 HP on every unit with an item is so strong. Really, Bulk is just about the best prismatic he could hope for there, and he's making great use of it.
Checking in with Travis, once again empowered by the last stand, goes up against the Seraphine that we were just talking about. Big question is, can the Katarina actually take down everything on her own here? I'm pretty confident she can, but she also will, and this is really bad for Sappho. Just looking at his face, you can tell that this is not what you kind of expected with locking yourself into that Seraphine so early on. He had a great spot, 7 Seraphines, super early in the game, but it's not coming to the cap that the rest of the lobby is finding. It is a prismatic lobby after all, so you are going to see just a bunch of a little bit more crazy boards.
So I'd like to mention one thing here in how Travis is positioning. He's putting his Katarina in the first row, like right ahead of everything else, because he not only has 2 healing items, in addition to that, he has Last Stand, which allows his Katarina really to heal up so much. And this is something that Chinese players used to do a lot. It's called Battery Katarina. And as she is right now, she's going to cast so much and actually demolish enemy boards so quickly while staying alive. So this is a great way of just giving her as much mana as possible, so she can just get as many casts out as quickly as possible.
It's similar concept to that very cursed theory craft of the Twitch reroll frontline that we saw earlier in this set that was absolutely a bait. It makes so much more sense. And Travis is dead. I was just about to say that maybe he could do a good job having Last Stand and Remember Your Roots with this Katarina, but no. 8th place for Travis. The crowd diver game plan does not work out for the Polish player.
And I think the issue is, despite having that Katarina that gets a lot of casts out, at some point, if she's hit by CC, she is going to have such a bad matchup. And you saw the Ahri on the other side just being so far away from her, the Katarina not reaching her. And then I think that's what broke the camel's back in the end. Very unfortunate game for Travis. We are going to be checking in with everybody else and see how they do. Speaking of, here is Skipaeus, and he's 1 copy away from making the Lulu dream come alive. We have her in that bench. Just need 1 more. Lots of gold for him as well. Shouldn't be a problem. Hopefully not cursing this one. There she is.
Working towards a Gragas 3 as well. Has 8 copies now.
To see just how well Skipaeus does in this lobby, how high he caps, because this is just about the dream for Lulu. He hit her with so much gold left, 5-1, still has quite a bit of HP to work with, good items. So I really hope that he's going to find his way solidly into the top 3.
Urgot 3 is found. The Zac comes in last second, and a big spike for Cam, who's at 75 HP. Has been so stable throughout every single stage of this game up until now.
It really makes you feel kind of bad, right? Knowing that Candace is already out of contention for that cutoff. To see him in such a great shape, finding these games, finding these angles, but that's just how the cookie crumbles sometimes. Checking in with Salvi, though, who's currently under pressure from the board of Rubik. 1 more Karthus ult is not going to be doing enough. The Akali goes down. Hammer time around, and Salvi, visibly frustrated, takes a 7th place.
It doesn't really seem like Karthus Akali really has a place in this meta. The only player, basically, who I've seen pull this out quite consistently and do good and have good results with is, I believe, Sinar. He's done really well with it. Day one,
he played twice yesterday.
Yeah, but honestly, it hasn't really shined all that much these days.
It seemed like the entire game Salvi was playing from the back foot. I don't think he was in a comfortable position at all. Pumping up as his first augment. We saw his stage 4 board right before he rolled it down with the Olaf headliner, still with Rabadons. It just seemed like everything was a little bit unoptimal for Salvi and ends up 7th.
Yeah, it's one of those moments where maybe you're thinking about too many outs, you're deciding where to go to too late, and then not being able to actually make it come online. Speaking of, Sappho also unfortunately going out here, finds that Seraphine 3 and just loses. Again and again after having found that. Definitely one of the most devastating runs I've seen thus far in the tournament, but we will be seeing him again. He's definitely still looking pretty good in the overall leaderboard, so I'm not too worried about Sappho's overall standings.
So March of Progress, typically has really good numbers, but in this game it averages a 7.0, which is honestly, sometimes those rerolls just fail you. Not much you can do about that.
I see we're on the same train of thoughts. I'm a big March of Progress enjoyer. It's an insta-pick for me at 2-1, but did not work out in this game for Sappho and for Travis. Although I think for their own specific reasons. Sappho had a chance to play for Seraph early with the duplicators at stage 3, decided not to, and then just hit a bit too late, I think. And Travis, that's a whole other story. But for now, Rubik with the Ahri Ziggs duo carry, the Poppy, so strong with the Radiant TG against word from Skipaeus, who's finally hit that hologram Lulu 3, as you mentioned, left. One of the best possible setups for this Lulu.
So I love what he's done here. He slotted in Superfans in order to pop off the Morello from the Lulu, in order to have Shojin and Blue buff on her, which allows her to cast every 2 auto attacks, which really gets that mana going for basically everything that's around her, and just makes the Spellweaver print so much mana that it's really great. The synergy there is actually incredible. And if he manages to get his hands on that Ziggs, and get this jump to 3 Hyperpop, this is going to be huge for him. Let's see if he opts for that.
I'm so fresh, thinking about what to go for. Skipaeus hovering, making sure that the decision is the correct one, and he is going to go with that 6. Like you said, for Candace, though, that's a free Pentakill emblem that nobody denied. Just going to be very happy with that Mosher's comp at the top, now also having the Pentakills.
Oh, I love this decision. Is he going to sell the Ahri and move the items to Ziggs? Yes.
Yep.
Oh, I love this decision from Skipaeus. It's really, really nice and makes his board cap all that much stronger. If he can actually go to 9 and hit that Ziggs too, he will be incredibly strong.
3 win streak as well, so I think he has already the feedback of, hey, you're looking really strong after that Lulu 3 upgrade. You're maybe the strongest player in the lobby right now in stage 5 alongside Cambiz. If you can go 9, you could potentially be a player that can win out entirely and start racking up those points with only 3 games left after this one to try and make day 3.
Yeah, and Rubik just rightfully so, recognizing that there is other players in this lobby that have already found that Ahri 2, that Ahri headliner. So getting her as a win condition as a 3-star is just not going to be feasible. Sells off the extra copies that he had accumulated thus far. We are going to see a little bit of a viewpoint between the Spellweaver variation and the Ahri warriors that some people notably have been trash talking.
I love to see Shurking doing so well with Ahri Warrior because this honestly hasn't been a comp that's been doing that well, actually. But when played from a win streak and when you actually can manage to maintain that high tempo, going into level 8, maybe getting enough money to actually go to level 9 and really, really cap out high, this is a comp that actually really has potential if you play it from ahead. From behind, not so much, but from ahead, it's really, really great.
We saw it a lot yesterday. So many players who just dominate stage 4. With Ahri Akali, very similar story. We saw Blasted Moon, for example, in day 1, and then maybe slowly bleed out, start losing to the most capped out reroll players or the Heartsteel players, but still finish with a respectable 3rd or 4th place position. So that's really the game plan in most cases for these Ahri Warrior boards, unless, as you're mentioning, Left, you high roll at level 9 and you can actually play for the win.
Yeah, I agree. I really like this. I think also just playing on gift is not something we're seeing a whole lot, but might get tough here for Rubik going up against a Senna 3 and does get knocked out. Unfortunately, does not make it into the top 4 as we are going to be hopping over to Drake. Skipaeus finds yet another upgrade. I feel like those Gragai have been sitting there for the longest time.
The thing is, I feel that Gragas 3 really isn't that much of an upgrade in the first place, so I'm not exactly sure why he opted to actually keep them. Gragas 2 and Gragas 3 really doesn't make that much of a difference, I feel.
I'm not kidding when I tell you that when I was in Vegas, I'm not going to say names, but I talked to some NA pros, and they assured me that Gragas 1 was stronger than Gragas 2. I don't know where Gragas 3 comes in that lineup, but we'll see if it actually makes a difference once eventually found. I think for Skipaeus, it's just he has so much gold. He picked them up when he was looking for that Lulu, so just keeping them there, and if you find it, great. If not, who cares? You're in a great spot thus far, but you gotta start to make a decision of where you want to take this.
I like the TG here on the Nico, just trying to buy a little bit more time. Ahri 1 is not going to do too much. You already have Ziggs and Lulu who are really carrying when it comes to DPS. You just want a little bit more frontline. But we'll see. Up against this board from I'm So Fresh, the Senna going to be dealing so much damage with the Blinged Out and the Remember Your Roots.
One thing that I'm really sad about seeing here is how Lulu's Hyperpop procs don't go to the Lulu on the left, they go to the cannon, which is probably something that Skipaeus really wants to avoid in order to get as many of these Spellweaver procs as possible. So maybe he's going to adjust his positioning later on for the next fights.
Candice with the Moshers just marching through this lobby here, taking win after win, but Skipaeus now opting to use that gold, finds an Ahri 2, needs to sell something off. Is this where the dream of the Gragas 3 dies? Well, he's still keeping one more copy Gragas 2 just in case, but opting to now get in that extra Blitzcrank, definitely going to help, and the Ahri also going to help. Now that you're level 9, good chance of finding that 6. So for Skipaeus, good chances. 26 HP, you can tank at least one more loss. And the question is that going to come around? Shurking on the other side with the Ahri Warriors. You can see the Zed in the front line together with the Ahri, same side, trying to take down the same targets to make way towards that Lulu, but it's just not happening. Way too much beefiness in the front line. And for Shurking, it's going to be a 4th place.
And it's exactly what we predicted. He played high tempo. He was able to get, a stable stage 4 and 5. Once he locked into this top 4, only reroll players remain, and every single one of these reroll players has hit the augment that enables these comps to go to that next level level. We have Blinged Out for Senna, we have the Submit to the Pit for the Mosher reroll, and we have, of course, the hologram on the Lulu. So I think Dracane could not have really expected more than a 4th here.
Exactly. So the thing is that, like, the other options that capped higher were taken away from him, basically. All the rerolls that he realistically could have played with the items he had were occupied by other players. So the only option he really had was to go for Ari Warrior and just aim for that top 4, which he's done to perfection. So I think he played this game exactly the way he should.
Where's our Heartsteel in this game 3? I miss Ezreal already.
I don't. I'm so happy we're finally having a game where he isn't lurking behind every corner. I feel like the Golden Spatula Cup 2 is not long enough ago for me to recover from all that Heartsteel trauma. But for now, it's going to be I'm So Fresh going up against the Lulu comp that Senna holding strong. Not going to be strong enough. I'm So Fresh knocked down to 1 more life, 6 HP. On the other side, just going to be checking in with Canvas. No issue whatsoever for that Urgot.
I'm really happy to see 2 3-cost rerolls doing so well in this lobby, actually.
I'm So Fresh.
Typically, yeah.
We go for the true damage emblem, but I think he's doesn't really have a viable path towards 9 true damage just yet. Gonna go for the blue buff instead for a more immediate spike.
He would have to find a Yasuo, which is actually pretty hard at this point of the game, really.
And 6 HP, so just 1 life left.
And Ilaoi too is
So
such a
Fresh.
huge spike for him.
Yeah.
We'll see if he decides to move the items somehow. He could use a duplicator on the Echo and move the items to Ilaoi, but he does not opt for that.
1 gold. It's going to be everything, looks like. Just a little bit of moving of those tentacles. You got to make sure that Kiana lands right in that clump, tries to get her positioned in a way where she will do just that. Is she going to find a unit with an emblem? Question is yes. We'll answer. It's going to be a pentakill emblem, though, not necessarily what you were looking for. Senna in the background, untouched. Free shooting, gets that Urgot down. And that should be enough for her to actually survive this one. Powered by the Kaisa. Oh, the Zek is being a menace here, but it's going to be enough.
And it's not too surprising. It seems like it's, once again, the case of a counter matchup, similar to Seraphine with Disco a few patches ago. This is the one matchup where Senna really loves shooting into these clumps. And of course, Submit to the Pit, you are forced to clump to get benefits from that.
In addition to that, it was a ghost. And even if it was a fight against a ghost, it was really, really close. So I'm not sure if I'm So Fresh is going to be doing all that well against the real Canvas, especially since we can see him taking countermeasures against that Senna right now. The way he's positioned right now, this Senna isn't going to be hitting the entire clump, no way.
Comes over on the side. You can see the Senna in the background and everything splits open. Just like you said, it's going to make it much harder for the Senna to find that Urgot that is standing protected in the backline. Lots of CC going out, but with the front line fallen, it's going to be so easy for I'm So Fresh to take this one down. Knocks Canvas on his last life, and Skipaeus just keeps streaking.
Seems like Canvas anti-Senna positioning actually backfired, and the fight I'm So Fresh had against the Ghost looked much, much closer than this one. I wonder what went wrong there.
A lot of it might come down to the Kiana as well. What she's hitting, where those items are going. There is going to be, of course, some fight RNG with Kiana on these boards, and for I'm So Fresh, it's really maybe the key decisive factor in terms of how these fights goes.
I'm really happy to see Skipaeus streaking and possibly even winning out in this lobby. It's really great to see Lulu doing so well. And he did find that Ziggs too, which makes him a real powerhouse, a real menace here. So I'm really glad to see that he's been capping so high.
Yeah,
What's
me
left?
too. He's currently 6th in the overall standing, so already in a good spot. Getting another win down here is just going to be even better for the Czech player. Moving through these lobbies here, rolling down, finds an Ilaoi to maybe add a little bit of extra chunk to that front line.
The Gragas dream is officially completely dead. He's not even on the board now.
But he's still there. Side by side. Could be a double knockout. You can see Skipaeus' board on the left-hand side, opposite of Candace, right-hand side. You're seeing it from his perspective. Is he going to knock out both of these players at the same time? Looks like he can take out the Senna, no problem whatsoever. But Candace might be hanging in there. We're going to go into yet another match between the two of them.
And for the third fight in a row between Skipaeus and I'm So Fresh, this comp just seems to have the upper edge against that Senna board.
He did very well against the Ghosts. We'll see if he does just as well against the real Skipaeus. Since Skipaeus is actually on a 6-fight win streak and Canvas hasn't really upgraded his board all that much in quite some time, I expect Skipaeus to win here. We'll see how it goes.
Last second shenanigans. Where are you going to place your units? How are you going to outposition Skipaeus? Self-named positioning king going up against Candace, trying to take down this monstrosity of a Masha board. The Urgot still untouched in the backline, but so is that Lulu the Archangel on the Ahri, scaling up further and further. So much CC coming out of the Lulu board. That is going to be enough. Copy or not, Candace takes a second place and Skipaeus takes a win, which gives him even more points than he already had, solidifying him in the overall leaderboard. I'm sure of it.
49 points, 3 games to go, only 11 points necessary for Skipaeus to guarantee that day 3 and potentially finally make it to World. One of EMEA's most historic players would be a great storyline to have happen. So hopefully Skipaeus can clutch up. It's not the hardest thing to do. Just 11 points in 3 games should be doable.
And if he actually gets into the finals off the back of that Lulu 3, oh, that would make me so happy. I love Lulu Real, one of my favorite compositions, and it is just chef's kiss.
We're going to hear from our analysts. I'm sure they loved it too, so don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with the EMEA regional finals after this break.
Hello, I'm Enzo. I'm 23. I'm from France, and I'm a pro player from Gentlemates. I really like this new set. I'm really good in ladder, but the mechanic of Chosen is not really competitive, you know. But I think it's okay. I really like this new change. I'm one of the players played the most in ladder, so I think 10th place is really good for having a really competitive ladder in Europe. When you have talked about the most good people in EMEA, I think it's Wet and Double. It's a good ladder. We have Ging, is very good. Lelouch, Travis, Combis. We have a lot of good players in ladder. No, I prefer a lot this new set. Set 9, it's only for a bad player. Gambling Tom, it's not for me. I think in this set, people is not really creative. People all play the same comp and can't be so creative. Yeah, I think True Damage is a little broken. I have only one goal. It's win world. Thank you to my family, my friends, and vive Gentlemates!
What's everyone? Welcome back. I'm Nibiria, joined here by Counterfeit. And Counterfeit, we had a little bit of a Pokemon starters thing going for those last 3 teams. It's just one versus one versus one.
Yeah, as we were talking about before this all started, we had this really good setup where it seemed like towards the end of the game, we're going to see, this one beats this one beats the other one. Ultimately, I guess we choose Lulu Kachu to go through, and I suppose it does reflect that prestigious anime that apparently there is a choice you can make between the starters that's just better than all the rest of them.
Yeah. As is tradition, every single game. But I think what was really interesting about this one is once we got to the late game, it stopped being as much about the matchups in terms of compositions, and it started being, okay, who lucked out and got the ghost? Because we saw Cambiz can beat Skipaeus' ghost, but absolutely gets demolished by actual Skipaeus. And I'm So Fresh had a similar situation. One of the things I wanted to pull out about this game, traditionally, like looking back at Golden Spatula Cup 2, we rarely saw players going full commit for the specific trait augments. They wanted to keep their gameplay open. They didn't want to risk it as much. But this game, we saw some early commits. Cambiz found that submit to the pit and was like, all right, absolutely. I am full sending on an Urgot.
Yeah, I mean, it was discussed during the cast, but it bears repeating here. Very much, staking your claim into a particular line here. Of course, it didn't work out terribly well for Rubik and Sappho contesting each other for that Seraphine line in the end. And I think for particulars, for me, Sappho coming out of this game, he was in a position on 45 points coming in. He really just needed to top 4 the rest of his games, and then he was guaranteed pretty much to go forward to day 3. Instead, ending out in the bottom 3 means it's not a completely done deal for him.
We'll see exactly how much of a done deal it is for some of our other players as we pull up the standings. Now that we are halfway through the day, remember, points rolled over from yesterday, so we are technically just out of round 9 out of 12. So we can see those people on the bottom half, some of them not completely out, but looks pretty likely at this point.
Yeah, my eyes always drawn towards the UK player blast. I mean, having a pretty rough day after a decent start, but it is all about the players up towards the top. We've noted before, French flags are flying up there, but they're not the only ones. A lot less dark flags than I would have expected, though. Only Wetjungler currently in the top 8, who Darkhydra is just outside.
Having a rough day, Darkhydra as well. 2 8th places in a row, followed by a 4th. So hopefully he can turn it around. We saw yesterday he started off with an 8th and was able to pivot that into a very successful day, ending up top of the leaderboards. So, the possibility is there. And I do want to quickly shout out Jedusor. We saw on the top of that first, and a 3rd. So he is just on fire today.
Oh boy, I mean, this is going to be the really exciting part of the event. We're moving into the tail end of day 2, when we're going to be seeing the cutoff, and I think as much as we've been seeing our players going absolutely wild in our games up until this point, I think this is do or die for a good chunk of our players in this round.
The knockouts begin in this next one, and to take you through it, we're going to head off to our casters, Makes, Impetuous Panda, and Leftoverture. Take it away, guys.
Thank you guys so much. And after, I want to say, a pretty beautiful first game for this TriCast, I have high hopes for the next one. We, of course, have a new lobby. And just to give you a little bit of a rundown of that lobby, as always with the snake seeding, we're going to have a player that is out of contention for this lobby. It's unfortunately going to be the Turkey representative Havali. Everybody else still has a chance with an asterisk and Patches Panda. We do have Dalasum in here. If he takes 3 first places, he's going to land at 59 points, which could
Don't do it to me, Makes.
That's all I'm
not
say.
even going to start thinking about that being a possibility. Ging, though, at 40 points, a little bit closer. Maybe with just, a first and a second and a third, for example, could potentially make it. And Ging is no stranger to having crazy day 2 comebacks to make day 3 in EMEA finals.
Just about the most consistent performer and most consistent person who can actually get to these final. Oh my, is that Prismatic Symphony?
Yeah, I kind of jinxed it, didn't I? We're gonna go into a world of shiny new things and prismatics, which, if you're new here, welcome, first of all. Second of all, a full prismatic lobby just means craziness upon craziness. and even more of that. So I'm personally looking forward to it, but that also means you can really high end overall. So let's see how that does for our players.
With 3 games left, this is where players start to warp their game plans in a significant way. Players who are far behind, like Daresom, like Ging, they have to saying, hey, I have to play for high variance games. Prismatics sometimes offer that exactly that, especially with your 2-1 augment, potentially setting up your game plan for the entire game. And this is really what some of these players are going to want, not just in this game, but the next 2 games as well.
Well, I'm down to see yet another hologram game with Lulu 3. I would really love to see as much of that as possible. It really never loses its allure to me. But we can see Blasted Moon already with 2 KOs. Let's see if he drops the items that allow him to play that composition.
Definitely one of the compositions that have been doing fantastic. I feel like all throughout this and also the previous patch, I've been seeing a lot of KL reroll. I feel like the thing that makes it so good is that you can play to many different outs, whether you go for the Mordekaiser, the Gnar, or actually for the higher costs like the Viego, the Akali, the Karthus. There's just so much that allows you to bring this comp to a place where it's actually going to be strong enough that it's often doing that as well. But here are our first prismatics coming through for our players.
This does not look too promising for Ging. Neither of these, like Jewel Lotus is great. Oh, Freaky Friday is a great choice, and he immediately goes for that. That's really great that he got bailed out by that, because these other 2 options were really, really not good this early in the game.
Considering Ging needs to have a great result in this game number 4, do you think he might be trying to play for Ribbon potentially somewhere in stage 4 left?
Quite possibly, yeah. Riven has had a really great performance actually in this tournament and in a couple others across multiple regions. So with Riven's numbers being as good as they are, who knows? It's actually pretty likely that Ging opts to play her.
We're seeing 2 players on the Twin Terror, but one thing I can never ignore is when we see Volta pick something like the Tiniest Titans. He is a player that likes to play very risky, that likes to go for losing streaks and then play to his outs. Despite people saying that he might be a little bit slow in the transitional phase, he often nails it. So I'm looking forward to how we're going to see that Tiniest Titan play out for him specifically.
Most of the augment picks here are pretty cookie cutter, with the exception of the 2 Twin Terror players, which I'm really excited to see what they're gonna cook up. But one thing I'm really curious about is what exactly did Tartaman's Radiant Relic turn out to be? Because that will be really, really game warping for him, and it will just very, very much determine exactly what he's gonna go for later on in the game.
Checking in with the Twin Terror, here's one of the options. Having that Punk online. Now we do know that just playing Punk often just enables those 2 cost rerolls for you. The other side of the coin, we're going to be checking in with Darkhydra. Currently is offered an Annie, not necessarily what you want to go for, so probably not going to buy that one.
I'm just going to call it right here. He's going to play Kale with those items, and Twin Terror Kale can actually work really, really well.
The great thing about the Twin Terror rework, you used to be locked in to only play Executioners because of the way the augment worked. It really, the crit chance really only benefited Executioners to a big degree. But now with the attack speed rework, it means that you can play so many different comps and they're still going to be relatively viable. As you mentioned, Kill's an option, while Executioners still being probably the most viable option out of all of them.
The worry I have for the Kale is what you're seeing on the other side of the board. Blast with the 2 Kales already kind of angling for that potentially, so there could be some hand holding. We'll see if that actually comes together for these players. We are moving through these stages. Maybe we can check in with Tartman when the time's right and see what he's on.
I believe Tartman has Radiant Shojin as his Radiant item.
Radiant Shojin gives 20 mana per hit. But honestly, there aren't really that many units who can use it well. Maybe we could think about Karthus here or TF, but none of these units really have been dominating these lobbies, so we'll see what he's going to put it on.
Moving through stages, here he is, Tartman, currently sporting that Radiant Shojin on a Jinx, who is definitely using it. I think it's more about the Vi that's currently doing some lifting, giving him that front line. And then, of course, if you are going up against players like Volta who are opting for those losses, you're going to have a nice and easy time just moving through the stages.
Actually, mana items on Jinx are actively detrimental to what she does because she really wants to hit a bit on that minigun, stack up a bit of that attack speed, and then switch over to the rocket launcher and really start to get that damage going. But with the mana, she basically switches away to the rocket launcher right away. So I think it might be a little bit better if you just put that on a Vi, because the more Vi casts, really the better, which is not exactly the case for Jinx.
Maybe we'll see that happen. I think that Tartman is just running the punks for now to maybe have some sort of comp online. You can see pretty popular across the players board, lots of Vi and Jinx coming through. We're all in our little arcane area for now.
Looking at the board here from Havali, pretty much locked and loaded towards playing AD Flex, has the IE and the Giants already slammed, has even shard as well. No Heartsteel just yet, just trying to make the best of this quirky headliner.
Yeah, this is definitely either Caitlyn or Ezreal, so we have one player locked in for that, with Voltairix being another. You can see those units being really, really contested if somebody else decides to play it as well.
Now, the thing I like for Volta is that he found a way to get Heartsteel online. We knew that he was going to play pretty aggressively for those losses, so I just expect him to rounds upon rounds upon rounds, and then we'll check back in with him once he's actually pretty low. Maybe see what the cash out is if he decides to raise stakes, and then if he can assemble that Ezreal, very clear direction from him like you're saying. Some other players, I'm not so sure just yet. I feel like there's some options open for those players that are currently running those Yasuos. I don't expect them to all go for the Yasuo like Blast at Moon who we're checking in with right now.
Well, Tarteman actually with that Radiant Shojin on the Jinx is 4-streaking, and who knows, possibly, and with a Rabadon as well, which is a very exciting and unorthodox build for the Jinx. We'll see who those items end up on. Maybe a Karthus.
Jinx can wear a funky hat. She can
more
do
reflection
what she wants.
of how weak most of the other boards are in this stage too. A lot of players really just looking to scale into the late game. Twin Terror, of course, not getting pretty much any value or very little value for most of the players. Similar for Volta, the tiniest Titans. But we'll see this battle though to try and defend the win streak. Blast at Moon versus Tartaman, both at 100 HP. The Yasuo trying to sneak into the backline onto the Jinx, and he's succeeding. The Hodge is actually doing so much work here. Yasuo survives and cleans up.
Yeah, we did see Tartman on the other side of the screen there for a second. A small overlay error. He's not fighting against himself, I assure you.
Yeah, the only way in which Tartaman would actually win this is if the Vi actually sat on the Yasuo and stunned it for a bit. No other way for him to win this. The Yasuo really just has so much healing with that Radiant Warmog and Radiant Hodge that, well...
So unfortunate for Volta, he trapped his Cassandra and still won the fight.
That's the fate of Heartsteel players. Sometimes they just get griefed.
Yeah, I mean, there's more players that want those open losses, those loss streaks. Darkhydra, the only one that's able to get it going. Blast at Moon, the only one that's able to get that win streak going. We are going to be checking in with Dalasum, currently profiting off of the Twin Terror on both the Jinx and the Vi. I'm not sure if this maybe is like a recall to previous patches where we saw a lot of Twin Terror on that punk line, or if we're just here for the moment. Curious where he decides to take this one.
I'm very interested to see where exactly he ends up here, because the Slam of Event Shroud suggests that he's going to want to play an AD comp, but with these items, just about... Or is he going to keep
he's playing Punk. He's rolling on 5. He's playing for Jinx and Vi. Restore.
He leveled up, and he's still playing Punk. That's brave.
3 away from each of these upgrades.
So
still
dry. I'm sorry, it was really funny.
Doesn't have Jinx items either.
I mean, Punk really hasn't been the comp that's been performing well across like these lobbies, really.
Especially because I think this patch, the lobby tempo has changed a little bit. I think Punk was much stronger before, where there were so many players essentially kind of open forwarding stage 3. Punk was staying relatively healthy, and then they, slowly bled out into a 3rd or a 4th in stages 4 and 5. But in this meta, with so many reroll players spiking much earlier, it becomes much harder for Punk to actually do well.
Yeah, starting stage 4, it's actually really, really rough for Punk to win any fights with 3-star 2 costs coming online and with headliners like Ezreal also coming in.
I just want to remind you that Dalasam is also one of the players that really need a first place if they want to have any shot at making it to that top 8 cutoff. So going for a comp where we're really not sure of the cap and where it's going to land in a triple prismatic lobby nonetheless is definitely a choice that we'll have to kind of see how it fares out. For now, players are going to be picking that second prismatic augment, and I'm seeing a lot of new recruit come through.
And
Binary is so big here.
I thought he would pick it as well, but he opted for Wellness Trust instead. He had such a big cap with Binary, but he decided to throw Wellness
with
Trust.
Freaky Friday, 2 extra items as well to guarantee you just get so much more value from it.
So I wonder what prompted this decision. I'm actually very curious. Maybe there's something that he knows and we don't. I mean, absolutely, there's plenty of things like that, but maybe in this case, some really, really high IQ strategy is going to come through.
Checking in with Dalasam once again. We are seeing Blast at Moon on the other side, still holding on to the Kales. You can see we are also running those Edgelords, trying to optimize around the Yasuo and the Kale for now. Set in the background. I'm curious where he takes this one as well, knowing that there's another player who's also looking for the Kales and Darkhydra.
This augment combination from Blasted Moon is so strong for the tempo game plan. I've been really impressed with Blasted Moon overall. The way he's playing the early games and all the games playing for tempo comps, just really impressive from the UK player.
Yeah, it's always good to see players who can actually use tempo really well. So it's really impressive to see Blasted Moon do it this well. Volta's spot doesn't seem that good, actually.
Doesn't raise the stakes either.
Yeah, and he also doesn't have a single tier, which is a basically necessary item for Ezreal if he wants to play that.
Could still get it. He is currently first pick in the carousel, so there's a good chance that you over losing those rounds. Oh, did I jinx it? Is he going to move up to second pick? Yeah, probably. Well, he still has a good shot of maybe finding that tier. Lots of players are angling for AD options in this game, and I think with Darkhydra in your lobby pool, you're probably saying like, okay, he already ruined my loss streak once. I'm not gonna try to go for raising.
Look at Ging. He can't contain himself. Finds the Ezreal. He's raised the stakes. We were trying to decipher why he picked the Wellness Trust over the Binary Airdrop, and he's playing that true first or eighth playstyle. He knows he needs some big results in these last 3 games, and he's trying to do so with Hearts.
I suppose when you're playing Heartsteel, Wellness Trust is one of those augments that actually suit that playstyle quite well. So that might be what was driving his decision there. And with Voltarix actually getting one of the 2 tiers he needs here, that's precisely what he needs, actually. So lucky for him that nobody really griefed him there.
Yeah, we are gonna make our board just a little bit stronger for now as well. Goes to 7, puts in that Jazz, well, not just Dazzler for now, on the Bard and the Lux, just to try and get a few more bodies onto the field. But we are seeing that other players are also moving closer to that level 7. The only player that isn't really is Dalasam, and we know why. He's on that punk line. He's trying to get those units upgraded. We'll see how that does. But for now, it's going to be a matchup between Tartman and Volta on the other side.
One small play that I really loved there from Volta is how he slotted in the Vi in order to have the Punk reroll every round. At this point, when he's level 7, like finding any of those forecasts that he so desperately needs will go really a long way towards him stabilizing at the beginning of stage 4. So that's a really nice play for him.
And for Tartman, we were wondering what comp he would play for with a Radiant Shojin. Looks like it's going to be Seraphine reroll for now. Only 5 copies of Seraphine, has a duplicator on the bench though, but still level 6, 40 gold at the end of stage 3. Not the best spot when it comes to his economy.
But saving grace, it's not the Spellweaver Seraphine. We do have the correct headliner this time around, so hopefully it is going to have a better time than what we saw from Sappho in that previous game. Hopping over to Blast at Mundo, because there's been some changes to the board. He was running that Yasuo in the early stages, playing tempo. You were both talking about it. Of course, the augments, they're out there, right? They're out there, but doing really well on the back of the Urgot for now, and we might even be seeing yet another Mosher board like Canvas's.
Darkhydra is cooking. Twin Terror Viego.
Look at that. His augments are so massive, actually. Like, for Twin Terror, Lucky Gloves are just about the best thing that you can find, because really, if you have all those units buffed up by all those stats from Twin Terror, this is something that utilizes Lucky Gloves just about the best, really. So if he can actually find the units that will actually make his board strong, I have no idea what he's cooking there. But the augment is definitely going to go a long way towards him helping build a really, really strong board.
Now they saw him relatively healthy, still 63 HP, but I don't know where this is going. Still only sitting on 6 copies of the Jinx. Generally, I just don't think Punk's going to do that well in a Prismatic Symphony lobby, especially. Hasn't hit the Vi 3 either, and we're at the end. We're in stage 4 already, so just way far behind his game plan.
Okay, I have an idea what Dalisum is playing to, and obviously it's not something you can predetermine, but what if he thought, okay, it's gonna be Prismatic Symphony, I have Twin Terror, I play Punk, and then I find Endless Hordes.
Oh, that would be such a cool move, actually.
I'd be here for it, personally speaking.
Yeah,
we're gonna see.
As well. If that actually happens 4-2, oh, that would be so wonderful to behold, actually. So much stats on all of these units. And he's actually holding all of those Punk units. So if that happens, he will have like all those units to play right away.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm down for that as well.
I'm just saying, there is a way where this is a cook and a serve as well. We'll see if it happens. Of course, he needs more dock in his favor, but I personally would like to see it. Just thinking about the options here as the last augments are going to come around now. Rounds are finishing off. Of course, once again, Prismatic Symphony coming through here. Big question is, what are players going to go for?
First Crown is rolled, Infernal Contract, not really what Gang wants for his game plan. Picks up stationary support, instead finds a Zephyr, which could be huge. We saw Skipaeus using it to such good result in day 1. Zed, Headliner, already found for Gang, who's trying to move into this Heartsteel AD flex board.
What I really loved here is how quickly Giggs picked his augment. He basically just picked it almost immediately, which really goes to show just how he prioritizes this time that he needs to actually roll and get all those units online. He has so much time to actually find all the units that he needs, and we can see that coming into 4-2 and the upcoming fight, he's managed to assemble a really strong board.
Yeah, and looking at the augments there, unfortunately, the cook is not in the kitchen right now. It's going to be Freaky Friday for Dalisum, but Tartman and Volta both picking up the binary. You were talking about it earlier on. It's just such a strong augment to have. And both of these players could find it there in that last augment round, so it's going to make them even stronger.
I love this from Double. Picks up the What the Forge, having picked up the Blinding Speed a second to make best use and just get more artifacts to work with, but doesn't end up losing this fight here. 2 players on binary airdrop left. I think one of the most warping augments, prismatic augments in the game, especially when you picked up 4-2, when you get so much value from it.
Yeah, and it's actually wonderful if you want to run Zed. Zed uses so many of these items so well. Triforce is so good for him. Death's Defiance is so good for him. So is Zonias. So if he actually wants to play Zed, then this is just about the best augment for him. But the thing is, there are so many Zeds out of the pool already and so many Heartsteel players. We'll see if he manages to actually find one.
Darkhydra able to get that Kale online, still lacking a little bit in the frontline department, but maybe just a sheer output from the Twin Terror Kale is going to be enough here. Also found the new recruit, always going to be nice. If you are running that Twin Terror, get an extra body on the board, will allow you to get a little bit more off of that buff if you so want. But definitely needs to find at least a Mordekaiser too soon if he wants to keep up with the rest of the lobby. Will be enough for Volta's board, who's still looking for the upgrades on the other side there.
He really needs to upgrade that Mordekaiser as soon as possible. Mordekaiser 1 isn't going to be enough very, very soon. Once everybody rolls down, actually just about right now, and hits their boards, there are so many players that have been stockpiling all the gold, waiting for this right moment to spend it and roll down, which for many of them, I feel like Double, for instance, is one of them, is going to be just about now.
Carousel We're gonna see all of the options for the players right now at the bottom there. Feel like we should be checking in with Havali, just seeing what he's up to. I'm seeing a little bit of an interesting comp choice there for now.
4-5 is gonna be the pivot.
Still running that.
Just didn't have gold to do it on 4-2. I think it makes sense and says, hey, I'm gonna go on 4-5 and just try and find a stable board. Does find the Caitlyn with the 8-bit, has a Lucian already online, has decent items for the Caitlyn here as well. So gonna be playing around the Caitlyn flex in this case.
Yeah, it feels like 8-bit is definitely the way better one when you're playing Caitlyn, because then you actually don't have to play such a dead unit as Garen, really. And you have rapid fire activated very easily, and you actually want to have that unit on the board, which is Lucian, really strong unit. So the 8-bit Caitlyn is really the one that you want to hit.
Checking in with Tartman on the other side of the board, though. He did go for that Seraphine quite early on, is still holding on to copies. So the dream of the Seraphine reroll definitely hasn't been abandoned just yet, but is pretty far off from finding that 3-star if that really is where you want to take this board.
Could be a similar game that we saw from Double earlier today, where he just didn't find the natural copies and said, hey, I'm going to, pivot off of this game plan and go into something like, Ari game.
Oh, that is...
What a pivot here. What a pivot.
To go for TF here. Wow, this is very unusual and so creative, actually. There's no way I would have made that decision.
The trickster. Oh, there's so much to do here still on this board. 5 artifacts on the bench still.
So much to do, so little time to do it for him. Double though has a little bit of HP still, 26, if he is going to lose this round, which is looking like that's going to be the case. Havali with that Lucian Caitlyn coming around, just so strong. Oh, it's a Caitlyn. No. There was a chance, a slimmer of a chance. But yeah, Double maybe thinking about whether or not he can go for the TF3.
With this much gold, it will be pretty tricky.
We're getting closer.
Gold. Oh my, I would be so impressed if he manages. Oh, that would be so amazing, actually. I wonder what items he gets here, because what he wants on TF right now is probably something like a Sniper's Focus to top him up.
No Disco online even, with Disco being the headliner on this TF, so I'm gonna have to roll and find a few more units that can fit and try and maybe make the full pivot into the Disco board.
Actually, one interesting thing about Disco that I noticed yesterday is that the one board that did the best was Tartaman's board. He got second playing Disco, but he was only playing 3 Disco units, and it was honestly more of a Dazzler/Bruiser kind of board. So maybe this is something that Double is going for here as well.
Probably we didn't see the Nashers made here to see what artifact you get before slamming the Infinity Force onto the TF, but what a board. 7 TFs, 17 HP, it should still be 2 lives in the stage 5.
So he's basically going to have 3 TF 2-stars on his board.
How many TFs can we go for? The answer is yes. Is that going to be enough against the twin-tier Kale? The answer is yes. TF pushing through here against Darkhydra's board. And we still have a little bit of gold to work with. The TF3 dream is not dead to me yet.
Especially with the carousel, maybe that would be the deciding factor. Finds the Blitz pair now as well.
If he finds yet another Zonya for the other TF, that would be actually both very powerful and also very silly. I would love to see that.
Those are so many big upgrades. Blitz pair, Ziggs pair, Gragas pair.
Not going to be able to find any further upgrades. Needs to hang in there. Still bottom of the leaderboard and going up against players that are arguably pretty strong. Rolling around on the other side is Blast at Moon. Has been playing tempo all game. Found Harm Assist as well. Poppy, Hatliner, and a Zed being a little bit of a menace in the backline there, but it's not an upgraded set yet, so a good chance for Double to actually take down this board with ease, and that's exactly what's going to happen here.
If your only carry in 5-2 is a Z1, then that's going to be a little bit difficult, like, to win any fights, really. So that gives Double, like, this very much needed time to actually find the units and to actually upgrade his board.
Looks like Blasted Moon uses his tempo start to go in fast 9, and then once 9, you know, his rolls just were not great. Couldn't find anything to stabilize on, which, you know, happens.
I feel like at that point, when he got to 9 and started rolling, the vast majority of the units that he wanted were already out of the pool. Oh, he did manage to find his Zed, and his Caitlyn actually has pretty good items there. So we'll see, maybe he will actually be able to manage some of these fights now.
Dalisum on the other side.
Took a while, but he finally made it to the Executioner variant.
And he's been doing well so far. Only one loss, and that was in the previous game. So maybe this is where the punk comp falls off. Placet Moon says thank you very much as he hangs in there one more time. Double
right, TF on the carousel. Fingers crossed.
Maybe.
You want to see it.
He's not first pick anymore, so players should be attentive. Let's see.
Ooh, Volta is still sitting on an Ezreal 1, and there is actually an Ezreal there, so he might want to take that.
88 emblem as well. Could be big for tournament.
He's aiming for it.
A little wiggle.
There he goes, so fast.
Yes, tiniest. No issues there for him.
Finally manages to upgrade his carry with 20 HP. He still has 2 lives. So hopefully it's going to allow Volta to actually claw his way to a higher placement.
It's a close lobby here, looking from the 3rd place position, Dalisum at 25, all the way down to 8th, Havali at 12. Only 13 HP separating these two.
We were talking about Tartman for the beginning of the game. Has been doing pretty well, still sitting at the top there. Just quickly want to check in. Note that he has found that Seraphine 3 finally is still 1 copy of the Ari, but now with level 8 should be able to try and get that online as well. So on the back of that, I expect him to now be a little bit safer. We can look back to the players that are actually fighting for their lives, like Double, Blasted Moon, and it is going to be Double on the other side. Still hasn't found that TF3 though.
Yeah, he's still 2 off. One thing that I wanted to remark on was that Blasted Moon had no anti-heal, and his Heartsteel cash out gave him a Morellonomicon. So that's actually really big for him, and hopefully will go a long way towards helping him get back into this game. Oh, the thing about this is that actually Seraphine counters TF really hard, but nevertheless Double seems to win the fight anyway.
And the Zhonya's is really big. I think the biggest thing with Seraphine is the fact that she can just insta-snipe the clump in the backline with the TF and the Ziggs and just win the fight directly off of that. But the Zhonya's has some low roll protection in that case.
Indeed. Goes a long way, really, to help him win the fights.
Checking in with Dalisum. Previous to this game, we mentioned that he really needs first places if he wants to have any chance. Not looking like that is going to be the case for the Spanish representative here. Unfortunately, Ging at the bottom there rolling down. You can see the entire lobby has emptied their pockets. Everybody trying to find one more upgrade as it's so close. 17 HP in 3rd and 8 in last. Anybody could get knocked out here, really.
This will be a really difficult fight here for Ging. That Caitlyn is just tearing through everything.
The Rage Blade on the Lucian as well. The Jewel Lotus is the last augment for Havali. 2 players now eliminated. Dalisum in 8th place and Ging, unfortunately, in 7th. I think that pretty much seals the deal. I don't think Ging will have a chance of actually making top 8 and qualifying to day 3.
Volta also out.
He found his Ezreal way too late for it to matter all that much. He actually
1 TF.
found Ezreal, and then after that, he did lose 2 fights right away. So even finding that Ezreal 2 didn't really help him win those fights. With a Rage Blade on him, which was a bit suboptimal.
1
sure
copy.
The French player will be a bit bummed.
Away from finding this TF3 for double 61. Found himself between a rock and a hard place at the very bottom of the leaderboard. But that's a position this guy is so comfortable in. It's scary. Rolling down here, tries to find that twisted fate. Can he make it happen? Blitzcrank, nice little upgrade, but not the big main character you were looking for, clawing his way into the top 4.
Can't quite hit. Still should be at 2 lives, so has a little bit of extra time to work with. Another Trickster's Glass. How many do you want, Double?
Honestly, the foresight to actually keep those TFs when he was at 0 gold and see that this might actually be a win-out angle is something that really separates Double from your average player.
Oh, I think no one would have gone for this line. from the spot he was in, the huge pivot into the TF board, very late into stage 4, early stage 5 is just a crazy thought and really unexpected.
But it might be over here. Double getting overrun by the board from Blast at Moon. The Twisted Fate goes into Zonia. Can he get one more hold out? The answer is no.
Survives.
Double able to hang in there, 2 HP. Everybody survives, but Double and Blast at Noon now in the single digits.
Tells the Ziggs really going all in now.
Actually, one amazing thing about Double's boards is that those Zonias like make it impossible basically for him to actually lose fights hard. So with 17 HP, he basically always had 2 lives. It's really hard for anybody to like stomp this board, because these TFs will always kill quite a few units, the TF and the Ziggs. With that Zonia popped, they will still at least always kill those 3-4 units out of the 5 or 6 that are remaining on the enemy board, which we could actually see, right? It looked as if Double was going to get eliminated, and instead, well, the Zonias came in clutch.
One more time. It's getting pretty dicey here, and that Seraphine takes out Double 61. One dream, one copy short of that Twisted Fate is not going to come together. 5th place for the former world and EMEA champion.
A frustrating finish. The Zonia was procced early into the fight. You didn't have that failsafe onto TF, and then just in the end, just a frustrating loss for Double, who was 1 TF away from potentially having an insane game 4, especially with such a creative board he was able to assemble.
But the thing is that with 50 points, scoring 4 points here with 2 games still left in the day isn't going to hurt him that much. He only needs to get 6 more in order to make it to that 60, so I don't think he's going to have all that much trouble getting that done. So it shouldn't be that much of a frustrating finish for him.
And Darkhydra very quietly win streaking first in the HP standings with a twin Terror Kale board. Looks like it will be a loss here against the Heartsteel player. Blasted Moon finally able to stabilize at level 9. And look at this lobby. The HP totals are so close. Everyone on 1 life.
I'm losing my mind. They're so close to each other.
Indeed, and Darkhydra still has 50 gold to spend actually, so Darkhydra will have that one last power up here to make his board way stronger. We'll see how that goes for him.
It's all about who fights who now, and whether or not there's any moves you can make. Darkhydra, after that loss, now rolling down. He has a lot of money to work with. Everybody else has already been run dry, but look at how fast it disappeared.
Lucian 2, so big.
Rolling down. Blast finds an upgrade. Is that going to be enough? Is the big question here. 2 players.
He managed to find this upgrade because he got gold from the Heartsteel cash out, which really was just about the best he could hope for. Finding that Lucian 2, it can really swing a couple placements here.
2 players getting knocked out. We're going to see Tartman go up against Darkhydra. Darkhydra winning in the previous rounds. Now rolling down all the way. Is the Seraphine actually going to find a way towards the kills? They're so far off. The front line for Tartman has vanished, and with it, the dream of getting a high placement in this lobby. Blast at Moon also getting knocked out, and it is going to be Havali and Darkhydra in the top 2.
And Havali did pick up the 8-bit emblem in the last carousel for 8-bit. That could have been a decisive factor. Still able to beat Blasted Moon despite the Lucian upgrade. Now only 2 players remain. Kale reroll with a twin terror tech from Darkhydra. He has gone level 9, has finished capping out his board. And Havali, who is looking just so strong.
I really love to see a Caitlyn Flex actually doing so well. He managed to build a really strong board on level 8, doing really well, to then transition into this final really strong and really capped level 9 board with Laui 2, Yorick 2. If he finds the Lucian as well, he won't really have the time, but this board cap.
Final fight.
Is the point.
Tentacle buying time for the Caitlyn. The Caitlyn half health, but isn't taken down by the Kali just yet. The Karthus countered by the Tentacles, and it's just too much to handle. Alawi doing so much of countering Darkhydra's board. Havali with a big win for the Turkish player, despite it being so far away from making day 3. Still important for his own individual pride to finish strong in this game 4.
For sure.
Absolutely.
It really makes you feel
really-
good to actually get that redeeming win at the end of a difficult tournament day.
Yeah, I really love both of these games. I think we saw so many cool things. Just personally speaking, that double line was amazing. But we have one more lobby still going, so we are going to be hopping over to Lobby A and see what these guys have been up to. The power is not yet over. We have Sacred Norris, Diga Sparta, and Brix fighting it out here in Lobby A.
Could that possibly be final reserves with 1 HP and a dream? And burning Sacred Norris?
Chances. It is a prismatic lobby.
You get Sparta
this
on the
is
Pentacle board.
It's a quite capped lobby. Level 9, level 9, level 10. 6-5.
Gonna be seeing what these guys are up to. Could be a double knockout for all we know. Sacred Norris on fire and everybody down to 1 life.
I love the Radiant Morello on the Kale. Like, when you see that, you kind of like have to know that this is it. This is the thing that's carried him thus far, made him really strong. Oh, but this Heartsteel board seems massive, and one thing that is really important is that there's an instant cast on the Zed. Like, it happens so often, actually, that he just runs straight to the backline with that, but it didn't really seem to happen this time for Brix, which spells the end for him.
Ends up in the air for Brix, eliminated in 3rd place. Sacred Norris still staying strong on that 1 HP. We haven't seen his board just yet. We'll see if we can take a peek at what exactly to be win streaking this late into the game.
And actually, for these players, both for Diga Sparta and for Brix, at this point, every point...
It is final reserves.
Yes, it is. But for them, every point is so important here, because they're at this like 40 point, 43 point threshold in which you really like need to claw your way towards every single point to get to that 60 point threshold later on.
Talk about scaling, pumping up, inspiring epitaph, jazz emblem, final reserves. What more do you want? 13 win streak, and no wonder this board is so strong. We saw it from Travis in game 1. We're seeing it now from Sacred Norris, just steamrolling his competition. I haven't such a one-sided fight in so long.
Love to see a headliner K as well.
Absolutely beautiful coming through there for Sacred Norris. Had a little bit of a rough start in yesterday's games, but glad to see him do well when we are checking in with our players here. I think there's more to come. We have 2 more games and lots of craziness yet to happen. The stakes are rising higher and higher with more and more players really needing those first places. Thank you so much for joining us here on the broadcast left. It's been an absolute pleasure. We are going to go to a quick break, and then our analyst desk is going to break it down. So we will be back. Stay tuned.
Hi, I'm Left. I've been playing TFT since set 6. I'm a 5-time Ultraliga participant and a regular GSC player. The set in which I've had my best performances was set 7, actually. And I think I'm doing approximately well, I suppose, in set 10. I haven't gotten eliminated from Ultraliga yet. I made it to my 2nd GSC, so I suppose that's pretty alright. So I'm not exactly completely happy with my performance thus far, but I've had worse. I mean, ladder is consistency basically, so it shows just how consistent a player can be over the entire set, right? So rewarding consistency is a pretty good idea. So yeah, I'm very much in favor of awarding more slots to ladder. I myself usually make it through TRCs or open qualifiers if that, well, doesn't really work. So it's not personally the best for me, but I believe it's overall best for the game. Yeah, so there are 2 players that win with like the absolute weirdest and craziest boards. Like, one is double, of course, who like really sometimes goes into these unorthodox lines and plays them to perfection. And the other is Volta. Like sometimes I have no idea what happens on Voltarix's board. How does it even win? What is going on? But it turns out that in the end, it's actually pretty strong, and he like top 2s or even wins the lobby with this something that he's built. I'd like to shout out my team, PMK, and my lovely and supportive girlfriend, who's been supporting me basically throughout my entire TFT journey, and also to my family, who usually watch me.
Well, Peter, I don't think I could have asked for a better game for Prismatic Symphony. I was not expecting it to be that intense.
No, I mean, honestly, though, I think, we were in the, I think for a lot of players, they're really in the driver's seat for a lot of that game. We suddenly saw some very unusual approaches to the game there, some very different stuff. I mean, you're starting from the very bottom. Jalison trying out the Punked Twin Terror board. We also had Darkhydra bringing out a much more successful variant with the Kale Pentakill. But I know we'll talk, of course, about what Double was doing in a minute, because it was absolutely amazing game. But I do want to send my heartfelt commiserations out to Blast That Moon, who almost pulled back that game from the brink, but couldn't quite get over the lip and into that first or second place finish he needed.
Yeah, really strong boards coming out from a lot of people. Of course, on 6-5, there were 4 people down to 1 life, just 12 HP at the top and I think 4 at the bottom. So an incredibly tight round. But we can't talk about this game without talking about Double, because he saw a line that was just... I spent the entire rest of the game breaking it down. So I literally have like 7 sentences on it. I'm pulling up my notes. Okay, listen. So he goes through the game. He finds what the forge. And then he realizes he has all these Trickster's glasses. What goes well with Trickster's glasses? Well, Hyper Pop gives the other units mana that are around them. So if you just get extra Hyper Pop units, you're feeding a lot of mana to something. And if something that works really well with that is going to be Twisted Fate, who has AoE across entire boards, but has this massive MP cost. So you build with that and you say, okay, I've got this frontline now. I've got this Echo. I've got this Blitzcrank. But TF, not all that strong, but uncontested. So he starts rolling for the TF3. And he misses it by 1 copy, and it's just so unfair. It was so smart. It was so cool. It just did not work out. I am devastated.
I mean, it could have been. It was certainly, to be fair, the end result of that is, despite the fact that it was an astonishingly well-played game, Double and out in 5th place, we're starting to get towards the place now where, with only 2 games left in the group stages at all, some of our players, including Double, have moved into a fantastic position for these final 2 games. Matt, let's take a look at those standings and see those players who have fallen away and those who are moving towards the end zone.
Of course, this second page is going to be the people to whom we have to send our commiserations, because they're not going to be able to make it into that top unless they take like a double first. So maybe Brix, maybe Pedig, maybe Zulnanash could make it up, but everyone else is essentially out of the running. It's this second page that we've got to pay attention to.
And after that previous game, or previous round, we've got a little bit of a change up here. Sparta jumping into top 8. I don't believe he was there, or at least was close to it last time round. We've got a pretty good spread. While there's still a ton of French players up there as well. We do see Darkhydra, as before, on the tail edge, and Sappho just dropping a little way out. Just needs a little bit more in the tank in these last couple of games to get back into that top 8 and battle for Spain's first berth, a global championship.
And I, of course, have no biases towards any one player in particular, certainly not a specific German player who's certainly 9th on the leaderboards. So I think it's really fair for me to say I think he's going to win the entire thing, completely unbiased. But to prove it, we're going to put our money where our mouth is. We're going to head to a break, and then we're going to be on the desk to see if I'm right, whether or not. Because we're going to be casting right after this, games 5 and 6 of day number 2. The top 8 will be decided in the next 2 hours. We'll see you in a couple minutes. And we're back, and this time in the casting booth, which doesn't make as much sense when we're in a green screen environment, but that's okay. We're back. We're ready for game number 5. It's going to be an exciting one because, Peter, we do have snake seeding throughout this tournament, which means there are sets of players playing for different objectives in every single lobby, and that's never going to be more evident than in the penultimate game of the day.
Yeah, I mean, we've got players here who just need to have decent and above finishes. We've got players here who need to have big finishes. And we've got the players who are out of contention and just looking to improve their position and take home a larger share of the prize pool. Of course, even if our players who can't make it through to day 3 finish out top here, they're taking away those potential points from the players that can.
And you want to be paying attention to those players on the top row. Those are the people still in contention for the championship. Double 61, of course, off the back of that last game, taking a 5th instead of the top 4. I think he deserved. That was so smart, and he... Anyways, Tartaman also in a very good position. Sacred Norris and Zoro are the ones who are going to have to bring out the A game, because they need to get 2 good results in a row in order to make it past that 60-point threshold. They are 12 points away, the both of them. So we need some incredible placements, at least a 3rd in both of the next 2 games.
I mean, when we saw it from the previous game from Double, of course, one of our only multi-time regional champion, once in the Rising Legends circuit, once before. And of course, the only EMEA global champion as well from way back when. He's, I think for him in particular, it seems like he's got his pride that he wants to do things like he did last game, Matt. He wants to show off exactly why he's one of the most highly regarded players in the region, because he can do things that other players just can't.
That line was something that most players wouldn't see, and that is something that characterizes Double's play. Outside of regionals, outside of the championships, he's also a player who really likes to play that 1st or 8th playstyle, but when everything matters, he shows up big. So, all right, starting off with a pause, not the most auspicious, but I'll keep talking about Double. I'm really excited to see what he's going to be able to pull out, especially with the consistency that he showed both yesterday and today in these sets of games.
I mean, Double is definitely front and center of the minds here. I mentioned, Tartman as well, the other player who just needs the good game here. Zoro, though, I want to bring it into the front of the conversation because another player from France, he's had a really good season so far, his best GSC season ever. And, he's been stepping up dramatically. You mentioned the snake seeding. It means that if you want to come through and surprise anybody by getting through to day 3, you have to do it while facing up against some of the best players in the region to do so.
And Darkest just throwing a wrench into things. Well, all of them really did. Because we've got Wandering Trainer, baby. Wouldn't have it any other way. And Havali really high-rolled with both Jazz and Superfan. You can play anything. Congratulations.
Wow, that is just... Well, I mean, we did see the Jazz board being put together before. That's absolutely amazing. Again, we're keeping our eyes most closely on what's coming in here for Sacred and Azora, because they're the players who need to have the good finishes. As we look through the right-hand side, we can see that we've got some interesting combinations coming together. We already talked about the Jazz. Darkest, well, again, one of those big players, has got a very good combination. Pentakill, Guardian, and Sentinel. Those could all work extremely well to put together a powerful board long term.
I'm also eyeballing Tartaman, of course, one of the players that just really needs to get a top 4 in the next 2 games. He's got 2 emblems that have been really strong on this patch. We've seen the 8-bit emblem once you get to that 6 8-bit, or even just get to drop the Garen at that point, has been incredibly strong, plus true damage. We've seen Senna, we've seen technically Yasuo, but we've seen these units do incredibly well as they get to the later stages of the game, so at the very least starting from a strong position.
Of course, the other players we're keeping eyes most closely on the right-hand side. Double 61 also with the Jazz and also with the Pentakill. So we're definitely going to be seeing some contesting here. I mean, we've seen the Wandering Trainers before. We have seen people be successful with putting together boards that only use one of their emblems, as our first augments will be gold.
The big differentiator, right, is relative to everyone else's Wandering Trainer. How good is yours? And like you said, we saw the last time we saw Wandering Trainer in GSC2, actually one of the players who top 4 had almost nothing to do with their Wandering Trainer. Like you said, just picking one of them. Sacred Norris, I can't see what he had. Okay, he's going to be going for a spellcasting focused composition. I was kind of hoping he had the 1-to-1, but no luck there.
Yeah, I mean, this is the whole thing, isn't it? Yeah, we've got the Dazzler, we've got the Crowd Diver, we've got the Super Fan. This, while it's always going to be easier to have, just a pretty much ready-made composition that's just made directly better, I do think Norris is in a position where maybe he can pull off something a little bit special here, even if the composition doesn't immediately leap out and smack us in the face.
Well, and you can also look at it as some options for different stages in the game, right? Because early game, Superfan is going to have a lot higher relative impact. It's always good, but the early game is when it shows up the most, when nobody has items. Crowd Diver is pretty good to combo with other things, get a couple of stuns into the backline, but late game Ziggs is one of the most popular units in the game, so you could toss him in, get that Dazzler in, and get a little bit of additional damage for him.
Yeah, I mean, I'm really intrigued. At least we have got some augments which is telling us the direction our players are going for. That's going to raise the tempo. Norris was before picking up the Learn to Spell, so that's going to really push him down a particular, down the AP line very quickly and limit his options with the setup that suggested he was going to be trying to play flexibly.
And I will say another thing about Jazz, I think it's one of my favorite compositions, but the reason it's so important in this particular game, the strength of Jazz is that you can do a lot with a hodgepodge of synergies. Even if you just have one and it on its own isn't doing much, it gives you a buff because of Jazz. When you have Jazz as one of the things, and you've got two other emblems for free, Jazz just gets even stronger. So it's a viable option not just for the people who have Jazz on their Wandering Trainer, but everyone in the lobby.
Yeah, I mean, it means if we can get hold of a Jazz headliner as well, we're going up to Jazz 4 incredibly early in the game. And do remember, Havali on 34 tournament points is the lowest points player in the lobby, has very little to lose in terms of where he ultimately ends up. All he can do is increase the amount of prize money he'll be walking away from today with, and he's looking like he's got exactly the kind of board to take away those high placements from the players who need it most.
Really strong start for him, finding the Jazz off the bat on 2-2 with an itemized Misfortune, Ginsu's Rageblade, and the Collector. Really just hell of an early game coming out for the Turkish player.
It's absolutely terrifying. Just taking a quick whip around to see what else is going on here, because Ging has also got something interesting put together here. Executioner and Punk. I mean, that just speaks for itself. 6. Peter, not just Punk 4, the full vertical Punk at level 4. What stage are we, Matt?
2-3, if my eyes aren't deceiving me.
That doesn't seem like it should be allowed.
Really doesn't, but that's the power of Wandering Trainer. So Havali, who has this really strong board, might just go down here.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, our whole estimation of what a regular TFT board looks like, should be like, is so out of whack right now. As you point out, we've not only got a great combination of elements for game, but also the scrappy inventor to get extra items online straight away. It may not have worked out well for Dalasom in our previous game, but I think this is the time for Punk, at least these early goings, to show us exactly why people are scared of it.
Yeah, can start scaling up pretty early if you get it right away. The traditional wisdom throughout the set has been, okay, really only play Punk if you've already got it at the start of stage 2. Generally, that means 2 or maybe 4 Punk if you're really stretching it. 6 does rather take it to the next level. So if there's any Punk composition I think can make it to the late game, it's this one.
I'm really looking forward to see what it's going to be eventually. Of course, even the target time is going to benefit from being a Punk longer term. Do you want to take a note as we do look at some of our compositions coming together though at the bottom of our screen? Sacred Norris with the Learn to Spell, we noted before, would mean that he's very limited in the directions he can go, but he has managed to find one. He's going Katarina, and some of our other players will be picking up some of the more component parts of their compositions as well.
We see Double 61 playing around the emblems that he has. Already got the Guardian popped up as well as the Pentakill. And I really like this choice of item holder. We've talked about it a lot throughout the back half of the set. But Olaf 2 on stage 2 is absolutely insane and can even make its way through stage 3 pretty effectively. And it's triple itemized with a Gambler's Blade for a little bit of extra econ as well.
I mean, this is such a good start here. And we know, one of our compositions we were talking about at the opening of the show, that just did not lose a single game across yesterday was the KL reroll line of play. So we know that Double, along with Tottenham, needs to just not have bad games in these last 2 rounds. I think this is a very sensible choice to pick a line is safe.
We've seen a straight-up vertical Olaf reroll here on Pentakill with the Kayle as the secondary carry. This was before the Kayle patch that made her a much more viable carry on her own, but even past that. So if Double kind of lucks out on these rolls, we might see him commit to that earlier game, save HP, make his way into a healthy top 4 that way.
Taking a look around some of the other players, or rather across to our economy on the right-hand side, we can see Ging, of course, with the 6 punk is on an absolute tear. Zoro just behind, with what looks to be might even be an early Heartsteel Superfan kind of setup. Tottenham, you mentioned we've got a little bit more of a spread of emblems here. Looks like true damage will be the way to go in the early going, but as you've noted, the flexibility, we've got 8-bit ticking up as well. So Tottenham might get to demonstrate a little bit of flexibility, much like Double did in the previous game.
I'm really gratified to see the not picking up of the Yasuo in the shop. We've seen what has happened to our players when they try and pick up the Yasuo reroll. It's just not been good, both on the regional finals as well as Golden Spatula Cup 2. So Tartman just using him as a transitionary unit to get through stage 2 fairly successfully.
Yeah, we can see, itemized with just so much attack damage and healing as well. It's working extremely well. I just want to talk a little bit about Sacred Norris and Dalsum down towards the bottom. Or Dalsum with the lost streaks in place for the time being. Sacred Norris, again, with the learning to spell and the Katarina ball coming together slowly. But some of our players towards the middle, they're spending their gold a lot more aggressively, while our bottom players particularly are hoarding a lot of cash.
Yeah, you just gotta save up. You've got to go for the highest plays. A lot of these players in that middle bottom half of the pack, their only chance is like getting a 1-2 or a 1-1 over the next 2 games. So we're going to see a pretty wide spread of goals here. And Havali, one of the, if not the lowest players in the lobby, I believe, is just going to be going for the highest cap game possible, just seeing what can happen. And we've seen that throw an absolute wrench in the standings before.
Well, yeah, I mean, this Jazz Ball is going to be off the charts, but I think Ging is going to have such a distorted effect on the lobby overall, just because this board is so ridiculously strong. I don't think any of our players are even going to try and really face it one-on-one for a while. Though notably, man, we don't actually have that many punks on the bench.
Yeah, it's an interesting situation where like you're playing this composition because you can get the full vertical very easily, and the full vertical's good. Fantastic. You do need the 3 stars, though. That is very much a requisite of playing Punk through the later stages. So we'll see how Ging can adapt to that as he's going to start slamming items onto that Jinx to keep this tempo going through the rest of the mid-game.
Well, at least he knows that the Dallas, one of the other players who does have the Executioner setup, is very much going more towards the spellcaster side. We can see the Seraphine sitting there at the back. Long term, this board is going to be very strong, but at the moment, Ging is just absolutely ripping through. The only person I think who's really going to be able to give him too much trouble maybe be Zoro, but I think if anything, Zoro is hoping to avoid Ging for as long as possible.
I think everyone's hoping for that exact thing. And we've seen this before as we come into the augments. You've got to be careful if you're Dallasum or Sacred Norris, because you're the ones who stand to lose the most from having Ging doing this much damage. Luckily, for the game plans that have been established so far, silver augments don't really warp the game that much. So there will be not really as much disruption as we'd see from Prismatics.
No, but one of the ones that does leap out at me here is the Young and Wild and Free being picked up by Double 61. Has been doing very well, as Zoro did fall off a little bit. Means he will be able to keep his items flowing in as he hits the 2-star Echo as well. I still don't think he's going to be able to take out Ging, but anybody else needs to watch out.
And I think this is probably, in my estimation, the best silver augment for the early stages of the game, because the benefit of full streaking is that you have so much HP to play with in the late game. You can pull on it as a resource. The only downside is that you can't get any of your items that you want, but now Double gets the best of both worlds, gets to save HP so he can go for the late game, which was already his plan, and he can get some best-in-slot items for his units, making him even more likely to get in that top half of the lobby.
We do get to see a little bit about what Zoro was up to, who was the main opponent on the top of the table for a little while. Has managed to get the Heart Steel in place, so we'll transition that early strength into a little bit more Heart Steel later on. As we can see on the right hand side, again, for anyone who's seeing this for the first time, we're seeing the amount of gold our players are spending on XP, on rerolls, and their board strength overall, or at least I believe so, though I may be wrong about that one. Tournament, notable amount. We're in a lobby with a ton of emblems in place, and Tartman is I think quite possibly the only one with a spatula.
Yeah, incredibly helpful if you can get it in these Wandering Trainer games. Because one of the weaknesses is you'll be like, well, I can't quite fit it in. But having that extra spatula is going to help you fill out your composition incredibly well. As we see Dalasum pivoting into this Lulu headliner, trying to find some items for her over the next carousel, but not really synergizing too well with the Wandering Trainer overall.
No, that's really interesting. I mean, because it's definitely not out of the question you just forsake it most of the way, but I guess we'll see. You see, Dalasum is one of our players on 36 points here. I think is more willing to try something a little bit wild. I don't want to note here on the other side, though, Darkest, the player who brought us to the Wandering Trainers, having the Ascension and the Endurance training as well, so we're keeping an eye out for him longer term to see if he can put together a board with a lot of HP.
I do want to correct myself because my brain fell out of my ears for a second. Dalasum does have some synergy here between the Spellweaver and the Brawler. You can put Gragas in to get both and just get that Spellweaver bonus a little bit sooner. So there is an angle here.
Yeah, and I think it's going to be hard to completely ignore what we've got in place there. I don't want to touch on where we are in the lobby overall, though. Havali picking up the 20th Titans propels him to the top of the table, but it's actually double right now with that Young and Wild and Free, who's the one who's most dominant, but Havali picking up the 2-star. We don't have the Jazz 4 in place as of yet, but we know Havali is going to have a big impact in this lobby one way or the other.
We're going to watch Zoro make a decision here on whether to cash out or raise the stakes. We see 5 Heartsteel on the board already, and Zoro 70 HP lower in the standings, but thinks that he can make it through. Maybe not as worried about Ging's board as he was a couple of rounds ago. We'll see if he was right, because here comes Ging's board.
We do have a few more punks on the side before, on the bench, than we were seeing previously. I was a little bit worried that maybe there was something gone a little bit awry there, but I think Ging, after taking the loss from before, is more willing to say, okay, yeah, we have the initial power spike of the punks, so we get the 2 stars in earlier than other people, but until we hit the 3 stars, we're not hitting the full potential, and we have to wait for that punk to stack up as well to really see what Punk 6 can do later on.
And an early Cade is great for that composition. You know, you get the rapid fire in, get a ton of damage coming out from that unit, because you've got a front line that can stall.
Okay, we've got a decent amount of stuff here, but I think Ging's slow rolling it. We know we've got the vampirism in at Silver, a very clear indication that Ging's quite happy to lose some HP.
Mm-hmm.
The only thing which we don't have here from, say, other Punk 6 boards is we don't actually have the emblem, so we can't, put that on someone like a Caitlyn or similar to put in an additional carry. It's just, you're focusing a lot more of the power onto the Jinx and onto the Twitch.
And it's worth noting at this point, we are heading towards the end of Stage 3. Nobody is full streaking at this point, so nobody with a huge economic advantage. As you can see, the gold totals pretty similar across the board, short of Dalasum down there at 16.
Yeah, he's very, very poor at the moment, trying to reroll for that Lulu Seraphine board. Has actually managed to find an Ari for Dalasum, so it's not all doom and gloom down there as Starkist takes a small loss. In fact, a lot of the streaks have been broken, particularly towards the top of the table. Sacred Nora is actually the one who's climbing up out of the lower bounds, while Zoro and Taliban keep their loss streaks going.
Yeah, double stopped in his tracks, and we see the synergy coming out here. We were talking about the super fan, talking about getting the crowd diver in. Katarina,
oh boy,
great composition for both.
Yeah, Crowd Diver 6 in place already. This is absolutely cracked. I mean, it is still going to be relying really, really heavily on that Katarina getting the time to cast, but we've got the Zed in there already at level 6. I think Sacred Norris, with the learning to spell, this Katarina is going to just be able to sweep away boards as long as she gets time to work.
Yeah, we'll see how much time she gets. A lot of it going to be coming from that crowd diver synergy because they do stun for so long, and that'll give her time to scale up. So we move over to Ging's board, hits that 5-3. Decides not to keep rolling for now. Still got 2 rounds before he's about to hit level 6, so he's got time to decide.
I mean, I think he's in a pretty decent spot. Potaman? So let's see. So we've got these, again, we've got the similar situation as the Punk Ball from before. We can build up to the 8-bit, but we need to have an 8-bit headliner. And that we have seen enough games where players have chunked out a ton of gold trying to find that specific headliner to see the true version of their board.
Yeah, we even saw Tardaman go for that 8-bit board yesterday, or rather earlier this morning. I forgot time. So he knows how to play this composition. Last time wasn't quite able to get that Riven online early enough. Didn't have any QSS on her as well. But this is a pretty good opener from which to play the rest of the game.
All right, so we've gotten gold, silver to gold again. So our players will keep things nice and cool for the time being. Do note Havali, the tiniest Titans before, has managed to maintain and stabilize his board up at the top. 2-star Thresh coming in as well means he's not going to be torn down from his perch for quite a while. Again, a player looking to take, if he can, the first place, improve his own position at everyone else's expense, with this being such a vital game for half the lobby and just an opportunity for improvement for the other half.
And I think it's important to pay attention to Tartman's board as we go through this one. One of those players who is on that upper half can theoretically make it to day number 3 and just needs one more item to get that 6-8-bit online. As we go over to Darkest board, who's Vertical Sentinel. This, if anything sounds like a classic Darkest board, I would say it's this. They made a splash back in Dragonlands playing that Itis, the Guardian composition, so well. So seeing something at least in the same family as that is a little heartening.
I mean, I wish it worked a little bit better in that round, but yes, it's absolutely a competition we want to see. So Darkest, they are most likely out. I believe Make's doing a little bit of maths behind the scenes for us to tell us that Darkest journey, I think even with the best, most optimistic case scenario, it's pretty much over, but still, ultimately, our players, even the ones who don't make top 8, are going to look back on this. This will be part of their permanent record to say, how well did you do in regionals? And it can be a big difference between saying, I was just outside the top 8, and I would say 16th.
Yeah. Zoro here coming in off the back of that Heartsteel cash out, hitting pretty well. Not going to have that blue buff for the Ezreal just yet, but does have the Ezreal on the board as the headliner. So many support items coming out.
Oh, boy.
Just gross.
Well, we know, or rather we've been told, again, what makes that the third place is what Zoro and Tardaman, Zoro and Sacred need to be getting out of these games. So I like that we've seen, a relatively risky approach, as there are two players who need the big finishes go up against each other. Because they need to have something special to at least get them into the top 4, because these boards are so powerful.
Yeah, we're looking at that Misfortune now. We've been talking about the Jazz board coming out. Looks like it might just be a Misfortune reroll on the other side, or maybe just holding an extra for the item transfer later in the game. Lucian here, good for a lot of composition. Zoro going to be able to pick that one up in his Heartsteel comp. Toss in a Caitlyn, you're good to go.
Yeah, I think, just looking at that there, it's like Tardaman deciding not to go for the spatula, of course, is already getting everything together for that 8-bit board. So everything is coming together, and in fact, maybe even the spatula gets left out to dry here. I think maybe at this point, our players are saying, you know what, we've committed into our lines, we've got our bonuses, our +1s. Maybe we actually just don't need them as much as we need raw power right now.
We've had enough of your damn emblems. Get the spatula out of our face.
Hey, if it works, it works.
Yeah, Tardaman is going to hit that 6-8-bit with an 8-bit cane, no less. So tons of power coming out from that board, as Ging finally will hit that 3-star Twitch. Still 2 short of the Jinxes and 1 short of that Pantheon.
we can see from our economic readout on the right-hand side, our players in the bottom 4 and Havali as well. People are spending really aggressively now, so the window is closing to get your compositions together. Sacred Norris, one of those players with the ceiling on the moon, learning to spell. Katarina goes off huge. You can see Taliban's reaction to that. Time is running out very quickly. Zoro, Taliban, they're both on very low HP.
Not looking good for Tardaman there. Zoro as well, having taken a loss that round. Back to Darkest board.
Yes!
I just want to watch the Garen. Let's just
He's a large lad!
He's healing so much that almost worked. I'm a little disturbed. I will say, the problem we've been seeing a lot today, Peter, is that there haven't been strong enough front lines to support the damage from the back lines.
Sure.
So, you know, starting from the premise that there needs to be a strong front line, this theoretically fulfills the prompt, but that Karthus alone is not doing much damage.
I'm really torn here. I don't know if you've got a particular opinion on this as well. Like this, so Garen is our main tank here, and I think Darkest is really indexing into trying to make sure that Garen really scales up rather than putting him on the front line to tank from the beginning. I wonder if that might come back to bite them longer term. But down there's some. Let's see what he's got for us here. The Razor Tempo board with the Lulu. There's a lot of punch behind this board. Taliban, one of those players who needed to get merely a decent finish from this lobby. You can see it is a heartbreaker of a finish. He is going out in 8th place. He's so close to day 3, and that was the worst case scenario.
Just absolutely brutal. So tough after such an incredible day of games, what looked like a really strong opener. I thought he was going to make it all the way to the latest stages of the game, but unfortunately taking that bottom position in round 11 of the first 2 days.
Oh my gosh. Double 61, who's in the same position as Solomon was, is in a much better spot. He's got 65 HP, so his chances of suffering a similar fate seem to be almost nil. We're still most focused on Sacred and Zoro. And Zoro, you know, doesn't have the world's highest HP pool either. We could start to move towards a space where Zoro gets knocked out of potentially going to day 3 as well.
Also, I'm having a hell of a game as well. We see Ging finally hitting that 3-star Jinx that he's been hunting for the entire game. Still short on that Pantheon, but the board doing pretty well, still at 59 HP here at the start of stage 5.
I do want to take a second. Don't normally address comments on the Twitch chat, but just because of who it's from. I love that Kevin Parker's in the chat trying to untilt Tottenham after that last loss, because as he correctly identified, Tottenham's still in a pretty good position, 54 points, with 60 being what you're trying to hit, so it's not out of bounds for him to still make it in. It's a tough thing, though, to come into a really important final game after such a big disappointment.
Yeah, just got to recognize, still one game to go. It's unfortunate, had a decent opener, wasn't able to convert, but the worst thing you can do is focus on it, ruminate on it, because mental is so important, especially in a final game to make it to day 3 of the regionals.
Oh,
He's just decimating with this board, by the way. Darkest is like 100% dead from here, and that's sad, but Darkest was coming in with very low points regardless, so wasn't really going to make it out. But Ging, pretty impressive showing from this Punk board.
Yeah, unfortunately, you know, for Ging, these last kind of rounds are much like it is for Darkest, just a opportunity to push up the standings, but double 61. We said right back at the beginning of this lobby, despite the fact that he's in a very powerful tournament position, he is not messing around. We've got the Sentinel headline of Morkaiser up 3-star. This board is real nasty, but it is going up against Ging, who's almost at his final form.
I really am a huge fan of Headliner Mordekaiser. If you've ever been in the green room, so like 6 people, you've seen me talk about how lovely this is for me. The scaling AP lets you get into the later game pretty well, and we've talked about it before. The scale composition without a frontline really struggles. Not going to be enough to beat up that Jinx. Barely falling short, but Double is in a great position here. Got the 3-star carry, got the 3-star frontline. Just need to make it to those later stages, cap off the board, clean up.
I mean, we get a little taste of what Ging can do there, which is ludicrously good single target damage. We don't have the Twitch itemized yet to allow for a little bit more spread damage to give him more good matchups, but we'll see what happens longer term. Havali, with the Jazz board from before, has got the 4 Jazz in place, but not actually relying so much on the Jazz units to do the damage. Instead, it's Caitlyn and Ezreal, the more commonly seen as setup here, just pouring out the damage instead from the backline.
Sacrificing the super fans as well, I think correctly identifying that from this position, it's not going to do as much as just getting in those Jazz units, getting in some bigger hitting carries. So we see it going up against doubles board, and we can see why Mordekaiser Headliner is so scary, just walking back and completely decimating Havali's backline.
I remember looking at the headline effect for Mordekaiser, which is he gets 1 AP every time he kills someone with his ability to think, what a useless headliner effect. He's never going to be killing anybody. Of course, under extreme circumstances like this, it's a very different story.
Yeah, just completely wiping the board, and he's got great items for it. You've got the Titan's Resolve to give both tankiness and a little bit of damage. You've got the Crown Guard, which does the same, and then just a Warmox to keep him topped up on health. So really, really enjoyable to see that board go to work. So we head back over on Havali's board, currently second in the health. Ging really running away with the lobby still.
I mean, he just, we talked about it before. We had the power trough for a while, but now Ging is mostly online. Dallison, of course, we heard from in day one of our Spanish players. He talks a lot about his, unbeatable mental game that he just, he's here to play the best he can play. Another little player who cannot see day 3, but he can at least impress us on stream here with this game.
Looks like he's doing his best. That Lulu 3 coming in right on time. 5-5 with the Ahri 2 as well. Doesn't have a ton of AP, this Ahri, so struggling to get through that Thresh, and we see the Ezreal ultimate straight into the backline. Going to be a bad time for Dallison, as this is going to be his last round of the tournament. Well, till next game. I forgot we're game 5. We still got games to go, Peter.
Yeah, I mean, you can see there, Dallison resigned out of this game. I would have hoped, for all our players who can't make day 3, you just really want to see them get another additional small moment in the sun. But again, right back at the beginning, Sacred Norris, Zoro, and Double, they are the players currently 3rd to 5th place. They are the players who can potentially make day 3. Havali and Ging, two players, Turkey players up at the top. If they finish strongly, they will be denying the chances of those 3 and limiting their chances of making day 3, even when they cannot.
Important breakpoint here for Double 61. Just needs 5th place twice. He's already guaranteed top 5 this game, so if he gets 5th next game or higher, he's set, even if he dies right now.
Yeah, I mean, that's got to be some amount of relief. And Zoro has, in fact, leapfrogged and bound over Ging's board. So the power trough, the power spike came, and now Ging is going to drop down again. Yeah, it's kind of wild to think that we're not going to be, the Ging of all the Turkish players, the one we've seen so incredibly frequently at the Global Championship, is not going to be going back there again.
Yeah, complete stalwart of the scene. We've seen him so many competitions, be our representatives at the championships, but just generally showing up to play every single time. Unfortunately, not having as great of a time of it here in Remix Rumble, but Zoro gonna try and pick up the mantle here. 48 points and having this incredible board built all the way out on an 8-round win streak, looking as a likely player to take that first place in the lobby.
I really love that you noted this before. Yeah, Zoro really playing away from the emblems that he's been given and still putting together an 8-round win streak. You can see nobody else left alive in the lobby has any significant streak. Only Double has any money in the bank, so we're really coming to the tail end of this game. We're going to be seeing a lot of big losses coming in. 6 crowd diver board from Sacred Norris, learning to spell. That Katarina must have a massive amount of AP. Let's see how much damage those blades do.
Plenty as she goes in towards the backline, but just doesn't kill them fast enough. Gets stunned up, can't cast again. Sacred Norris taking a loss. One more loss of that magnitude, and he is out of this game.
I think you pointed out before the multiple support items there, making it so hard to cut through the mass of defensive units. I think that's what we'd love to see. We talked about in previous games with KDA, enabling your board, even your kind of filler units, to be able to provide a lot of extra HP shields in the way. The support items doing very much the same kind of thing. Let's check back in with Double, though. Again, our only player who's still got money in the bank. The 3-star Mordekaiser and the KL board. Now with the Viego 3 itemized as well. He's looking real good here. Even if he doesn't need to finish higher than this, it looks like he's going to try for it.
Yeah, spending down as best he can. Zoro going to be doing a little bit of a pivot here as well. Picked up a Jin too. I believe it was the headliner as well. So going to toss on some items there. We've seen Jin have some troubles in this competition, but if the front line can stay alive for long enough, we'll see him pop off against Havali, who's had this incredible board all game. But Jin just two-shotting everything. It's not enough. There's too many units to get through. And Zoro probably going to take the almost takes it. Bard barely survives. Zoro takes a gentle loss. Still has 1 round to go at the very least.
You saw there, Havali couldn't even keep in his seat off of that last round. Holy moly. Damn. As we've heard from Raiko before. But let's talk again about the emblems here. It ended up being the big shot, which has got us to big shot 3 here. Unfortunately, not big shot 4.
Oh my god.
We do have a huge upgrade dropping in.
All right, going to be able to pick up that Lucian 2. Going to give a lot of board strength, plus the Poppy 2 as well. Both frontline and backline going to be bolstered, running up against double 61. One of them could be eliminated here in this round.
Oh, Zoro, look at trying to carve out his own piece of history as well as we're coming to the tail end. This is round 5 of our 2-day group stage, and he goes through Double like a knife through butter. Double is out of there, but he did what he needed to. Zoro's got his eyes on the higher prize in this lobby. As Ging goes down as well, our top 3 have arrived.
Ging securing the top 4, stealing it away from Double means Double still does need that top 5 next game. So we're looking at some very disparate boards here. Sacred Norris on that Katarina reroll. Zoro pulling out the Jin, man after my own heart. And then Havali, this incredibly consistent board through the early, mid, and now late stages, has been doing absolutely incredibly.
Havali definitely known around the scene. I think this will grab some attention as well, but Sacred Norris just taking a moment to drink in what a fantastic find this is. The Kiana 2-star being put in place. We've already got a lot of itemized units already, especially with the Thieves Gloves coming in as well, and the double Crown Guard on the front line. The Sacred has got a chance, if he can survive through a little bit longer, to get maybe 1 or 2 more components, get maybe another item onto the Kiana, and go for the first.
But he's running up against the top board in the lobby. Zoro, who's hit a Caitlyn 3.
No!
On what could be the very last round, just waiting, watching her fire away in the back line. There she goes, and that's all she wrote. That front line is going to start melting. Ezreal to clean up after her, and that will nearly be the round. Katarina doing her level best, gets stunned up, taken down. Sacred Norris with a 3rd, and Havali looking perfectly poised to take number 1 in this lobby.
Wow. If you ever need your good fortune to arrive in spades, Havali Nick, you can see 34 points. I mean, this is a hell of a glass gasp in the tournament. Zoro's board, I think, under any other circumstances, would just be completely unstoppable. We have at least got the Shroud to maybe slow down the Caitlyn a little bit, but even as good as Zoro's board is, that first place, that 8 points, will be kept away from him, I'm almost certain.
You can see the Shroud on the wrong side of the board. Caitlyn and Ezreal just going to get to free fire away. Jin stunned up in the back line for Zoro's board. Looking rough. Caitlyn got 1 off, looking for the second one, looking for the first place in the second to last round here for Havali. A clean victory.
What a shot, and what a game from one of our Turkish representatives there. Honestly, I think this is the freedom that comes from knowing that you can't make it to day 3. You can just absolutely shoot the moon in the last round. Still though, for Sacred Norris and for Zoro, that was a pretty good game. They still managed to get into the top 3 finishes, which honestly, under those kind of circumstances, ain't too bad.
Yep, just under the wire for those two. So the next game will decide it all for all of our players, not just them. We'll go to a quick break, and the analyst desk will break down the penultimate game of the EMEA Regional Finals.
Okay, so I'm Kevin Parker from Germany. I'm 22 years old. I've been playing TFT since set 1 and started playing competitively in set 6, basically. I went second at the TFT Vegas Open and 7th at regionals in set 8. And yeah, that's me. So I like the changes that ladder players get more spots again, even though this time I actually qualified through the TRC. Usually I qualify through ladder, but this time I was lucky enough to make it through the TRC, so I didn't have to, sweat on New Year's Eve to try and get the GSC snapshot. So yeah, I was pretty happy about that. I mean, I think the best advice I can give for other competitive players is to try and not think about the circumstances of the tournament too much, and just playing your game without thinking about those other factors, which is an easy thing to say, not that easy to do. But I think that has helped me a lot in Vegas, especially because the stakes were so high, but I stayed calm and collected the entire time, and that's what led to my strong performance, I would say. Well, shout out to my mom. I don't know if she's gonna watch this tournament, but she's been my biggest supporter since day one. Shout out to my girlfriend, of course, especially for supporting me in my journey as a streamer and player as well. In every way possible, really. And then, shout out to my friends in TFT. They know who they are. Yeah, that's it.
Welcome back to the analyst desk after a game that, it just happens. It's a wandering trainer game. Players are looking for these very high finishes, and then something that is as high and low roll susceptible is just really attractive to them. Of course, with the wandering trainers, you're gonna have your line mostly written out for you with some extensions. In this game in particular, Zoro having a little bit more freedom to play a win condition that he could define himself.
I like his game plan. He had to go for a risky play. He had to get a lot of points in this final or penultimate game to try and be in contention coming into this next game, and kind of ignored his dummy most of the early game, didn't give him clear direction with a true damage to Dazzler, but found that Jin headliner in the late game and really, I think, played a very clean game, a very clutch game overall from the French player. Havali didn't really have to clutch. He dominated the entire game from start to finish, had a very, very good dummy with very early vertical jazz online, and we saw it. I mean, Caitlyn 3 at the end. What more could you want?
It's just so good, right? Absolutely. Smurfing through, finding that 4-cost 3-star, you're going to have a great time. But we kind of want to take it back to the overall conversation because this was the penultimate game for today. And there is only going to be one more game for that final cutoff for the final top 8. And it's going to really matter how players place through. We just glanced at the numbers already for a second, and it seems like the cutoff is going to be even higher than we thought.
Could be 61. We'll see how it pans out with the snake seeding, especially. You're not kind of stealing points from your direct adversaries because everyone is not in the same lobby. So we'll see how it ends up panning out and what the cutoff actually is. For players like Double, had the chance to finish his homework in this game 5, couldn't quite do it. In the end, -4 HP for Double, -2 for Ging means that Double placed 5th. If he had placed 4th, he'd be guaranteed that even if he finishes 8th in the next game, he'd have 60 points. But for now, Double is on 58. One of the favorites, I think, in the entire history of EMEA, has not yet punched his ticket, but makes a few players have.
Yeah, they have. We're going to check it out on the standings, of course, starting at the bottom of the standings. First, there's a bunch of players here that are not going to be able to qualify anymore. The most points they can get is 8. We were expecting the cutoff at 60. It's going to be most likely even higher. So we'll see how it pans out on that first page of those standings as soon as we're going to hop on over there. Yeah, there we go. And then anybody, even potentially Bricks, if the cutoff comes in lucky, I feel like could make it. But anybody from Tartman up for sure. These are all these players that are going to be battling it out on where to go. Notably, Skipaeus, Wetjungler, Jidosaur already are going to be able to qualify to day 3. So congratulations at this point already.
Huge congrats to Jidosaur, especially. The breakout French player of the set has been so dominant on ladder and is now transferring that same dominance into this tournament across these first 2 days. Smurfed throughout the early games of this day 2 as well to guarantee he's in a comfortable position. We see it now, already qualified with 1 game left, and so happy for him as a player.
Well, our casters are ready and we don't want to hold you off too long. Here's the final game of day 2 of the EMEA Regionals.
Thank you so much, Makes and Panda. We are so excited to be here. Final game of the day, and we've got a hell of a lobby. Skipaeus sitting there at the top, another one of those players who has been such an important member of the scene, going to be making it to day number 3. We can tell you that right now.
Yeah, I mean, this is the breaking point for 3 players. Only 3 players in this lobby. So Skipaeus, absolutely can just treat this one as a victory lap. Though, knowing what I know of him as a player, I don't think, much like Double, there's any chance he's going to do anything but try and get another first place in this lobby. Digger Spotter, Enzo, Bricks, their futures decided in this game. We've got 4 other players, Chicane, Experian, Tropical, and Gobitster, who cannot make it anyway, but are still looking to try and improve their situation. I can't even imagine what it must feel like to be a player in this, this kind of moment in the tournament. I mean, I'm so glad we've got the cameras to be able to see the expressions, particularly Diggers, Enzo, and Bricks at this moment.
Yeah, Enzo, one of those players who has been absolutely the most successful. We have seen him do so well, especially we remember Monster's Attack, really bringing it home for EMEA for us. So incredible play has come out from him before. I'm excited to see him make day 3, potentially.
Oh boy, I mean, yeah.
Nothing crazy to start, thank God.
What are we going to get? I can see some of our players. I think Loot Subscription could be the one which will throw most of the spanner in the works. And it will be Tropical. Well, our Greek representatives say, I got nothing to lose at this point. I'm willing to have a game that's going to be pretty damn spicy indeed.
Wouldn't have it any other way, Peter. It's just the exact start I want. Bricks, of course, definitely someone who made a huge impact in the earlier days of Rising Legends. I remember very fondly the Gizmos and Gadgets, one of those players who came out, the Tunisian representative, incredibly strong in those first finals. And it's heartening to see him here once more. And I am truly hoping he makes it to day number 3.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, his journey through the Western Last Chance qualifier was absolutely amazing. I think much like Puzzles, that's where he really won the hearts of the people. I'm sure, it would be an honor and a privilege to have him back at the championship again, to have another crack at the top. Of course, for anyone who's come into this event a little bit later on, doesn't know what's going on, as was mentioned on the desk, we are at the end of the group stage here. Once this is all said and done, 8 players from our starting 32 will go forward to tomorrow. Those 8 will battle each other for the 4 places that EMEA has at the Global Championship coming up very soon.
Big pickup here for Brix, going to be trying to get that Heartsteel in, has the Heartsteel headliner Cassante, so very good chances of getting it, but also sitting on that 8-bit pair as well.
I mean, that's absolutely fantastic. I mean, we've seen that it's not hard at all to kind of mush these two together, keep your options open. We know that Riven Reroll has been an absolutely magnificent line of play, which has had the stats for it are pretty eye-watering.
Yeah, looking forward to seeing how we transition, as it's just going to be silver augments here to start the game off. So going to be very standard, not going to up the tempo of the lobby very much on its own.
And we are getting word from our admins and producer that for Brix in particular, 52 plus 8 will bring him to that 60. As was noted on the analyst desk, 60 may still not be enough to get into day 3, but it's the minimum that means that Brix makes it out of this game with any chance at all.
Yeah, Enzo in a much rosier place at 57 points, just needs that top 5 or higher as we saw in the previous game. Well, actually, it might be top 4, because we don't know if it's going to be 60 or 61 yet for the tiebreaker.
That's going to wear on your mind when you're a player in this situation. Say, okay, you've got a very specific game plan in mind, saying, I just need this finish. But then you start to worry, because there's so much of the tournament as a player that's out of your direct control. You can only control your individual performance. You can't control how this incredible mix of player finishes will eventually tail out.
Yeah, starting off the round. Something interesting I'm seeing here, Tropical, going for one of my other favorite silver augments, where you get rewarded for being incredibly inconsistent with your streaks, which matches up how I play, because I have no idea how strong my board is at any one moment.
Yeah, honestly, I love it as well, as much as I love Escort Quest. There's a lot of money for Tropical. If he can navigate that successfully, picking up, 3 gold per round is absolutely crazy. But for Chicane, let's see what they've got going on here. So we've got the component ambuls coming in. So it means that Chicane from Poland will be able to pick and choose his item components very carefully as the game goes forwards.
We've gotten an update as well from the chat, an important one for Enzo. Has not finished first in a single game, so he needs to play incredibly well here, because if he's at 61, that becomes a tiebreaker. That is one that he will lose.
It's quite a thing to think of, the way you approach the tournament. And I think usually playing, for top 4s, top 2s even, I think it's a more consistent way to play. But to know that your tiebreaker situation might be the thing that keeps you from even getting to day 3, it's going to be a little bit nerve-wracking. As Xpirin will be putting forward a pretty strong board from the early on. The 1s, 2s, 3s, meaning he's got a lot of early power.
And I will say, given the spot that we know Enzo is that we just described, I really like the choice to go for the Tiny Titans, just giving a little bit more of a barrier of HP to work with, a little bit more time, flexibility to get into that top 4.
Yeah, I mean, he's even got the win streak in place as Enzo to make sure that HP stays intact for as long as possible. Do remember though, Enzo, Digasparta, and Brix, we have received an update that it seems likely that Brix won't be able to have enough points to get through even with a first place. So it's really just a story of Enzo and Digasparta in this lobby, with Enzo having the advantage and Digasparta really needing the big win.
Yeah, we'll keep an eye on that as the game evolves, as we see Gobster's board here. Evelyn is an item carrier, one of my favorite things that works poorly most of the time. So he's just going to try and get those losses to be as minimal as possible. Evelyn herself, much to my disappointment, has not done a whole lot throughout the set.
Honestly, I'm here for Evelyn with triple Sunfire Cape running around the board, setting everyone on fire while they can't do anything. Shout out to my old school League of Legends players.
We see here the first carousel picking up some items here. Tropical already sitting on a Heartsteel board this early on into the game. Going to be fishing for that blue buff for Ezreal with that tier.
Yeah, and with the switching gears in place as well, we've seen how powerful it can be to put together, several different kinds of economy. Heartsteel and the switching gears, especially with Heartsteel being one of those economic traits where you can get away with going win-loss, win-loss. In this case, for Brick's side of things, has managed to put together Heartsteel with a loss streak, but Tropical's just got an extra layer of resilience saying, as long as I can find that middle line through the lobby, which can be hard to do, I'm going to get paid out huge.
Yeah, it's very dangerous, a line to walk. It's very tight-ropey because every single round you have to reassess what your board strength is, see if you can swap something in or out. And if you have in your matchup pool someone like Skipaeus who's starting off very strong, and then maybe you get bricks the next game, it is really brutal to try and keep those wins and losses alternating like that.
Well, I mean, Skipaeus is more than happy to hand out 3 gold to Tropical here and now. We said before coming into this, Skipaeus could do literally nothing in this game and he'll still see day 3. But instead, he's playing a really vicious board, double Argot from early on. We know finding Argot early could be a real big signal that you're strong enough to beat people up. Finding 2 Argots, why, that's even better.
Yeah, it's going to be a little bit tough for the players going against Skipaeus now on that 2-win streak. As we head over to Diga Sparta's board, playing for that early Heartsteel composition as well. And I can't see underneath the round results, but yeah, he doesn't have the headliner for Heartsteel, so he's still just sitting on 2 and taking the losses regardless. A rough start to the game.
Yeah, the Tiny Titans is at least buying a little bit of time, but you're right, the Portuguese player, he's taken the more conservative route here. He's even selling off his board to make the 40. He's not wasting, or at least not committing in any money, let's say, to try and find the headline, just because, as we've seen from many other boards before, there's no guarantees that you'll find it in good time.
Yeah, we can see the board going to be doing a lot. A lot of nothing, I'm going to be honest, as Govister going to be able to use that Evelyn to take down this board pretty easily. It's going to be rough for him as well because he is breaking that loss streak.
I mean, you want to see the Evelyn board do well. I don't know if that was necessarily the kind of circumstances you want to see it happen under, but still.
It's technically an Evelyn board, and it technically did well, so you know what? I'll take it.
We'll take the small wins at this point. Let's just take stock of where we are, though. So we've got Enzo up at the top of the table and Experian, both of them with a huge amount of HP left over. Sparta, of course, with a little bit more in the tank with the Tiny Titans, is also maintaining a good position. As we look further down the table, though, we can see that the streaks are really concentrated towards our players on the high HP right now.
And we usually see the opposite, right? Because it's so much harder to maintain that win streak. If you really, really are dedicated to maintaining the loss streak, you can just open for it. Like, there is always... Going to put a little bit of an asterisk on that because we've seen double open for it before. But there is almost always a way to guarantee a loss. But guaranteeing a win for 3 players going to be difficult. We see Diga Sparta actually on the 4 loss streak. So I think he's the only one keeping up that 4 streak. And like you said, up in that HP total because of the Tiny Titans. Oh, I like this from Enzo, actually. Like, this is a really strong early corn to build around. Going to give a lot of board strength in the time being and just trying to buy as much time as possible. Use that extra HP, use the board strength he has to try and get to the late game and find a composition that can get him into that top 4 that he needs.
Yeah, interesting the hand of justice being put in here for a little bit more punch and a little bit more time. I mean, Enzo's managed to keep the streak hold pretty well. Bricks, let's see, is currently on a win streak, has a heart still in place, so certainly doesn't mind losing. Looks like Enzo, I think he's actually doing pretty well here to be holding onto a decent amount of money while still having a board strong enough to keep together a streak this long.
Yeah, the Seraphine Headliner really helping out there. Sure, it's Spellweaver, but you might not sit on it for the rest of the game. Might be just pivoting into Ahri at later stages as we go into our second augment round of the game. Tropical will be cashing out that Heartsteel.
I mean, we can start putting some more power out I mean, the thing is, Tropical has got, I don't know if we can even calculate it here because we don't know exactly how many rounds have gone back and forwards, but he's harvested a ton of money. We were wondering if Tropical could sort of ride that line between, I believe that he had just based on the amount of money he had in the bank. And he could keep doing that for the entire game through, getting, about as much money as he'd be expecting to get from win streaks or interest just from managing to find that line through the whole game.
Yeah, it's kind of the flip side of what we were talking about for the early stages for this augment. Almost impossible to keep the win and loss alternating every round, but once you're in the later stages, you're almost guaranteed to not win every fight at the very least.
Yeah, I mean, exactly. As we're talking about, when the streaks are not in play, that's a proportionally larger amount of power. Experian, though, with the Annie set up here, looking pretty darn good, honestly. We've got the Zeeks as well for a little bit more power. Doing a pretty good job of item carrying and ripping through to keep the streak going. Of course, we do remember Enzo is also on the win streak, but they have avoided each other for a while.
No longer going to be able to avoid it, as Kennen will not be able to 1v2 a fully itemized Annie and a Lulu. So Experian, the only one with a full streak going into stage 3-3.
Yeah, Enzo's streak ended after that last round, so we might be seeing a bit of an abrupt change of direction longer term. Just looking down towards the bottom, we noticed before we had Skipaeus with the Urgot. Looks like Bricks picking up the 2-star Urgot there as well, so we might be seeing a little bit more of a contested approach to Mosha than we'd be expecting out of a lot of our lobbies.
Yeah, and just looking at the rest of this lobby, I keep bringing it back to Enzo because he is the one for whom this is incredibly close and incredibly doable. I like the way he's playing around the headliners. He's finding little incremental upgrades and saying, fine, that'll work for now. My goal is to get to the late stages of the game. It doesn't matter if I don't have the perfect headliner. Sure, I'll itemize an Echo for damage. Will it give me more board strength? Yes, then it's worth it.
I mean, it makes all the sense in the world, doesn't it? When you've got, Enzo has lost the streak, doesn't have money in the bank, so just needs to play things out very conservatively. Do notice on the other side, though, for Chicane, we've got the last stand in place. We know an augment that can really shape the rest of his game.
Setting up for Disco, no less, which we really have not seen today, except for doubles. Incredible play fake. Didn't work out, but it was really cool. Go back and watch it if you haven't seen it. So it'll be interesting to see how that Twisted Face works out with the last stand on board.
Well, we know it's a powerful combination. Anytime you can put together a strong, a board that's strong otherwise, and has multiple good units with that last stand. So, I mean, Chicane was. We talked a little bit about how we had a lot of our players were trying to lost streak, but it was struggling to do so. Chicane was the player who did exactly what you said, more or less open-forted during the early part of it. So he has taken a lot of damage, but he's not the only one.
Yeah. Lots of damage down at the bottom there. Tropical, we talked about as well with the switching gears. Suffering a little bit. And Bricks on this board, we see it looking Heartsteel shaped, but hasn't quite found its way there. No Ezreal just yet. Sitting comfortably on 50 gold at level 6, though. So in a pretty decent spot, middle of the table with HP.
I do like using the Urgot as an item carrier here, because again, you see, especially when he gets the targets itemized, the damage he's doing is absolutely crazy. With a blue buff as well, his uptime is really, really good. And the second that formation starts to break apart on anybody's board, Urgot just goes to town.
And you saw at the start of the round just how strong he could be, getting stunned out there in the later stages, but he was able to chew through that front line, and the cone AoE was taking out the secondary frontliners, some of the carries even. So not quite strong enough to beat Experian's full streaking board, but a strong showing nonetheless as we move back over to Diga Sparta's board, who's holding more than one Bard 2-star. I wouldn't call it Bard reroll yet, but that is 4 Bards. I'll report back when we have more information.
Oh boy, you can see Sparta really going into the tank here to think about raising the stakes. He's got a lot of HP, so it's certainly not out of the question. We don't have a Heartsteel headline or anything to make going up to Heartsteel 5. Get that really worthwhile, as he will commit in here. Again, Diga Sparta's on 54 points, so he really needs a top finish here to see day 3. This is the time for risk. This is the time for the makings of a player.
Now Diga Sparta going to be able to continue this win streak most likely. Gobuster item holding that Kaisa. Only one really left on the board as this Garen will go down in short order. So, Sparta turning his... Oh, she dodged it. High APM from this Kaisa. Still won't be enough to save her.
Sorry, I was scrolling at the enhanced cash out that Sparta got immediately after trying to raise the stakes. To be fair, though, he wasn't exactly, going to lose out on a massive amount by that unfortunate event happening. But we can see, there is so many players towards the lower end here who have dropped a lot of HP. I can definitely forgive Sparta for thinking, those low HP players, they have to turn the corner soon. They can't afford to be running weak boards.
Yeah, we can see even putting in those stopgaps like that Aphelios headliner. Not going to keep that for the rest of the game, but if it's going to get you the board strength, that's what you need to keep this economy going, make it into those later stages. You need to play for top 1.
All right, let's
level up
again take
across the lobby.
Yeah, we've got the accelerator being pressed on. Experian is still undefeated. And thank you very much, production, for reminding us we are going to be getting in that random loot, so we can see some really big step ups in power. Maybe this will be enough to tip someone over the edge for taking that streak away from Experian.
Yeah, depends on what Experian himself gets, because if he gets quite the spike as well, then it might as well be a wash, as we see Giga Sparta putting that Crown Guard on the front line, running into, I believe that's Enzo, yep, who's got a strong board of his own. Woo. And a double Hodge Deathfire Katarina.
I'm intrigued to see how this does longer term, because we are kind of like pushing it into a very specific approach here, but we can see one of the problems we had before for the Katarina board, especially with the Deathfire Grass that's so focused on the initial burst damage. If there are enough tanky units there, you can't get to those prime targets quick enough.
Yeah, I smell reroll, and it's smelling a little foul so far for Enzo. So we see the final augments come out of the game, just going to be gold. Plenty of options here as Giga Sparta going to pick up the Jeweled Lotus, try and level out and roll down for a more reliable carry than an Aphelios 2.
What's he got in his mind? Caitlyn would certainly be a very solid choice indeed. I love the point with the set as well, that when our players are doing these level 8 roll downs, they've got a decent amount of different choices here. They can more or less carry whatever items they happen to be looking for, as Experian does exactly the same thing and finds the rapid fire variant instead.
Yeah, picking up that Caitlyn, going to be able to get a lot of damage on her, rotating around for that Lulu to still have some items. Not quite itemizing just yet. I think looking to see if he can upgrade the front line more directly as that Zac enters the fray.
Let's see who Experian goes up against here. Again, we're seeing how long Experian can keep this win streak going. Up against Enzo with a Katarina reroll board from before. I think this might be one of the boards where the Katarina could be able to break through. The front line isn't quite as strong. No, I'll instantly eat my words. This Katarina reroll is still waiting to go off huge, and I wonder how long it's going to take.
We already have a Jhin, apparently, counterfeit.
Wait,
Sure,
what?
Kane's picking that one up. Itemized with AP nonetheless, but apparently doing very well. I guess temporary, because I've never seen the scenario where someone's like, damn, I can't hit TF. I guess I'll use Jhin as an item holder.
I've seen Aries, I've seen other stuff, but what we haven't seen so far is Country Argot Skipaeus. I think just maybe going to go for a little bit of limit testing in this game again. He's got no stakes in this game, but just getting more and more points. We don't have, we don't have the country emblem, which would normally be the reason to go down this route, but we certainly have got plenty of the premium country units.
Yeah, plenty of Executioners as well, so playing some combination between that Vexecutioners 4 Executioner build and Country. With that 3-star Urgot, pretty uncontested unit, and apparently not very tanky either, as it gets taken down by the Urgot across the board. That Zed looking mighty scary there from Bricks, but Skipaeus is pretty comfortable on this loss streak, still 50 HP.
Yes, the Urgot we have at home. I was kind of curious to keep an eye on what Skipaeus' expression was there coming out of that round, but as tradition for him, pretty much unreadable. So he comes to the carousel. We do have a spatula available. Gobo's going to immediately leap onto that and make sure that at least there's a chance to pull back from the brink. Gobo on 18 HP right now, on the lowest tournament points as well, headed for what easily could be a fast 8th.
And we saw him hunting down for that Ahri composition, perfectly positioned items, but he's only level 7, can't reliably roll down for a 4 cost at this point, so he is really teetering on the edge of the cliff. Actually pivoted into Lulu, which might be a worse situation, because we have another Lulu player in the lobby.
Oh boy. I was looking to see if Gobo had the ability to put this spatula to work straight away, but that actually doesn't seem to be the case. Unless we're going to take a very abrupt left turn into 8-bit. So Gobo just kind of left here with a couple of duplicators. The Lulu 3 does arrive, so maybe the spatula wasn't what was needed, but just a little bit of luck.
That'll help a little bit here running up against Chicane's board, so someone in the middle of the pack as well. Decent chances of making it through to the next round.
Well, let's see if the Lulu 3 is good enough. Gobos, I think can I get a little bit of satisfaction from at least seeing this board coming online. I am the time he needs to be able to last long enough to eventually put that spatula into the composition and maybe find a little bit more power from the KDA line.
And we saw as well, Chicane sold the item holder Jin for a Twisted Fate.
Nice.
I think weren't doing great. Like, this is good for the synergies. Swapping in the Ziggs. Right. Had the duplicator, so might as well.
All right. This is Hyper Pop. We're off to the races. You know what? This is the Twisted Fate we have at home. He's a little bit shorter. He's a little bit more aggro. But given enough time, this Ziggs can blow up the world.
Yeah, I'm kind of fascinated by this. I'm down. I'll buy this. Running into Experience composition, who still has not lost a single round, by the way, but maybe a Ziggs 2 will be enough to clinch the win. We see the Caitlyn firing away in the background, but that Ziggs uncontested. Sona going to be able to get her ultimate off. Ziggs fires one more out. Caitlyn, whoa, can't do it. And Experian will take his first loss of the game.
Well, it was a hell of a way to have it happen. But the HP starting to drop across the board. Gobo and Chicane both get their wins there. And they're starting to hammer away at Skipaeus, Tropical, and Bricks. The players around 30 HP or so. I think we can easily see if this continues in this direction. A lot of our players really having to fight hard to get into the top 4.
Yeah, we're seeing Tropical as well on a win streak. Important to note because his silver augment is based around not doing that. So he's decided that this is where he needs to make his stand around this 2 live spot coming into stage 5. Make sure that he can make it through that stage, get to stage 6 as best he can. 5 win streak, not too shabby either.
No, not at all. We have got the extra drop coming in. Tome of Traits. This could be huge for our players. Of course, it's going to be hugely variable what they end up getting from the tome. It could be game-changing. It could be just a minor footnote on their composition.
I'm not sure this is great for Bricks. Looking for that emo. Maybe he can slot in the 4 emo. Try and add that in as we head back over to Skipaeus' board on this country reroll. No Samira 3 still, but only 2 off.
And he does have the country spatula. That's going to be absolutely huge longer term that he's going to have the biggest version of the board. Sparta with the board here also has the 8-bit emblem as well. So longer term, he can put together something really special. And it's not quite there yet. It might just be strong enough though.
Caitlyn going to be doing a whole lot of work. Getting stunned up mid-ultimate means she still gets to fire away, and the stun just fizzles. So really strong-looking board coming out from Diga Sparta. He is going to spend down a little bit of that gold, pushing all the way to 9, not stopping there.
Very nice indeed. Let's check in with Bricks, though. Again, as we have had it confirmed, unfortunately, this will be the last time we'll see Bricks in this competition. But he's certainly looking to go out with a bang. But he's got a tough mountain to climb. Skipaeus hits the Samira 3 to go with the Argot 3 as well. 7 country. This board is scary as anything. And Skipaeus is currently in 6th.
Running up, unfortunately, for Chicane against him. We'll see if this Ziggs can do the work. We see that Urgot almost died instantly in the backline. Samira undefended. She can't do anything against this AoE. Alawi just dives back in there. A Ziggs ultimate might be able to take her down. She's so low. Finally will fall, and it's just the Hecarim there for Chicane, but it will be enough to take down Skipaeus' board.
I think that's the thing. You've got such great scaling from the Chicane's board here. We know that Ziggs gets stronger over time, but he's also got the Archangels building up there as well. And, the 4 Hyper Pop is just absolutely crazy. He's going to scale up so much more quickly than he could be, as we will have our first elimination. Gobister out in 8th place. That's one more higher scoring place available for everybody else.
Here we're on Enzo's board, sitting at the top 4, but this is post Tiny Titans, so 39 HP is not as healthy as you'd like it to be for this stage in the game. Needs that Z2 in order to get a little bit more power on the board to get a secondary carry online as he runs into Experion's still incredibly strong board.
Looking at that Katarina there, and she blows up the backline. I thought for a second she would take too much single target damage, but with only the one hand of justice, she is riding the line between alive and dead. This time, hands out another one of Experience's rare losses in the game. Remember, Enzo on 57 points just needs a good finish here, and currently he's on enough HP to make that happen.
And I like the board change here from Enzo. Did have double Hodge for that Katarina, popped it off somehow. I think correctly identifying that a Deathfire Grasp on its own was not enough to let Katarina carry this board. So popping it off, getting that, I believe it was a Jeweled Gauntlet on there for the AP, for the extra damage, is paying dividends as Enzo survives to another round.
It's worth noting with Enzo's board, though, we've got the country variant in place here rather than the crowd diver variant, which would make life a lot easier. So that may cap him a little bit. As we have got some upgrades coming in. On the right-hand side, we noted that Sparta picking up the 2-star Poppy. We're seeing our players starting to reach close to their final form. A lot of level 9s coming in across the board. And we've still got 7 players left in play.
Rick's trying to decide what to do with these carries. Has this 2-star Zed, but doesn't seem to feel it fits very well in his composition. Instead, abandoning that Alawi, getting the duplicator on the Zig. So this will be quite a bit of damage for the backline. Oh, all right. Ziggs. That's good.
I mean, he seems like a cheerful fellow, but I suppose sometimes you gotta indulge. And I think, again, we're seeing the position here where we've got Ziggs casting again and again. Poppy right into the back line, and ends up being a Poppy fight at the end. Brix makes it out of this round intact, while Chicane goes down to 1 HP.
Who knew that the solution to Ziggs being a rough carry at this stage was making him listen to Fallout Boy? Really strong with that emo spatula.
Oh boy. Yeah, it was a very Ziggs-centric lobby, but we have had one of our headlines that's been brewing for a while come in. Notice that Chicane went down to 1 HP because of the last stand. Now we get to see, is this board good enough to allow Chicane to swing around and shoot for a high finish?
He'll be able to stall quite a bit, has a strong front line, especially that Echo and that Alawi doing the best they can, running up against Enzo, who is still in competition for that first place in this lobby. Katarina getting stunned up pretty immediately, heals up huge though, able to survive another Ziggs barrage. One more will finally take her down. Was confused when the crowd dive came out, but Ziggs will clean up this board pretty handily, and Chicane lives another day.
I mean, that's always the thing with the Katarina reroll. You've got to take some damage to get the cards in, but if you take too much, then it all falls to pieces. Digger Smart, though, on 54 points. This board is looking real good. Checking back in with Enzo, we noted that the country Katarina was in place, but he has actually managed to find, thanks to the Crowd Diver emblem, the Crowd Diver 6 that really lets this board go off.
It's the usual variation we see. So Katarina's still going to be doing damage as she gets in there. Notable that Enzo doesn't really have a lot of gold. I would like to see Tropical's board sometime at the start of stage 6 because he's been streaking for a while. Oh, that's a ton of gold first, though, for Enzo.
Oh, do want to take a second just to recognize that the Brix from Tunisia has gone out in 7th place. So as much as we thought it was basically impossible for him to make day 3, that will be the end of his journey. A lot more players' journeys will be ending in this game. Chicane down on 1 HP. Enzo on 57 points. We know that he really wants to get onto 61 total to make it into day 3. These rounds are going to be nail biters.
Yeah, 15 HP here for Enzo in the danger zone, running up against Experienced Board that has thankfully been taking a couple of losses, so maybe a good shot. Zed still alive, still healing up. Katarina explodes the Caitlyn in the back line, and it's all up to misfortune for Experienced Board, but she just can't hang.
Wow. I mean, this is why you play the Katarina reroll, isn't it? You've got the other crowd divers, sure, but the explosivity of the Katarina is amazing. We are down to our top 6, and the HP totals are starting to collapse at speed. Experian goes up to level 10. It's starting to put together an amazing board, but Tropical, right in the middle of the pack right now, is also at level 10 and finds a headliner, Lucian.
Yeah, looking at the side of the board for the last couple of rounds, Tropical was posting more dubs than Crunchyroll, and now he's going to have this 2-star Lucian on the board with the Ginsu's Rage Blade, the Giant Slayer. Just a ton of damage coming from this backline, running into Experienced Board that maybe is starting to fizzle out.
Yeah, I mean, we've got the 3-item Lucian. He's going to hit like an absolute truck. Remember, of course, Tropical, somewhat in the shadow of amazing players we've seen from the Greek side of things before, looking to build up his name on the international stage to get more hits coming in. Enzo is out in 6th place. That is not the finish he needed.
Yeah, 5th place will put him on the 3 extra HP or 3 extra points, but still sitting at 60 total, so not quite enough. As we see Skipaeus go out in 6, he was already secured for day number 3 coming into this game, so he'll be just fine.
Oh boy, it's all coming down to the wire here. Honestly, I'm a little upset to the idea we won't be seeing anymore, but we'll have to wait for final confirmation before we know for absolutely certain how it all plays out. Chicane, though, of course, one of those players who definitely cannot make it any further. Sparta on 54 points. He really wants the first place, but Tropical's board is just so damn good.
Caitlyn just can't take the heat coming out from Lucian, gets assassinated in that backline, and a huge loss for Diga Sparta. Still survives for one more round, so maybe Shirkane will go out, but unfortunately, Shirkane survives. Experian takes 4th place.
Oh my gosh.
It's kind of all down to matchups at this point, Peter. If Diga Sparta can somehow luck out, get Shirkane's Ghost or something, that's a top 2, because I don't think anyone in this lobby can beat Tropical.
No, I mean, Tropical's just absolutely capped out here. Let's see what the final pieces are being put into place. Sparta goes up to level 10. These are boards worthy of how important this game is.
Figuring out a way to get that Lucian 2 onto the board alongside that Alawi. A little bit of extra strength, but Tropical finding strength of his own. It will be Diga Sparta versus Shirkane. The dream is still alive.
Hold your breath, everyone. Sparta, a player praised all across the land, up against Shirkane representing Poland. I mean, the bombs are going to be absolutely coming in huge here. At least this time round, we're not seeing the same situation we saw before, with the carries getting immediately focused. The damage is being pouring through huge. It isn't the full 8-bit version, not the 6-8-bit, and the front lines are not falling quite fast enough. The Ziggs is surviving, and Sparta is going to get knocked down and out.
The positioning was looking so strong there. Ziggs not firing away on the carries, but taken down nonetheless, because as you said, that disco ball front line was just not falling.
Oh my gosh. Wow. I mean, what a group stage it has been. We're so close to ending things out here and finding out our 8 who will be battling for those 4 spots tomorrow. Chicane and Tropical taking the last dance in the spotlight here with boards again worthy of the occasion.
Okay, potentially last round here, we see Tropical, it's the Ezreal, it's the Lucian versus the Ziggs. Ziggs starts firing away on the other side of the carries. Lucian, first barrage comes out, takes down the front line, and the back line completely open. Ziggs doing his best, healing so much, but does not hit the Lucian, does not hit the Ezreal. He's shielded by the Sona. One more ultimate is all he'll have. This Tropical will take down Chicane's board. You can see him on the back. Oh, hold on. Wait, it's Blitzcrank with a steel chair off the ropes. He's gonna take the 1v1. It's Set versus Blitzcrank to take it down. Blitz survives miraculously. There's one more round of this game, Peter.
Oh my gosh, and Tropical immediately turns his camera off in shame after dancing across the finish line immediately. We've seen that one happen more than a few times before, Matt, and it always stings.
My voice has not cracked like that since I was 12, but I just could not keep myself in check. What an insane second to last round. And now they've got the PvE round to try and power up as well.
What I love from Chicane's board is just that we've got this Twisted Fate here as an extra carry on the opposite corner of the board with so much protection behind him. If this item is good for Twisted Fate, and I think the positioning might be even better in this round, I think Chicane could take it.
Oh, but maybe not with the upgrade coming out from Tropical. Has the opportunity for a Ziggs too. Not sure what he'd slot in or out. He's making some adjustments here. That's a hell of a shot, but has to roll past it regardless.
Just level 10 things.
Yeah, apparently. Not able to find a ton there. So last round of the game, here it goes. Chicane versus Tropical.
Yeah, as you said, Tropical. There's so many amazing Greek players behind him for Chicane. The same thing with the Polish Pride. Looking to try and get as big of an impact from this final game. The backline carries are going off huge. The dispersed Chicane carries get exposed. The massive damage, but they've got the Ziggs scaling up, and he will rip through the planet. Tropical dance too soon, and it will be Chicane instead dancing on his grave.
Beautiful, beautiful play there from Chicane. And you can see the power of Last Stand. It's been up and down across the last couple of sets, but with a unit like Ziggs, with the Dazzler synergy, he's constantly putting out damage. He is constantly damaging the entire board. So essentially kind of becomes his own frontline, as we saw in the later stages of that round, just absolutely ripping through the board and staying perfectly healthy throughout.
Yeah, I really hope we get to see even more of that tomorrow. Matt, from what we've been told, we're almost ready to reveal our 8 players that are going to be going through and battling tomorrow. So let's go to the break. Let's find out who that's going to be. Our analysts will be back in a few moments' time for the big reveal.
My name is Tang Yuan. I'm 19 years old. In-game name is Wetjungler, and I'm from Germany. I don't really like the Jaws mechanic because with the Jaws mechanic the champion pool decreased, and it's really hard to play like a contested reroll, for example, or even forecast mana right now. It's really hard if you have like 0 economy and then you have to roll down with the others. I think I can achieve good in this set because right now I'm like on the top of the ladder as well right now. And I think I have good chances to be in the Rising Legends final again and maybe even get to Worlds if the patch is good for me, if it's fit for me. TFT is always growing with every set and making like LANs for the other players. It's really good. So we can meet each other personally, and I think LAN events are always good for the esports or for the game as well. And I mean, with LANs, there are just like more people trying to compete, and new players will recognize it and try to play as well. I think there are many good players, but if I would name one person, I think it's Double, because he's always so consistent. He's always on top of the ladder, and yeah, would like to shout out to my family for supporting me, and also for the German community since I started with streaming, and they're just always in my chat and cheering up. Yeah.
I'm going to premeditate this desk by saying we already had a peek at the standings and there's a lot in there. But first, let's talk about that last game, Panda. Loot subscription, always good for some surprises. You know, if you get a lot of those fish bones, it can be very non-impactful. This time around, though, that Tome of Traits, when it came around, really changed up how these boards were looking. We got 4 Jazz, we got 4 Hyper Pop. I don't even know how that happened. Just completely crazy to me. Personally, I want to shout out Chirkane. He knew that he was not going to make it into the top 8 cutoff. Still, of course, playing his best for placements. And this is not a rarity we've seen from him thus far. A lot of his boards are really cool and creative. And I loved how he kind of went through the motions of, yeah, I guess I'll play Jhin with Shojin and Archangels. And then, oh, I find a Ziggs. If I can't make the TF happen, I'll just go for the next best thing. And it worked out.
We've seen Last Stand work out so well with so many different comps, Riven, you know, Heartsteel in this case, Ziggs, and just that disco comp with TF being second fiddle to Ziggs as the main carry. Overall, just a really, really cool board. I think Portal's late loot subscription allow us to get to these comps that you don't see in a usual game of TFT. Despite no prismatic augment, we still saw some absolutely insane board. We saw Tropical at the end there with the 4 Jazz, the level 10 so early on into the game. And you could tell this was a final game. You could tell by the risks players were taking. Some players just like Diga Sparta trying to get into Heartsteel as early as possible and go for those huge casts to try and finish first or second.
Okay, I need to mention it. Tropical at the very end there, flashing us that little heart, realizing that the Blitzcrank was gonna boop him down and just turning off the camera. I laughed so hard. That was so funny.
I don't know who turned it off. I think he just yeeted his webcam across his room in shame. On the big stage in this crowning moment, and all of a sudden Blitzcrank, as he's done the entire set, suddenly turns these fights around in 1v3s.
Oh, it was hilarious. I'll give him that. That was really cool. Of course, both of them knew that they weren't in. But speaking of, we do have our standings ready, and I don't want to let you guys wait any longer. Let's take a look together once again, shouting out all of our amazing players. Day 1, day 2, they fought tooth and nail to make it here, and of course somebody always has to lose, but we just love seeing them shine. And with that, I want to say that this cutoff to me is probably the most heartbreaking and yet exciting I've ever seen.
And more so looking at the outcome of these last 2 rounds, Double was so close to making it at 54 points with 2 games left. In the end, a 7th in this game 6 puts him in the 10th place position. Again, already happened in past EMEA finals where he was so close to making it and couldn't in the end. And Enzo, similar fate with the Katarina board, just 1 extra placement would have put him in, loses the tiebreaker, ends up 9th.
I mean, personally speaking, of course, I have to say it. 3 Germans in the top 8 is something I am absolutely excited about. And I'm also really happy to see Chinar, to see players like Chaducer, who we've been eeping out about for the entire set, make it through, as well as I'm So Fresh, who we've also been super excited for. So a lot of very, very cool narratives coming through and players that we are looking forward to. You can see them here once again. This is also the highest cutoff we've ever seen with 61. Previously, it was always around that 60. So once again, I just really want to shout out all of these players for playing out of their minds for all of the past 2 days. But there is, of course, someone we haven't talked about too much yet, and he is joining us here on broadcast. You gotta hold the best for last, of course. Skipaeus, welcome to the broadcast, and congratulations for playing as well as you did. It's been an absolute joy to watch you.
Hello, thank you. Murdoch has blessed me today. That helps a lot.
More talk, but also maybe the Spanish players. You were mentioning yesterday that every lobby you were in with a Spanish player alongside you, somehow, I don't know what the word was, but you had some Gaius unlocked and you had your full power. Run me through that. You think it's actually a benefit, like a kind of a buff you had this tournament?
Oh, of course. Yes. You see, the story is that in the deep woods of Bohemia, a traveler crone has placed a Gaius upon me that as long as I do not eat any food that comes from an animal, no Iberian shall defeat me. And I think if you look at the results, you will see that no Spanish nor Portuguese player has made it to the finals. So the Gaius holds strong.
I was wondering, Skipaeus, how long it would take you to get into the Forest Man memes, but it took us one question. Thank you.
I mean, you are the one who brought up the Gaius.
You're right.
Oh man, it's so great to hear from you. Now, of course, bringing it maybe out of the forest back into TFT, if you'll allow me, looking back at all of the games you've played in the last 2 days, what would you say has been your favorite game out of those?
Oh, it probably has to be the first place I got today, simply because it was a Wandering Trainer game where on 2-4 carousel, I was last pick, wrong side, yet still got a spatula. So them letting me get 10 pentakill very easily it's all on them. And I love punishing people.
Skipaeus, after these 12 games, coming to this meta, you're a player that I think a ton of top competitors respect you a lot because of your flexibility. You somehow and very often end up on boards that no one else would be playing in the late game and still somehow manage to make it work more so than I think any other player in EMEA. Into this meta, do you think it was a meta that benefited you? Do you think it was an open enough meta where you had a bit of an edge in that sense?
So, not in this sense. The current meta is not very friendly to non-cookie cutter boards. Mainly because of the dominance of 2-cost rerolls, which allow you to find the exact units you need because you roll a lot for 3 stars anyways. But this is a reputation I got actually more recently in set 5.5, which is the set in which I got to Worlds. I was mostly known for positioning on stage 2 and Zephyr. I think those are the 2 main things I was known for. And indeed, I was able to assert dominance with Zephyr yesterday. I think on main broadcast.
We saw it.
7 fights in a row, perfect targets every time.
Yeah.
It was such a joy. I love seeing that, personally speaking. Not being on the other side, but watching it, quite fun. Now, Skipaeus, of course, you're not the only player that's qualified to day 3. There is going to be a smaller sample size that moves on to the World Championship. Out of the players that have qualified, who would you say is the biggest threat?
I think overall Wetjungler is just, one of the, maybe the most consistent player. Last few sets, probably him. I think he's probably the strongest besides me.
Coming into your game effort tomorrow, knowing that players like Wetjungler and just how stacked it is, I think we have almost every time in EMEA finals, it's always a very, very stacked final 8. I think all players that deserve it with, breakout sets like Getuzors and I'm So Fresh coming back and returning to competitive play. What's your game plan? Do you think they're going to change anything drastically from days 1 and 2? Have you learned anything in days 1 and 2 you want to apply for the day 3 tomorrow?
Well, I played Hologram Lulu for the first time, so I learned how to position that in the middle of stage 5. But other than that, no, not really. The difference is when the weaker players drop off is at most slightly stronger boards, stage 3 and 4. But you adapt to that with scouting during game, not really with a game plan change.
Awesome. I'm personally very excited for that top 8. I'm looking forward to tomorrow, but of course, you know the drill. You've been here so many times. Anybody you want to shout out before we let you go and prepare for tomorrow?
Of course, I'd like to shout out my new team, Flip Flops Esports, which you may have noticed as the prefix before my name, which does not stand for forfeit. It stands for Flip Flops, a new Czech team emerging on the scene, and
I love
it's
that.
probably going to make quite an impact. Especially thanks to me.
That's great to hear.
Of course. Thank you so much for taking the time to talk to us, Skip. It's been our absolute pleasure. Take care. We'll see you tomorrow, and good luck in your games.
Good luck.
Thank you for having me. Goodbye.
Always great to hear from Skipaeus, I think. Not just a flexible and creative player, but one of the most unique personalities in EMEA, without a doubt. I've never been more confident in something I've said on broadcast.
For sure. He's just such a character, but absolutely pleasure to talk to him every single time. He is not the only winner, though, because, of course, now that we have our top 8, you can once again head on over to the Pick'ems website, check that one out, make sure your Pick'ems are in order. If you messed up in the previous stage, there is still some save and grace for this one, so make sure you get that done. And then, of course, Panda, I'm leaving it to you, our social media contest.
Our social media content, which I love because it involves dressing up this Pengu with creative options. What is Pengu wearing today? We're going to find out who our winner is. And it looks like Pengu is going, is this teacher mode? Is this office mode? What's your read on this, Makes?
I mean, there's a sword involved as an actual teacher. I surely hope that this is not a classroom. That would, I think, some regulations
it's like
would
a
be
skin
broken
for
here.
the teacher pointer, you know? It's just like a more medieval skin, I think.
Anyhow, congratulations. I think that was amazing. We'll have another one tomorrow, so make sure you don't miss that one. Of course, also, thank you to anybody that has been watching our production, my fellow co-casters, and our special guests that have joined us all throughout. It's been a long day, all throughout the day. And we are going to be back tomorrow at the same time, starting at 4 p.m. CT with game number 1, half an hour early if you want to catch the pre-show. I personally would recommend that you do, but it's just me. So make sure you don't miss that. And with that, we only have our socials to finish out. I'm sorry, I've been trying to hide her, but she is just an attention seeker. Panda, if you would, the socials.
Our socials, the most important one, I would say Twitter, TFT Esports EMEA. You get all the updates you can possibly want or need about the entire circuit, especially our day 3 tomorrow. We have also Play TFT across all our other social medias, but there was recently a change, which you remember, Makes, and I don't.
Yeah, Instagram is now Teamfight Tactics.
There we go.
So with that, make sure you're back here tomorrow, and A is about to start. We're going to see you again on the next day. Thank you so much for watching.